The strongest rumble and screech of metal could be heard on the entire street of the night city, indicating that a terrible accident had occurred. The young man standing nearby said aloud that he had never been so afraid of anything before. However, after a moment, the guy realized that something was wrong, because right in front of him were exactly the same glasses as he was wearing. In addition, a long chain appeared around his neck. All of a sudden, his gaze shifted to the stranger lying nearby, who didn't seem to be breathing. The surprised young man shouted that it seemed to him that he was lying on the asphalt, although he did not understand how this was even possible. The boy wanted to run forward, but he felt the chain tighten so much that the metal shackles began to choke him. The stranger felt as if he were suspended in midair, so he began to ask himself again what was happening and where he was going. Xing Aofei saw a girl on a broomstick holding the other end of a chain in front of him. With horror in her voice, Krasavitz timidly said that she again made a mistake, again grabbed the wrong person, and therefore did not understand how to correct this situation. She immediately explained that she was supposed to pick up old Granny, but the doctor got in her way, trying to help the wrong woman, so she grabbed the wrong person again. The woman, sitting over the body of our hero, complained that she only wanted to buy a porcelain vase, and therefore did not understand how this could lead to such consequences, adding that the young man is just a selfless child. A moment later, the girl announced that the doctor had died, although he was crying and shouting that this simply could not be. Not understanding what was going on, the young man plodded after his new acquaintance, having no idea what to expect next. On the way, he thought about the fact that his name was Xing Aofei. He was only 24 years old, and he worked as a junior intensive care doctor at the regional Chinese medical hospital. 10 minutes ago, a doctor lost his life trying to save someone on his way home after finishing a night shift. The young man suddenly turned to the stranger and told her to stop crying, because the only person who needs to do this is himself. But the girl explained again and again that she grabbed the wrong person, which means that the brunette failed the exam again this month. This surprised Xing Aofei, but the stranger continued to point out that King Yama had said that they had to keep up with the time. There were high production standards in the edition, they had to be met, and that was why it was so unnerving. The surprised young man asked what would happen if these rules were not followed. Finally, after looking at the guy, the girl understood something, and therefore she asked herself her own question out loud. After that, the brunette began to wail again, saying that if she failed now, she would go back to school for a year, then she would never become a soul catcher again. Hearing the beauty ask not to file a complaint about what happened, Xing Aofei calmly replied that there was no need to worry about it, because he didn't plan on doing anything like this. Although, after a moment, he added that he would not do anything if the stranger fulfills one of his requests. The girl didn't ask what they were talking about. For starters, she just thanked the guy with embarrassment in her voice. And then she explained that before them is the realm of the dead, the young man must go there and settle this matter with the judge of hell. Xing Aofei carefully observed this building that was more like a skyscraper, but decided not to say anything. In the next instant, our hero was heading for the door, realizing that delay would still do nothing. Looking at all this, the doctor could not quite believe that all this was happening in reality. A buffalo appeared in front of the guy, who was dressed in a suit, which looked as strange as possible. A moment later, this employee said aloud that the poor man did not commit bad deeds and things and suffered from failure. And then he repeated what had already been said, and then he began to shout loudly and be indignant. Suddenly, the gate opened in front of our hero, and the guard immediately ordered Xing Aofei to immediately go ahead. The person who was inside pointed at the guy and asked who he was. The medic did not know what to say in such cases, so the brunette spoke instead, explaining that this person had accidentally died in a car accident. The man shouted, saying that the employee was supposed to bring the old man, but she again made a mistake. Xing Aofei, who was standing on the side, realized that the judge of the other world was standing in front of him, and he said it out loud. At this point, the judge noted that every time he tries to help the soul catcher, but she does not change, again and again makes the same mistakes. A moment later, the employees were sitting across from each other, although they didn't say anything. Suddenly, the girl screamed that this time it wouldn't be the same as always because they had discussed it with each other. The man said that he had already understood what had happened, but only since the young man came here, there was nothing to change. There was no turning back. There was a random passage through one of the 6 paths of reincarnation. After hearing about this, Xing Aofei started to get indignant, saying that it turns out that he died for nothing. But the judge said that he was just looking at the soul of the deceased, and therefore did not understand how he dared to challenge the verdict of the Lord and immediately ordered someone to take the guy away. Our hero was not going to stop there. He said that he was a victim in this situation. The judge noted that initially an old lady was supposed to come to them, but the guy decided to help her by interfering in someone else's business. The fact is that they did not force him. He made such a decision himself, and therefore already has it as it is. Again, the doctor listened intently to all this, not understanding what he was even guilty of. Slamming his hand on the table, the judge again ordered the shadows to immediately remove this young man, with whom everything was already decided. Realizing that Xing Aofei was being taken somewhere, he stated that he had always been honest and polite to others since he was a child. Today, he was trying to do the right thing, but everything ended up with his death due to someone else's mistake, and therefore this is an unfair decision. The brunette knew that this was her fault, so she asked the Lord to give this man another chance, which he deserved. Coming closer to our hero, the man said that this guy is one of those who failed, but still he cannot go against the rules of hell, and therefore the doctor should accept his fate. After hearing Xing Aofei criticize the Lord, the latter remarked that the guy was just an ordinary passing soul who didn't dare to criticize the judge. The young man explained that the judge was the one who sent the new intern, and therefore it was the main one who was responsible for this oversight. The man looked at our hero carefully. It seemed that he was treated like this for the first time, and therefore he could not tolerate anything like this. So the Lord again ordered his assistants to immediately remove this doctor from his sight. Xing Aofei knew that he had nothing to lose, so he carefully observed this unfair judge. Suddenly, the guy shouted loudly that he wanted to file a complaint because he had the right to do so. After a moment, the shadows loosened their grip because they understood that Xing Aofei had the right to appeal. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice announced that the young man was being welcomed by the customer service, who wanted to know if he was satisfied with their search, as well as whether the service was satisfied, and also wants to know what kind of complaint exists. The judge, who until recently had behaved proudly and arbitrarily, now carefully looked into the eyes of the guy. The man said that there was no need for any complaint. Xing Aofei could tell him what request he had, and it would all be fulfilled. Looking at this lord, the doctor thought that this man was actually afraid of complaints, even though he didn't understand the real reason behind it. The Lord did not wait for an answer, but instead asked a counter question as to whether our hero wanted to return to his former life. Immediately, he replied in a low voice that rebirth was not such a difficult request. The young people immediately said in surprise that if this was the case, it would be great news. The judge explained that they have recently developed a new system, but it is not yet stable and is not at the experimental stage. Xing Aofei immediately asked what strategy he was talking about, because he wanted to know what risks he was taking. The man immediately stated that it was a rebirth system. Something like this would become much more powerful in the future. The system increases the progress of a guy's skills to reach the top of the world. But after a moment, the Lord faltered and said that there was still one obstacle. Even with the system, the young person still needs to get their life back on their own. After Xing Aofei finishes all the tests of the system, he will have the opportunity to regain his previous life, but otherwise, the guy will finally die. The doctor didn't understand what he was talking about, so he asked what he was supposed to do. It turned out that contrary to the heavens, the system is the same as this natural world. There is not a single old and easy task in it. At that moment, the guy remembered how the director had told him that if he didn't do the job properly, he would quickly be thrown out of the job. After that, the memories returned to the unpleasant scene when the girl suggested that they end their relationship. The guy saw the bus leaving, so he yelled to wait for it, but nothing happens. He thought to himself that he had never failed in this life. He had no achievements. He had only found a job that he liked and soon died by mistake. But the young man did not want to accept defeat, because it would be wrong. Therefore, our hero has firmly decided for himself that he needs to do everything in order to be reborn again. As the Lord continued down the corridor, he explained that this was their new method of signing contracts in the underworld, so he needed to reach out and touch something. Our hero saw some kind of column in front of him, but did not understand what it was. Unexpectedly, when Xing Aofei stretched out his hand, he saw something unusual happen. The judge at that moment shouted that it was necessary to hear the king's voice and then make a contract with this mortal. As the doctor stretched out his hand, he could see black circles forming around it, as if drawing him somewhere. With each passing minute, something more and more unreal was happening, and it seemed to the young man that these black threads were trying to penetrate him. The brunette immediately ran up to the guy and asked how he was feeling, because she saw that he could hardly stand on his feet. At this moment, the system announced that the contract had been concluded, and therefore Xing Aofei was invited to accept the new system for rebirth. The contract stated that the soul would be required to perform specific tasks. Otherwise, it would be subject to severe punishment. Reading what was written, the young man could not believe his eyes. He did not understand what else they were planning to punish him for. The judge explained that if the guy didn't complete the task, then his soul would be sent back to the underworld, and he would never be able to be reborn. At that moment, the guy thought that these tasks should be completed, but no one said what kind of tasks, and therefore it all looks very much like a trap. Xing Aofei was afraid, so he proudly said that if he couldn't deceive him, he was planning to refuse. Our hero did not understand anything, and therefore he looked at those who stood in front of him with crazy eyes. But suddenly something happened to the doctor that he did not expect, because the man felt bad and sat down on the floor. The judge quickly informed him that it was too late to change his mind. Moreover, if Xing Aofei said that he refused again, it would mean that he had decided to give up the task. The young man was angry, as the Lord continued to talk about how it should be remembered that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and I gave the guy advice that if he failed the task, he would be severely punished. In his last life, the doctor didn't try his best, but he still ended up as an intern. In his new life, he must try even harder and harder. The brunette sat down next to him and told Xing Aofei not to worry about anything, because now the young man has an invaluable system, and therefore a person can become, but she did not finish. The Lord suddenly shouted and told her not to say anything more, adding that he had already been very gentle with her, after which he shouted at the Guardian to reincarnate this useless trainee forever into trash on the 6 paths of reincarnation. The guy immediately began to resist, saying that he should not be so cruel, because he did not accuse the girl of anything. At this moment, a voice declared that the annoying soul that was Xing Aofei should not interfere in the Lord's affairs. The only thing he could do was to be reborn. In the next instant, the brunette was watching the guards in amazement. They grabbed the beauty's hands and pulled her somewhere, even though she tried to resist. Xing Aofei realized that he couldn't let this girl get hurt, and then he covered her up and said that since this beauty was the one who took his life by mistake, then she should help him during his new life. The Lord was dissatisfied with this, hinting that the soul was already asking too much, but our hero began to manipulate, saying that in this case he refuses to be reborn. Instead, he will return to the underworld and complain there. After these words, the judge's expression changed dramatically, because he was very afraid of this. Hugging the young man, he said, since the rules are not valid at this moment, he will fulfill the young man's requirements, but only once. And then he told the girl that this guest saved her, and therefore she can follow the path of humanity and shine. In the next instant, they saw a bright yellow glow, as well as a portal that was right in front of them. The Lord who was standing behind reported that the door of rebirth was open, so people could enter it. The judge said in a low voice that he didn't understand why Yam was interested in this child, who had allowed him to do something like this in the underworld, and had even given him this interesting celestial system. Lord Yama, who had just arrived at this moment, explained that this guy was the heir of the 10th divine physician. That's why he hopes that Xing Aofei will be able to realize his achievements and become the greatest doctor. And until then, he won't use him as a pawn. Only a minute passed, and our hero, although he was in a bright glow, but already saw the outline of the room. However, the guy was watching everything very fearfully, as if he didn't understand where he was. Looking around, Xing Aofei realized that it was similar to the room he used to live in high school. When he went to the mirror, he saw his reflection, but it was a teenager of about 18, and not a young doctor of therapy. Suddenly, a voice announced that the older brother was quite attractive at this age. Looking up, the young man saw that the brunette, who was now an assistant, had appeared next to him. The surprised beauty reminded our hero that it was he who asked her to go with him. Pointing to the suitcase, the girl explained that if the young man pressed the button, the system would automatically recognize Xing Aofei as its owner. Our hero did not immediately decide to do this, but when he pressed, the briefcase immediately flew up to the ceiling with unprecedented speed, which surprised the guys. Opening the laptop that was inside the suitcase, the guy said that he felt that this system was teasing him, but the brunette said that this is impossible, because Xing Aofei is its owner. A moment later, the host's stats flashed on the screen. Seeing what it said, the young man immediately started shouting, claiming that this system was actually bullying him. And again, the girl explained that this is impossible. This is the most advanced and accurate strength meter in the entire underworld. The average person's index is not less than 1 unit or more. Then for some reason, all the indicators of a teenager are very low. Not much time has passed, and the system has already been activated. Moreover, it has offered to complete the task. After hearing that the young man should find Dr. Hua Tuo and get his life's work, the young man became more angry than ever, noting that this was a real mockery. The young man did not like this. He said that he gave up, would not do it. Moreover, he was tired. The brunette saw that Xing Aofei's nerves had given out, so she tried to calm him down, saying that if he continued to do this, the underworld would take his soul back. And then she added that she had completely forgotten that the respawn system has a one-time restore function. Our hero could not pull himself together. He said that he had dignity, and therefore his first rule, and immediately fell silent. The young man began to cry and wail, remembering his father. At this moment, the system notified that the recovery function was successfully activated, and therefore asked Xing Aofei to select the desired mode. The guy thought to himself that the nature of this system is quite stable, and then decided that the choice will not be easy. The young man was even more confused when he saw that he should choose his occupation. After reading that there was a host on the list, Xing Aofei decided that this was a great profession, and therefore he was already going to choose it, although he couldn't do it. The young man was disappointed because the system forbade him to dream, reproaching him for his origin. The brunette saw how angry the guy is, so she asked him to calm down, saying that the mission might see that he rejects her again, and you won't be able to use the recovery function anymore. Clicking on the buttons, our hero shouted that it was all impossible to choose. There are inscriptions, but they are not clickable. Choosing the doctor function, the teenager noted that this is the only option. Offering others, the system just mocked him, as usual. Going to the laptop, the girl explained that she again sees a new mission that should be studied. The task was to cure one person within 24 hours, and to move to the next level, you need to get 50 experience points. And again, the young man was upset. He realized that he had no idea where to find the person who needed help, because such patients are in the hospital, although he heard from the assistant that he should not give up, otherwise he would die. If the task is completed, the guy will be able to get useful experience points, which can be exchanged for other things, including a task replacement card. Suddenly jumping up from his seat, Jing Aofei sharply shouted that if that was the case, then what were they waiting for? But before the young man could reach the door, he saw someone's glowing eyes there. Our hero had no idea who was there, so he immediately asked about it. Standing in the doorway was the mother of a teenager who died of lung cancer after he went to college. Seeing the woman, the young man carefully looked at her as the most precious and valuable person. The very next moment, the young man threw himself into the arms of his mother, who did not understand anything, Xing Aofei cried, noting that he missed her very much. And while the teenager claimed that he had not seen the woman for a long time, she asked her son to wipe away his tears and go outside, because a classmate was waiting for him there. Tang Yun, who was the best friend, noted that so much time had already passed, and he was almost too late. The young man was in no hurry, so he asked his friend where he was going to go. The young man was surprised by this question, and therefore he asked if his friend forgot about the graduation, hearing that he, of course, remembers it. Again, the student said that they needed to hurry, otherwise they would be late. To himself, our hero thought that he had his own mission of the rebirth system, which continues, and said out loud that there were unfinished business at home, and therefore he would not be able to go. As Tang Yun left, he hinted that they were all going to graduate, so if they didn't take the opportunity now, it would be difficult to meet later. He immediately asked if that girl would be there, remembering that she was his goddess at school. After that, I decided that regardless of the task, there are still 24 hours left to complete the task from the system. So, hugging his friend, he proudly announced that they could go to the event. At this moment, the mother of our hero appeared on the site, who asked if it was true that he bought a console, which he bought with money stolen from home. Taking the laptop from his mother, the young man thought that this was actually a rebirth system, and, running away, he shouted that he was busy right now, but when he came home, he would explain everything, hearing his mother shouting after him that his father would definitely teach the guy a lesson. After a while, the guys already came to the establishment, busily greeting everyone. Xing Aofei carefully looked in front of him. Moreover, he was confused and froze in his place. Before the hero stood Zai Inguru, who studied with him in the same class and was his secret love. A friend approached the girl and asked her to sit down a little further away. Lu Feifei, who was watching the youth, was not very happy that he was present, however. As always, after all, the class leader constantly teaches this teenager. Suddenly, the girl turned to our hero again, telling him to sit as far away as possible and not create problems for others. Hearing the clink of glasses, the guy could not believe that his classmates appeared in front of him again. So he said in a low voice that they all didn't know that he had a new life, but this time he wasn't going to waste it. Before the teenager had time to think through the idea to the end, he noticed the knock of the door opening. Jia Gentian, who was the leader of the bad guys, entered the room, but it was also annoying that he was possessed by Zai Inguru. Passing into the hall, the ill-wisher told the beauty that he wanted her to invite him to her prom. The impudent man immediately went up to the brunette and grabbed her hand, hearing her say that he had nothing to do with it at all. But the guy did not listen, noting that he had done too much for the beauty. Xing Aofei carefully looked at this villain, knowing that he was doing bad things. The prefect, realizing that something was wrong, immediately told the uninvited guest to let go of the classmate, otherwise she would be, and fell silent. The reason was because Jia Gentian threw a bouquet of flowers at Lu Feifei, shouting that they had graduated. Now the teacher wouldn't come to their aid. Everyone in the audience looked on in horror at what was happening, even though they were still standing in their seats. The accomplices, who were standing nearby, began to laugh with the students. Suddenly, our hero got up from his seat, who said in a decisive tone that he wanted to stand up for the girls. However, this situation only made the leader laugh, and therefore he, laughing, noted that there was a daredevil in this team. But our hero continued to stand his ground, saying that it was not good to intimidate his classmates. One of the ill-wishers swung a stick because he was going to hit a young man who was standing nearby. The young man did not intend to delay, and therefore immediately headed in the direction of the opponents. The teenager was confident in his abilities. Despite this, the villain hit him so hard with a stick that the schoolboy could not do anything. The next minute, the unfortunate man was sitting on the floor, unable to move or even stand up. The young man slowly raised his head and called the ill-wisher a bad word. Then he told the enemy that he was just a coward who was just trying to make a hero out of himself. What happened next was that poor Xing Aofei fell again, but this time the impact was much stronger. The system immediately shouted to the guy's assistant that if he was hit again in the same way, then it could be considered that he had completely revived in vain. Suddenly, a bright and fiery light penetrated the student, which immediately filled him with energy and strength from within. Our hero realized that he was much better now than a few minutes ago, and therefore he began to slowly raise his hand, realizing that it was necessary to at least do something. This situation affected the mood of Jia Gentian, who didn't understand how after such a blow, the boy didn't just get up, how he could move at all. Rising from the floor, the schoolboy with anger in his voice, addressing the villain, said that he would not let him go just like that. A second later, the mask of arrogance immediately fell from the young man's face, who realized that something was really wrong. The powerful energy of light literally knocked down everything in its path, immediately pinned the villain to the opposite wall. The ill-wisher tried to say something but could not, because the blow was incredibly strong. The assembled students watched their classmate in surprise. They did not believe that such a thing was even possible. At the same time, the assistant announced that the system had improved Xing Aofei's physical abilities, which seemed incredible to the student himself. And then the girl added that the reason is that the young man wants to fulfill his mission. Ill-wishers saw that the student was talking to himself and therefore noted that he should not do this, adding that now they will deal with him. However, the young man was no longer the schoolboy he was in his previous life, so he asked the villains if they really needed trouble. Jia Gentian, who was still standing by the wall, wanted to deal with our hero on his own. But he didn't think that he would have to do it alone, because the accomplices, running away, shouted at the boss to deal with them alone. The villain did not think that everything was so serious, and therefore carefully watched what would happen next. There was fear in his eyes, and he knew that he had no idea what one could do against all these schoolboys. Therefore, after a moment, he fell to the floor and began to tell the students that he was wrong. Zai Inguru sharply told the young man not to bother her again. As for our hero, he warned the offender that if he came here again, he would force him to undress. The girls carefully looked at their classmate, sincerely saying that they had no idea that he was the kind of person who could stand up for others, and therefore they were very grateful to him. And while the teenager was laughing, his companion was startled and asked if it was true that the Xing Aofei he had always known was right next to him. After that, he added that they need to continue having fun, and therefore invited our hero to sit next to him. However, the guy sat down next to his beautiful classmates, saying that this is the first time that Zai Inguru has offered to sit next to her. After a while, the young man was happy that it was very tasty. But what was most pleasing was not this, but the fact that for the first time in his life, a student was known to the class, a person to whom everyone complimented, and also wanted to learn from him. Inwardly, Xing Aofei thought that the rebirth system had actually surpassed itself. At this point, the invisible assistant reminded the friend that the system helped the young man solve one problem, and therefore now is the time to complete the mission, because this task was allocated only 24 hours. Turning around, the guy told his friend that this is actually the case. That is why, getting up from his seat, the student told everyone that he still had things to do, and therefore it was time for him to go. But the young man did not have time to do this, because Zai Inguru asked him not to do it. The girl timidly asked if her classmate had any free time the next day. The guy was embarrassed, despite this, said that he would really find this time. After that, the beauty said that she would wait for the young man at the lake in the evening. Xing Aofei wanted to stay a little longer, but the invisible assistant reminded him that the task wouldn't be waiting. As he left, the young man said once more that he was in a hurry, and therefore would go first. After that, our hero ran to the bus stop as fast as he could, realizing that he needed to go to the hospital to complete his task. It seemed that the incident had cheered up the student so much that he only thought that success was ahead of him. The young man saw that his bus was almost gone, so he immediately asked him to wait, knowing that he could not be late. Already sitting inside the transport, our hero heard the assistant telling him that time is short, and therefore it is necessary to hurry. Xing Aofei agreed with this, noting that they are going to a rural hospital where there are many people. Looking out the window, the student tiredly stated that he would try very hard, perhaps even finish the task quickly, and then he noticed that he didn't understand why he was so sleepy, since he wasn't tired at all. The girl explained that the system increased the performance of the young man's body, which created a load on him. It is natural that the teenager feels tired. Closing his eyes, Xing Aofei realized that he practically couldn't resist falling asleep. Suddenly, the frightened man opened his eyes. He didn't know where they were, so he screamed loudly. A minute later, the guy was standing at the bus stop, carefully looking around. The young man scolded himself for taking the wrong path to his destination, thus wasting his time. Going somewhere, our hero said that his work and his life were all with him, but he does not know what awaits him now. It was getting dark outside when the student heard a strange sound, so he assumed that something had happened. Xing Aofei knew that there was no time to lose, so he ran as fast as he could. Suddenly, the guy felt like he stepped on something soft, so he decided to see what it was. But what the disciple saw stunned him so much that he could not come to his senses, not understanding what this unfortunate man was doing at such a time, and even in the forest. Our hero was a doctor, and therefore he could not just pass by. And therefore, after feeling the pulse, he realized that this man was still alive. After examining the man, the young man decided that he had a head injury, but fortunately, it was not serious. Most of all, our hero did not like the leg, which looked very unnatural. Xing Aofei immediately determined that it was because this person had a fracture of the distal fibula. The teenager was worried, realizing that this poor guy did not have much time. On the other hand, he was glad that everything had happened to the bus, and therefore he was here on time. When the doctor tried to set the bone back, the patient screamed as loudly as he could, but the young man asked this stranger not to move, saying that this was the only way he could help him, and immediately asked who he was. Without waiting for an answer, Xing Aofei found some sticks and made a makeshift cast, knowing that this was a great solution in such conditions. Smiling, our hero thought to himself that he was lucky to meet this person also because this is how the task should be credited. However, in the next instant, the young man pointed at the people who were lying nearby, saying that they were also not doing well. After taking a closer look, Xing Aofei realized that these people all had problems with certain limbs. So the teenager came to the conclusion that, most likely, there was some kind of fight in the forest, since everyone was injured. Having provided all possible help, the student asked if it was true that on the way the children met thugs who had to resist. The strangers sat there for a while, not knowing what to say, so they took a long time to collect their thoughts. Suddenly, the men looked in front of them in surprise, as if they were very much frightened by something. And then they shouted in unison that behind the teenager is the ghost of a woman. Immediately, they fell to their knees and asked Xing Aofei to help them and save them from this stranger. The young man did not understand who was in front of him, and at this time a voice that belonged to the ghost, as the men thought, asked our hero if he was a friend of these people. Standing in front of Xing Aofei was a young girl who was chewing gum, seemingly not bothered at all by being in the middle of the forest at night. The guy was in no hurry, and therefore carefully examined the young lady. At the same time, one of the wounded said that this is not a girl, this is a real devil. The stranger lowered her head and was silent, so it seemed that time froze. But in the next instant, the beauty slammed her fist into the tree with such force that it looked like it was about to fall. The men, who continued to sit in their seats, again cautiously stated that this stranger was very dangerous, and therefore it was better to stay as far away from her as possible. Raising her fist, the girl asked what the young man was doing here, assuming that he was one of these people. When asked by a disciple if this young lady had beaten up men, she calmly replied that it was true. Suddenly, our hero asked the girl to take care of these people, who in a low whisper asked that they just be saved. After hearing strangers call the teenager boss, the beauty stated that it was no wonder Xing Aofei wasn't such a good person. But the guy said that it was useless to blame the younger brother, adding that probably the parents never talked about such a thing. However, after a moment, the young man tensed, realizing that no one was going to joke with him. The stranger called our hero an ignoramus, who made her lose her temper, and therefore was already going to hit the teenager with all her might. The men knew perfectly well that the young lady could easily do this, so they simply watched in horror what would happen next. Although it was so predictable, because the dangerous girl actually punched Xing Aofei, who still hoped that this wouldn't happen. Flying back a few meters, the student thought that it really hurt. The young man lay on the ground for a while because he was simply unable to get up. Sitting down on the ground, the former doctor rubbed his head and said aloud that he was in a lot of pain, absolutely everything. But our hero was worried not for this, but for the fact that he was watching the bars in front of him, realizing that somehow he ended up in a police station. The student realized with horror that he was locked in a cell, but did not understand where his system was located, which was even worse. Crawling up to the bars, Xing Aofei began to yank at them, shouting for them to let him out immediately. Instead of help, the young man heard someone's voice, which confidently said that it would be difficult for the boy to get out of here. It was still the same stranger who had stood outside the detention center and watched the young man closely. It seemed that our hero did not understand until the last moment what this beauty was doing here, but more surprising was how he got to this place. After that, the young man began to protest. He sternly declared that he had saved good people in the forest. Despite this, for some reason he was brought to this terrible place. The exasperated girl said that saving these people meant automatically calling herself a bad person. So she pointed out that Xing Aofei should be in jail. The young man didn't like to hear anyone insulting him, but he wasn't going to argue with that. In a low voice, the guy asked himself a rhetorical question about not understanding what he had done wrong. At this moment, a system appeared that notified our hero not to worry about anything, because he completed the task, and therefore the system raised his status. Suddenly, the teenager began to worry. He did not find the system next to him, and therefore immediately asked where it could be. A moment later, the small suitcase was in the hands of the guy, which was a real miracle, because the system somehow knew where its owner was. The young man asked the assistant how it happens that this computer does not like him, because that is his assistant. But the brunette sadly replied that the system basically hates the young man. At the same time, Xing Aofei was happy that he had completed the first task, so he wanted to look at the progress table. The computer fulfilled the wishes of its owner, and therefore immediately showed him the results. But the student did not like these indicators. He shouted that the status increase was not enough. In addition, he had not yet leveled up the second level. And again, the system laughed at our hero, hinting that he has too low intelligence. The young man was furious. He was about to smash this computer, but the assistant stopped him in time, saying that even though the performance is not very high yet, Xing Aofei is still different from other people. The young man could hardly believe it, but the girl asked him to close his eyes to feel the power flowing inside his body. The young man really wanted to check it out, so he did as he was told. Suddenly, the student started doing push-ups, and he did it very quickly, saying that he felt that even 20 sets were not a problem for him. A minute later, a policeman was sitting in front of our hero, who was looking at him intently. Finally, the man said that the teenager needs to go to the interrogation room. Moreover, he must have an identity card. Once in the office, the young man carefully looked at the men he had helped the day before, all of them sitting against the wall, which was strange. He didn't understand how these people ended up in this place, but he didn't dare ask directly. It was also interesting that all these strangers addressed Jing Aofei as a brother, asking him to help them and adding that they simply couldn't survive without him. The frightened guy explained that he is not a brother for men, and therefore it is not necessary to call him that. But the young man couldn't finish, because at that moment, the girl slammed her hand down on the table and said that the young man should stop talking. The stranger said that all these people who are sitting in the corner confirmed the fact that the teenager is their boss. At this time, the senior police officer read the dossier of our hero and found out that the student had no criminal past. The young man himself admitted that he was not guilty of anything. He just saw these men. They were injured, so he stopped to help them. After that, an unknown lady approached him, who knocked him unconscious with one blow. Once again, our hero didn't have time to finish his sentence because a stranger immediately ran up to Xing Aofei and started insulting him. The girl said that she was only 18 years old, and without explaining anything, was already going to strike the young man another blow. The teenager breathed a sigh of relief because he heard the senior police officer address the brunette by name and order her to stop all self-indulgence. Shiji turned to her uncle and asked him why he had stopped her. Since these men had confessed to ordering them from Xing Aofei, the guy wasn't going to be silent because he heard that he was being slandered and therefore also intervened in the conversation. After that, the police officer repeated what the girl said, adding that the men admitted that the student was their customer. Hearing these words, our hero went berserk. Turning to the strangers, he said, "How could you say that? He saved the poor people on the road." And instead of gratitude, they turned all the arrows to the savior. And after a moment, he added that since his detractors called him a boss, then their boss will punish those who do not tell the truth. The frightened men looked at the young man carefully. They knew that it was not worth joking with this man. Jumping up from their seat, the villains began to discuss among themselves what Xing Aofei might do to them, who was surely up to something bad. Suddenly, a cup of milk that was in the hands of one of the bandits was immediately released by him. However, Xing Aofei somehow managed to grab her and hold her back, showing everyone that he wasn't as simple as he might seem at first glance. The men all said that the teenager had caught the cup, although at the same time they did not understand why they should be afraid, because they are in the police station. Realizing that the guy was coming right at them, the villains turned to the policeman and asked him to stop this crazy student, who clearly did not control himself. The chief, realizing that the police station is turning into a place for a showdown, ordered the young man to stop, saying that it was all illegal. Laughing, the teenager said that the policeman did not need to worry. He just wanted to return them to their original state. Besides, he had healed their wounds. The man looked at Xing Aofei carefully, saying that he understood everything. Detractors noted that an ordinary student will not be able to defeat 3 adults. Despite the fact that they are injured, they will still be able to win. Suddenly, the villain headed in the direction where the teenager was standing, who was ready for any eventuality. To himself, our hero was happy to think that his status did not grow much, but he still became a different person. And he said out loud that he thought the opponent's movements were too slow and clumsy. In fact, the reason was not the opponent but the teenager himself, who was able to see everything in slow motion, which allowed him to quickly deviate. The young man noticed that, judging by the position of the man's hands, he was aiming for the guy's chin. After a moment, Xing Aofei tilted his head so that the blow landed over the disciple's face. The young man replied that it was very slow, but now it was his turn to attack, which he planned to do with great pleasure. And, hitting the opponent's leg, he said that it was necessary to return it to its original state. A moment later, one of the ill-wishers was lying in front of our hero. Surprised, Shiji could only say that the teenager was doing incredible things that she had never seen before. The boss calmly stated that if this guy was a friend of the bandits, he would never have harmed them. Moreover, he would not have threatened them so openly. So he asked Xing Aofei to leave it at that, adding that it was clear to him as it was. The young man went up to the other man, grabbed it, and asked if it was true that he had helped the man and saved his leg. Realizing that the guy would not joke, the villain shouted that the teenager was right. He actually happened to be nearby and bandaged his leg, thus saving his life. Rubbing his hands together, the young man asked the men to tell the whole truth, assuring them that they would still be fine. While grabbing our hero's leg, detractors thanked our hero for saving them time, and then noted that there was something they should tell us about. After a while, standing on the street, the policeman told the boy's parents that he had slept last night, but the parents panicked because they could not find their son, and he warned the family that the young man would be handed over to them when he finished the investigation. And then he added that he did not expect that the medical abilities of a teenager would be so outstanding at such a young age, and therefore recommended that mom and dad pay due attention to this. The parents immediately said that Xing Aofei must be very tired and hungry, so they suggested that they go home to eat and rest. After a while, the whole family was already moving along the city street in full force. Suddenly, our hero drew attention to a red car that was driving in the direction of their movement. A moment later, Yao Shuji greeted the youth once more and looked at him carefully. The guy didn't understand why the brunette was following him, because they already figured out everything, so he decided to ask directly about it. After getting out of the car, the beauty apologized. She said that she did not immediately understand everything, and therefore she was embarrassed for what she had done to the young man. But the teenager was not one of those who liked to conflict, and therefore, shaking hands with a new friend, said that everyone makes mistakes and this is normal. After these words, the beauty was a little embarrassed, because she didn't know what else to say in this case. Xing Aofei suddenly asked if it was true that the girl had taken advantage of this situation to test him. At this moment, the boy's mother intervened in the conversation, saying that this girl is very nice. Probably the guys are friends, although the guy sharply stated that this is not so at all. But the beauty had her own plans, and therefore she once again said hello, but this time with her parents, saying that she was a close friend of our hero. The brunette apologized to the guy's mother that it was she who influenced the decision to put the student in isolation for the night. Embarrassed, the young man noted that Yao Shiji is actually a natural actress who is entitled to an Oscar for her excellent work. And the girl at this time continued to say that as an apology, she would like to take the whole family home. Our hero was angry. He understood that this cunning person probably wants to study both a man and a woman, which he did not like very much. The teenager's mother immediately said in embarrassment that she was very sorry that the beauty had to worry so much about them. And after a moment, she offered a new friend to have dinner together, which was a real shock for the young man. After dropping the family off under the house, the woman once again invited Yao Shiji to eat with them in order to get to know them better. But the girl excused herself, saying that she still had a lot of things to do, and therefore it would be best if she stopped by another time. The guy's mother could not let the brunette go, so she again told the beauty to come when she had time. They would leave early with her husband so that the guys could be alone. Our hero did not like this, and therefore he asked his parents to finish their speech as soon as possible. When they were alone, Xing Aofei immediately started yelling at the girl, saying that she had no right to talk about taking anyone anywhere at all, because it was too much. Grabbing the young man by the jacket, the beauty noted that she just wanted to apologize to these people and nothing more. Turning away and escaping from the hands of this dangerous friend, the guy said that now he is free. But it wasn't that simple because Yao Shiji screamed about how she wouldn't let go of a guy who didn't understand what was going on so easily. And, moving to the car, she continued to say that now she knows where the young man lives, hinting that she can come at any time. The young man wanted to say something to his friend, but she left so quickly that she did not even pay attention to our hero. Coughing, the student tried to figure out what was wrong with this girl, why she was so strange. Sitting at home, Xing Aofei heard the assistant say that a second task had appeared. It consisted in the fact that the guy had to increase his physical fitness, although he had no idea how to do this. The brunette explained that when a young man's contribution is 5, he can take 2 prizes in the system. If the divine book is obtained, then he will be able to increase his strength. The young man was happy because he understood that he must definitely change his life for the better, so that what happened did not happen again. At this moment, the system announced that the master rank was insufficient, which surprised the teenager very much. A sad student with a wistful voice said that he was constantly confused by this system, but the assistant noted that this system is already signed by the lords, so if they find out that the young man constantly blames this computer, they can still punish Xing Aofei for their behavior. Seeing that the cultivation space was turned on, the girl noted that this remembered the guy's first task, and it also opened up a space for cultivation. And then she explained that we are talking about a specially designated space where you can get twice as many results. If you practice in this place, you will be able to come up with something incredible. When he heard that all the training sessions in that place would remain in his memory forever, the young man shouted that in this case it would be possible not to worry about school at all. Not much time passed, and the young man was already upset that for some reason he did not have enough contribution. The assistant turned to the system, explaining that it was difficult for our hero to open up space for improvement, and therefore asked her to help him with this issue. After hearing the brunette call the computer Xiaoxi, Uchenyi was very surprised that someone even gave the system a name. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in surprise as he stared intently at the computer screen. The beauty said, even though the guy's contribution is only 5 points, Xiaoxi will still let him into the specified space. Xing Aofei could hardly believe it, but in the next instant, a vortex appeared in front of him, as well as a special entrance. The young man didn't do anything, but he noticed that the room looked like some kind of small dome. After that, the system asked our hero to click on the draw button, although the teenager did not understand what it all meant. For a while, the student just watched everything. He didn't dare to do what he would have to do anyway. Suddenly, Xing Aofei was hit on the head by something, and it was so unexpected that he could hardly stand on his feet. The joyful assistant shouted that, fortunately, the young man's prize was a blue masterpiece, although the student did not understand what this meant. Laughing, the young man said that he probably wasn't very lucky in his previous life, but he is lucky in this life because he remembers this book about bone massage. It turned out that this book is about the Western Han Dynasty. Moreover, such an edition is very rare. And again, the brunette said that this book is a complete guide that will help increase the power of the soul. The reason is that our hero's soul power has always been at 0, and it can finally be upgraded. The teenager said that if he could increase his soul power, then it would be possible to fly on rooftops like the great Zia of ancient times. It would be possible to master light skills, and then the pinnacle of life would definitely be reached. Opening the book, the guy began to study it carefully. He understood that he had no time to hurry, and therefore devoted as much time as possible to this. Xing Aofei said, everything he reads will be instantly imprinted in his mind. Never thought it would be so easy to read. And he immediately said that this means that it makes no sense for him to continue studying, because he knows everything. But the student was not going to stop there, and therefore continued to study page after page. With each new minute, the teenager managed to comprehend more and more secrets. And so he happily declared that from now on you can only do what you want. But then something unusual happened, and the young man felt as if some force was pulling him in the other direction. Not much time had passed, and Xing Aofei was already sitting on a chair, looking around in fear. The young man looked in surprise at the door, where his mother was standing in the doorway, asking what had happened to her son, and why he looked so scared. The guy was smiling, saying that everything was fine with the woman, and everything was fine with him as well. Coming closer, my mother sincerely said that in fact she has the best and smartest boy. Xing Aofei didn't know about the fact that soul power has a side effect of not only increasing one's ability, but also increasing one's charisma as well as charm. Approaching her son, the woman once again turned to Tom, but this time she asked him to go to the market for groceries. The young man was not going to refuse, and therefore, after a short period of time, he was already confidently walking through the ranks. In fact, something had changed in the guy's self-esteem, because he felt completely different from what he used to, which undoubtedly pleased him. But the joy was short-lived, because suddenly the student felt someone push him hard. Sprawled on the ground, the young man tried to figure out who could have done such a bad thing to him. Xing Aofei stood by the counter, trying to figure out what had happened so that he could deal with it. At that moment, someone shouted that there was a thief in the market who needed to be caught immediately. The terrified young woman screamed loudly and begged that at least someone catch the thief. The woman understood that the bag was taken from her, but she could not return it, because the villain had already jumped on his motorcycle and was about to leave. Our hero recognized Aunt Xiangjing and therefore knew that he had to do something to return her poor thing. The guy poked the box next to him with all his might, knowing that maybe this way he could stop the thief. And this actually had its effect, because the box hit the criminal with force, who did not expect this. This situation threw the unknown person off balance, who swayed and immediately fell off his moped. And while the villain was lying on the floor, our hero angrily asked who dared to offend Jing, who dared to steal her bag. The men who were in the market immediately began to assume where this man on the motorcycle came from, and they also realized that this man should not be allowed to escape, because he deserves to be punished. The stranger, who did not plan to remove his mask, showed everyone the knife and then asked who was planning to fight him first. The situation was tense because no one understood how it could end, because the villain had a cold weapon. The men immediately shouted at Niu to be as careful as possible, because there was a chance of serious injury. A moment later, the young man was sitting on the ground, realizing that the ill-wisher had injured his arm. Having finally taken off his helmet, the ill-wisher said with anger in his voice that no one could stop him, because he would stab anyone to death. The wounded young man began to insult this villain, realizing that it would not really be so easy to fight him. Our hero immediately ran up to Niu, noting that he would bind up the wound to stop the blood. The people gathered couldn't believe their eyes, because the motorcyclist turned out to be a man from a rich family, although no one could remember his name. The unfortunate woman timidly asked the villain to return her bag to her. Once again, the women started talking about this guy stealing the Xiangjing family's silver dollars. It's a valuable item from their family. They said they didn't want to sell it, so this man kept sticking to Xiangjing. Unwitting witnesses noted that it would not be good to contact the father of this young man, and the latter, in turn, was interested in who dared to attack him. Xing Aofei continued to tie the arm of the injured defender, but at the same time called the ill-wisher bad words. Suddenly, the villain realized who the person who threw the box at him was, so he looked at the teenager carefully. Niu asked our hero to leave immediately, so as not to get involved in this conflict. At the same time, the ill-wisher stated that he had injured a person, but the teenager was not even afraid of him. The young man stood there without blinking, watching his opponent carefully, though he was in no hurry to do anything. At the same time, the villain, sitting on his motorcycle, warned the guy not to blame anyone if he suddenly died. All the people who were standing in the market saw the motorcyclist revving up, shouting for the student to die. For a moment, it seemed that time had stopped, because people were watching intently for something inevitable. But in the eyes of our hero, determination was read. Everyone understood that he was not going to give up just like that. The opponent did not believe that he could be stopped at all, and therefore loudly shouted about it. But only Xing Aofei didn't care what anyone said, because he blocked his opponent's path with one move, making it impossible for him to escape. In the next instant, the villain forcefully flew into a trash can that was standing nearby. The audience did not believe that such a thing was even possible, so they began to praise the teenager, noting that he had struck a beautiful blow. Crawling out of the trash can, a disgruntled young man asked who dared to do something like this to him. And again, seizing his knife, he shouted at the top of his voice that the young man should not be afraid and fight him immediately. Just one move and the enemy was already next to our hero, grabbing him by the outer clothing. But then, something happened that no one expected, because Xing Aofei caught his opponent's hand and told him that if he still wanted to, he could end up where he was already. The guy didn't like to just talk like that, so he decided to do what he just said. A moment later, the villain was lying on the ground, screaming and resisting that someone could do something like this to him. Taking the knife, the teenager said with joy in his voice that the ill-wisher would no longer be able to harm anyone. While still lying on the ground, the opponent continued to complain that it was simply impossible. So, grabbing a stick that was lying nearby, the villain again went in the direction of our hero, declaring that now the student will regret what he did. Watching his opponent carefully, Xing Aofei pondered where the weak spot of the person who was about to attack him was. In the next instant, the young man realized that this was a left knee that could be hit. So another second passed, and the villain was already on the ground, lamenting how this could have happened in the first place. Raising his head, the ill-wisher, who was in no position to offend anyone, did so, and then he paid the price for it, because Xing Aofei threw another punch to let the villain know that it wasn't the right thing to do. Grabbing the ill-wisher by the jacket, the guy asked him how he even got to the point of stealing from other people. Despite this, the young man once again asked the question of whether the schoolboy does not know who he is. But our hero squeezed the thief's cheeks as hard as possible, saying that he was just an ordinary thief, and that said it all. It seemed that the young man was not going to stop. He wanted to show this person that you cannot do as he does. Suddenly, our hero was approached from behind by his frightened mother, who said that everyone had seen the boy, and therefore he might have serious problems. The guy himself knew this, but he still told his mother that he couldn't just leave this situation like this. He couldn't let this bad person go. So I approached the villain and told him that he had two options. The first is to confess to the crimes he committed in front of everyone who is on the market, but there is also a second option, which is that the villain will become disabled and will remain so forever. There was an awkward silence in the area where the fight had taken place, and no one in the crowd dared to say anything. Everyone saw Xing Aofei pick up the bag and carry it somewhere, even though they didn't understand what it all meant. The audience carefully watched the actions of our hero, but again they did not dare to say anything to him, and he at this time approached the robbed woman and gave her her things. Seeing that the woman was really happy, Xiang Jing, crying, sincerely thanked the youth for doing such a wonderful thing, saying that he was a very good boy. A moment later, the mother herself asked her son how he learned to fight in such a way that he can hit another person, but at the same time remains unharmed. Picking up the phone, the young man told the woman not to worry about this. The happy aunt once again thanked her relative for all that he had done for her. But in the next instant, the victim fainted, although no one understood what could have happened. Our hero knew that it might be necessary to provide the first and feasible help, but first, he decided to try the pulse. He wanted to understand what had really happened, so that he could do something that would really help. Xing Aofei said that by feeling a woman's pulse, he could feel every organ in Tata Jing's body. Such an ability appeared in the teenager after he visited the cultivation room, which helped him tremendously. After a moment, the young man asked everyone gathered to carefully pick it up, but only it was necessary to do it slowly. Having loaded the victim on his back, our hero said that nothing terrible happened to her, but she still needs to be taken to the clinic to her father. After a while, Xing Aofei's father talked about how it might be dangerous to keep his aunt in a coma. Although the young man noted that he had examined the woman and understood that she did not have an intracerebral hemorrhage, there was still a superficial reflex, so everything was fine with the spine. The surprised father said that he had never seen his son read medical books, and therefore had no idea who taught the young man this. Scratching his head, our hero asked the Pope what shocked him so much. Turning away, he said that few people know that if there is a reflex, then everything is in order with the spine. And he thought to himself that he had no idea how this schoolboy could have found out about such a thing, because it was necessary to read special literature. And with even greater joy, he thought that at last his son had seen the light and started studying. At this moment, our hero was called by an officer, and therefore the guy could no longer watch his father and turned around. The man explained that an unknown person had just called the police station and said that a schoolboy had started a fight on the street. The father immediately defended his son, saying that this simply could not have happened, but the policeman said that they should still ask some questions to make notes. Xing Aofei wasn't intimidated by all of this, so he noted that he was willing to do anything. Coming to the interrogation room, a law enforcement officer asked the guy to hand over his phone and other personal belongings, which he was obligated to wait for. But after a moment, our hero said that he could not pass the computer, because it is a very important thing that should be with him. However, the officer convinced the young man that everything would be fine with this computer, and therefore it should be handed over. At this time, a large number of different people crowded into the corridor. The young man asked in horror if they were all going to be interrogated. After hearing that they were constantly acting up lately, they should be severely punished. Immediately, the police officer turned his attention back to Xing Aofei, saying that the room was full, so he suggested that the student go without waiting in line. Entering the office, the guy noticed with horror that there are a variety of villains there. The The young man watched these people for some time, but did not understand what to do next. But most of all, our hero was struck by the fact that Yankar was also here, which should not have been, which was something very strange. The villain carefully looked at Xing Aofei, saying that they had met again, and therefore it was time for payback. Yankar turned to a bully and said that he would ask his father to build a factory for him, but on condition that the man would teach the boy a lesson. And then he shouted angrily that he wanted to get one of the guy's hands, which he would no longer need because he had done bad things to him. The young man understood that this was not a joke. Moreover, he was really frightened by this situation, and therefore he pointed out that they were in a police station where such things are generally forbidden. The ill-wisher laughed, saying that this could be the result if you contact him, and therefore laughed at his opponent, asking how he feels now. Our hero tilted his head, and then quickly asked the opponent what he really needed, what he was trying to achieve. The bully who had previously tried to stab the boy noted out loud with horror that he did not understand what was wrong with this student, since he was not an ordinary person, and once again he told the young man to take his blow, after which he would not be able to get up, because he was really strong, capable of many things. But not only did this not frighten Xing Aofei, but it even made him laugh. Moreover, the guy easily knocked out this ill-wisher, realizing that it was necessary to deal with him as quickly as possible. The young man calmly asked if it was true that the fat man hit him, adding that he didn't feel anything at all. At this moment, an assistant appeared and explained that after increasing the level of soul power, wounds can heal immediately, and therefore this is a wonderful property. If Xing Aofei had only guessed it before, now he realized that he wasn't really imagining it. The disciple thought to himself that he felt a great power gathering in his body, with the help of which he could do a lot. By that time, the bully had already managed to recover, and therefore he again began to threaten our hero, stating that he would definitely kill him. The villain was not going to stop. He clenched his hand into a fist and was already running in the direction where the teenager was. But at that moment, a policeman entered the office and shouted angrily for everyone to stop this mess. The villains immediately knew that Director Yuan had entered, so they immediately stopped, realizing that they needed to listen to him. Opening the magazine, the man said that Yankar would have to undergo additional questioning. The young man looked at the policeman disdainfully and in the same tone asked why he should do this. He immediately explained that Xing Aofei, with video evidence and witnesses from the village, could be a public witness. A disgruntled detractor shouted that he did not understand this because the young man still broke his leg. At that moment, another employee entered the office and reminded the director that it would be very difficult to arrest this guy, and the reason was because of his father. Yankar was happy to say that his father was here, and therefore no one would be able to put him away. But the director stood his ground, telling the policeman to send some people to explain to the man that his son was suspected of causing harm, and therefore he should be warned not to interfere with the police. The police officer said that he had clearly made it clear to Yankar's father that they do not take bribes. Looking at his rival, our hero calmly noted that it turns out that the son and father are similar. They are both dishonest people. Upon hearing this, the villain immediately grabbed his crutch, which he threatened the disciple with, asking how dare he say something like this. Xing Aofei was surprised, but not by these words, but by the fact that an ill-wisher even with a broken leg could jump perfectly, which was something very surprising. At that moment, Yankar swung and was about to hit the guy in front of him with all his might. A police officer who was watching this noticed a suitcase standing next to him and decided to use it to stop the villain. A moment later, it flew into the crutch, which should have immediately fallen to the floor. But something unexpected happened, because somehow the computer hit Yankar with all its might. Our hero watched all this, but he was struck not by the impact itself, but by the fact that most of the suitcase broke off, which indicated that the computer was damaged. Sitting on the floor, the young man lamented that the system was now completely destroyed. It didn't matter that the opponent was lying on the floor, unable to get up or say anything. At that moment, a voice was heard, asking if it was true that Yankar had been tortured during the interrogation. And then he added that he would definitely destroy anyone who dared to do something like that. The director immediately shouted to his assistants to quickly call for help, because they themselves could not provide it. Xing Aofei didn't care what was going on around him. He knew that the system was destroyed, and therefore he was probably waiting for death. But at this moment, our hero's assistant appeared, who reassured him, saying that the system was in working order, and therefore there was no point in worrying about this. She said that it was true. Despite this, she didn't understand what Xiaoxi was doing, nor what it was all about. Although she immediately came closer and whispered in my ear that the system had issued a new task. And while the young man was looking at what had happened, the police officer told the director not to worry, because they had already called an ambulance. Our hero decided that the villain was seriously injured as a result of Xiaoxi, who tried to protect her master, but immediately realized that the blood had blocked the trachea. At this moment, the worried chief replied that the ambulance was waiting for a very long time, and therefore asked if anyone could provide proper assistance. The teenager understood that, except for him, no one else could cope with this, and therefore proudly declared that he could help. The police looked at the young man carefully, not understanding how he would affect the current difficult situation. But the guy didn't care what anyone thought of him. He He just said that he wanted to be allowed to save that person's life. Therefore, in the next instant, he went up to the poor man and carefully looked at him to assess the young man's condition. At that moment, the police officer said that Yankar was injured because of his own actions, but did not know how this boy could help him, although the officer was sure that Xing Aofei would definitely cope because he is good at medicine. The director also noted that this is a doctor who can be relied upon. He could hear what these men were saying, so he was embarrassed that they actually thought so highly of him. The assistant, who was standing nearby, told the teenager that until he saved this villain, he would remain unpunished, and therefore salvation is an important and mandatory matter. However, Xing Aofei didn't seem to be in a hurry, wanting to figure out what had happened. After all, the suitcase couldn't have caused so much damage. As the student sat down, he realized that his nose bone was definitely broken. Although for myself I decided that this is not so terrible, it is much more dangerous that the blood got into the trachea. That is why our hero decided that he would try to use the healing energy that he now had, in the hope that it would help this person. In the next instant, the young man began to do what he thought would ease the condition. And it actually worked, because the guy soon enough announced to everyone present that the bone was set. But the problem was different. Our hero put very little effort. Despite this, he was very tired and could barely stand on his feet, and all because the treatment took a lot of energy. Suddenly, one of the police officers approached the student, asking about how Xing Aofei was feeling, and heard that he was fine. And then something happened that the teenager did not expect, because the victim jumped up and immediately began coughing. The young man looked at this in surprise, realizing to himself that this was a bad symptom. After that, the ill-wisher fell to the floor again. At the same time, the young man immediately went over to check his condition. Despite the fact that the energy left quickly, our hero realized that he could not just give up now, and therefore continue treatment. But after looking at his hands, the young man said with annoyance that he couldn't free Yankar's throat with just ki alone. Aloud, the young man said that if this guy had been taken to the hospital in time, he would have had an intubation of the trachea, but it's too late for that. And then something even stranger happened, because there was a small mouse sitting on the floor. There was a strange object in her hands, which was what interested Xing Aofei the most. It seemed that the teenager had never seen anything like this, and therefore could not tear his eyes away from it. Running up to the victim, our hero began to shake him as hard as he could, telling him to wake up immediately. The police watched in horror as the student did something unimaginable, which at first glance did not look much like help. But less than a minute later, Yankar started coughing even harder than before. Moreover, he himself got down on all fours and started clearing his throat again. At this moment, the young man breathed a sigh of relief, and the police officer informed everyone present that an ambulance had arrived. Outside, Xing Aofei personally watched as the young man was loaded into the ambulance. The director, who was standing next to the young man, sincerely told Tom that the doctor's son showed himself at his best, and therefore he can be proud of him. The guy was pleased to hear something like this. Despite this, he was embarrassed, and therefore said that he was just being praised a lot. In fact, he did not do anything special. A moment later, another police officer apologized for the fact that the student's computer somehow flew, but he had no idea how this could have happened in the first place. Our hero, surprising the employee, noted that, most likely, the computer flew on its own and added that he would return for his equipment. Entering the interrogation room, the teenager looked at the floor in surprise and was surprised to notice that the system had disappeared again. He stared ahead in surprise, wondering how this could have happened in the first place. Shifting his gaze, he tried to figure out who might have taken the system, but suddenly he felt something heavy hit him on the cheek. The assistant immediately asked Xiaoxi why she was hitting people for no reason at all. Not really understanding what had happened, the young man asked if the system or the assistant was bullying him. Although in the next moment there was no laughing matter, because the student stared intently in front of him, unable to believe what he was watching. In front of him was a funny hare, who called the guy a funny boy, and greeted him with pleasure. Xing Aofei said with some disbelief that the system had somehow turned into either a hare or a rabbit. But after hearing these words, Xiaoxi only insulted our hero, saying that he was a real fool. And then, with anger in her voice, she asked how the young man dared to destroy the system in the first place, adding that now he would have serious problems. Taking the rabbit by the ears, the young man angrily declared that he still remembers very well that the system jumped by itself and no one helped it in this. Xiaoxi loudly shouted that the guy was just bullying her and asked her to immediately let go of her ears. After a moment, Xing Aofei changed his temper and said that if Xiaoxi was afraid of what he had done, she should answer clearly because he had saved Yankar. Pointing to the rabbit, the assistant repeated that this was actually the case. But Xiaoxi was angry. She said that the guy should not be in league, although the girl immediately noted that the system cannot evade the answer, but should clearly say what happened. The young man happily stated that it turned out that his mission was successfully completed, and therefore he wants to know what kind of reward he is entitled to. But the rabbit said irritably that there was really no reward, even though the young man didn't understand it. Again, the girl asked if Xiaoxi didn't choose the verification system in the presented interface. The guy didn't understand what they were talking about, so he clarified what it was all about. Beauty explained that when the underworld system is hit, it triggers an emergency mechanism and randomly assigns difficult tasks to its master, whether he completes the task or not. But the system must choose a reward for him. At that moment, Xiaoxi once again shouted loudly that the girl was not telling the truth, but the girl was not going to indulge the system, especially since she knew perfectly well that it was wrong, and therefore said that it was not necessary to lie to a young man. Xing Aofei stated in a concerned voice that it turns out that the system is distorting the reward. But Xiaoxi stood her ground and said that she wasn't distorting anything. Grabbing the rabbit's ears again, the guy stated in a determined tone that he would never let the system laugh at him. But I couldn't finish, because the next moment the door opened with a bang. The stranger glanced at Xiaoxi and immediately addressed her, although he was in no hurry to say anything else. In the next minute, the enraged man switched to our hero and shouted that he dared to offend his son, and therefore he would send the student to the hospital. And after a moment, he added that the same fate would befall the entire family of the young man who deserved it. For a few seconds, the guy couldn't figure anything out, but then, pulling himself together, he asked the stranger how he even dared to say such a thing. But the man stood his ground. He rudely said that the boy considers himself cool only because he knows kung fu. Utu Yufu shouted that he would kill our hero for even daring to look in his son's direction, let alone get into a fight with him. Xing Aofei didn't like this kind of behavior, so he wondered if the father of the bad person might also want to try to fight him. The man who couldn't contain his anger in any way now stated that if the guy could stop him, then he would be forgiven. But at that moment, a policeman came running into the room, who rushed at Uta Yufu and said that this was a police station but not a place for a showdown, and therefore it was not appropriate to behave in this way. At this time, some strangers were standing outside the door, who heard a man asking the officer to let him go because he was going to take revenge. But the young man, breaking into a shout, replied that everyone knew perfectly well that Yankar always wreaked havoc in the village, and that it was because of him that all problems arise. The girl spoke to Inspector Shu in a low voice, as if she was about to tell him something. But the young man gave a sign to the beauty that she should wait a little with her questions. At this time, our hero continued to explain that Yankar robbed and injured local residents. Many witnesses perfectly saw this incident. However, the man did not care. He said that the boy hit his son, and now slanders him, assuring the police that this is all not true. The officer had been working in this area for a long time and knew many of the residents of the city very well, so he himself sharply ordered Utu Yufu to be quiet. At that moment, the student remembered that a lot of people were filming that fight, and therefore asked the ill-wisher if he might want to see it personally. The opponent continued to brush it off, noting that he didn't need to see it, but rather that he already knew that it was Xing Aofei who had slapped his son in the face. The teenager again said that he did not mind that there was a fight, but the reason was that it was Yankar who planned to beat up people right at the police station. Zhu listened attentively to this conversation. He was telling his friend that this boy is very good. Unexpectedly, the young man entered the interrogation room. He did not introduce himself to anyone, but simply shouted for everyone to immediately shut up. The police officer looked at Prosecutor Shu in surprise, not knowing what else to say in this case. All of a sudden, Utu Yufu spoke up, still saying in the same displeased tone that this boy had hit his son, and now he was in the hospital, and therefore this bandit needed to be punished. The prosecutor carefully looked at the audience, noting that a fair punishment is, of course, a good thing. He immediately asked his subordinates to bring him the investigation report. The man studied the document carefully for a while, but at the same time, the room was completely silent. But a moment later, Utu Yufu spoke up again, trying to shield his son and saying that his unfortunate son was shopping at the market, but suddenly he was beaten up by this rascal boy. And now the young man was in the hospital, and therefore the criminal cannot be released from the police station. Shu asked in a stern tone if the man had seen it all with his own eyes, speaking so confidently about it. But the victim's father replied in a frightened tone that his son had told him everything. Pointing to the document, the prosecutor explained that according to the investigation report, Yankar appeared at a market on the north side of Yangshui village around 9 in the morning, riding a motorcycle there to injure people and steal money. However, Utu Yufu, as before, did not want to hear anything. He shouted that it was all slander. Everyone knows that riding a moped in the market is prohibited. And then he suggested that it was possible that all those people in the markets were in debt to his son. Shu did not like this attitude, so he told the man to look at the crimes committed by his son with his own eyes, and more than 40 witnesses told what really happened. And in order for the father to finally understand this, the prosecutor handed over the folder where it was all documented. After a moment, our hero spoke up, who reminded that he had a video where Yankar admits his guilt in front of everyone. Now the terrified Utu Yufu did not know how to proceed in this case, because the facts speak better than any words. Shu looked at the young man and asked him if he could show him this recording. The police officer said that they also have this video, and therefore they will definitely pass it on. The teenager sitting next to the man, with humor in his voice, noted that he did not need to be nervous because It would be his turn to answer for his sins. A moment later, everyone in the audience was carefully watching the video, which recorded everything that happened. Shu thought that Xing Aofei was actually smart enough to make a video where the culprit would admit his guilt. Therefore, I told the criminal's father to watch the video carefully again, because there is someone on it who admits that he stole and also injured people. Utu Yufu heard the prosecutor say with confidence in his voice that Yankar was guilty. There is no doubt about that. After a while, standing on the street, the teenager sincerely thanked the prosecutor for understanding this difficult situation. The law enforcement officer admitted that he had already heard about the bullying of the father and son, and now it can still be proved, and therefore I am glad that the guy managed to bring at least one to clean water. After that, our hero once again sincerely said that after that, the people in the village can sleep in peace because their village is safe. Shaking hands with the disciple, Shu felt a powerful surge of energy, which surprised him very much. It seemed that he had never felt anything like this before. Xing Aofei himself realized that the young man looked different somehow, so he asked if he was okay. The prosecutor didn't answer the question. He just said that he didn't want the young man to call him uncle because his name sounds like Shu Yan. Moreover, he can just be called Big Brother. However, the young man did not finish because at that moment another policeman came up and began to speak indistinctly. But instead of explaining, Officer Yang started showing everyone his biceps, saying something about how justice should come first. It should come first. The audience tried to understand what he wanted to say to these policemen, but they could not. Suddenly, the director, who was also outside, turned to a subordinate and shouted that the main office wanted to get the data from the investigation of Utu Yufu and his son, and this should be done immediately. And instead, the employee was rapping about his biceps. Yu said it was all really funny, seeing how our hero could barely contain his laughter. Suddenly, the prosecutor asked the teenager if he could buy the student lunch tonight. At this moment, the assistant reminded that the young man planned to meet with his classmate. Xing Aofei looked dreamily in front of him, remembering that they had actually agreed. But so many things had happened that he had already forgotten about it. So the young man honestly admitted that he had other things to do today, but he would definitely come next time. The prosecutor understood everything without words, and therefore did not hesitate to ask if it was true that the student had an appointment with his girlfriend. The young man was surprised by such a frank question, and therefore he was confused, because he did not know what to answer. Closing his eyes, our hero apologized to Shu for what he had just said, even though Shu replied understandingly that a teenager can have his own life, and therefore, he should do what he planned. Running away as fast as he could, Xing Aofei shouted that they would definitely see each other again. But another time, left alone, the prosecutor thought that this boy was actually very interesting. At the same time, the joyful guy thought that he would soon see his goddess, whom he almost forgot about. The young man was literally elated, and therefore did not notice that someone was secretly watching him. The man was looking carefully around the corner and smiling, but he wasn't in a hurry to follow the young man. He, in turn, continued to run, muttering to himself something about his goddess. When Xing Aofei arrived at the park, he saw a girl sitting on a bench with her back to him. The disciple was in no hurry to approach, but thought to himself that he had come, and therefore they would see each other now. Coming close to the bench, the young man apologetically greeted the beauty and immediately said that he had made her wait, that, of course, it's not allowed. But at that moment, the man's head turned around and our hero saw a man who menacingly declared that he was very glad that Xing Aofei had come here, because he had been waiting for him for a long time. The teenager definitely did not expect such a turn of events, and therefore asked what was going on in general. Our hero shouted that Utu Yufu had changed into women's clothes and was sitting in the park like that, and therefore he had no shame, although most of all the student was interested in where the real Inguru was. The man said that there was actually a girl here, but he explained to her that the boy was in prison because he had severely beaten another person. The guy did not like that someone interfered in his life, and therefore began to insult the ill-wisher. He laughed and said that the teenager does not understand women, for example, so the beauty just ran away. She did not even look back. Xing Aofei wasn't going to discuss it. He was wondering why the man was wearing women's clothes and waiting for someone they had already discussed everything with. At that moment, other villains began to approach from all directions, saying that they would teach the boy a lesson. Our hero was aware that he was lured into a trap, but this situation did not frighten him at all, because he was confident in his own abilities. Bending the metal rod in half, the young man asked if these men were really so confident in themselves that they were planning to attack him. Seeing what was happening, the bandits couldn't believe their eyes, and therefore they were about to run away, realizing that they didn't want to get involved in a fight with such a person. But Utu Yufu was angry and shouted that he had hired the boys to deal with the boy, not to look at him in fear. The villains tried to look bold, even though they knew they probably wouldn't have to. At the same time, there was a fire in our hero's eyes, a fire of desire to take revenge and show that you don't have to repeat mistakes twice. Therefore, with just one blow, the young man took down several people who didn't even have time to do anything. Seeing what was happening, Utu Yufu shouted even louder, saying that the guy had angered him because he had shamed the whole village, and now he would pay for it. Xing Aofei didn't seem to care at all as he was just watching everything that was happening. At this moment, the ill-wisher struck the guy, who quickly deviated to the side so that the man hit his fist against a tree. The villain realized that he had failed, and therefore decided to make a blow, but this time with his foot. But the teenager was able to dodge in this case, and therefore the man hit, but now with his foot. Angry, Utuyufu said that he was in pain, and the young man did not even see that the unfortunate man's leg was swollen, but the young man indifferently stated that it was not necessary to hit the limb against a tree, then none of this would have happened. At this moment, our hero was approached by his assistant, who reported that someone was making noise ahead, and therefore she wants to see who is there. Outside, the boys noticed a crowd of people who had gathered in front of the building. The teenager did not understand what was going on, and also why so many people were gathered and pushing everyone aside. He wanted to see for himself what had happened. Dissatisfied people pointed to some poor man lying on a stretcher, noting that in the Sin Clinic this patient was not only not cured, but on the contrary even crippled. The guy immediately noted to himself that this person has a severe sprain. A stranger told everyone that only yesterday his father could walk, but after taking medication he stopped moving at all. But instead of treating the old man, they just crippled him, which means that this hospital has only charlatans who are not capable of anything. Our hero did not like this attitude, so he shouted for everyone to keep quiet. Hearing her husband ask her son to leave because it is dangerous here, the woman said that she trusts the boy and therefore wants him to stay. After that, the guy told the son of the victim that he was the son of a doctor, although the man began to get even more angry, saying that it was not enough for the doctor to delegate his work to some boy. But Xing Aofei didn't care what people said about him, so he said that he was a professional in his field. Other than that, Mr. Xing's guilt wasn't proven. When the stranger heard about this, he shouted even louder that this was the person who was taking care of the patient, and therefore all the blame lay on him. And again, the guy began to object, saying that these arguments were indirect, and therefore it was too early to draw conclusions. The clinic has been operating for more than a decade. My father's skill in treating patients was well known in the area. If it is a misdiagnosis, then they are responsible until the very end. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to earn the trust of the people who visit them all the time. With that, the crowd that had been shouting that the hospital was run by charlatans switched gears and started pointing out that they knew Mr. Xing and that excellent specialist. The man asked our hero if it was true that he was going to treat his father. Xing Aofei didn't answer the question, instead asking when the old man got sick. His son replied that it happened yesterday around 9 in the morning. That's when the man felt ill. Answering the teenager's question about what time they went to the doctor, the man replied in a trembling voice that it happened around 15 o'clock in the afternoon because his father's back hurt so much and he walked slowly. But the guy was not satisfied with this answer. He said that it was necessary to immediately take the infrequent to the doctor and not postpone this until better times. The victim's father did not want to take responsibility for what happened, so he grabbed our hero and shouted that the old man had taken the medicine that Mr. Xing had prescribed for him, and that was why the patient became ill. Xing Aofei wasn't going to give up so easily, so he grabbed his opponent's arm and asked when the man had taken the medicine. Hearing that it happened at 22 o'clock, the teenager noted that it became bad in the morning. They went to the doctor in the afternoon, and the medicine was taken only before going to bed. The young man said that the old man took the medicine too late. Despite this, for some reason, they make his father guilty. But the ill-wisher again shouted that everything was fine with his father, and therefore he drank medicine, and after that the condition worsened, and therefore now no one can help the poor guy. Smiling, Xing Aofei stated in a calm tone that he could treat this patient. Mr. Xing had heard what his son was saying, but it seemed like real madness, so he asked the boy to be quiet. The stranger told everyone, "Isn't it enough that the father hurt the old man? Now an ordinary teenager wants to do it too." Our hero explained that his father's ability is to treat many diseases, and to do it successfully. As for himself, he can eliminate this ailment that the elderly gentleman suffers from. Suddenly, a rabbit appeared on the guy's shoulder and said that Xing Aofei was a fool because there would be no reward for the previous task. Instead, there would be a new task. The assistant who was standing nearby pointed out that this wasn't quite true. In fact, if the disciple cured this old man, he would get 20 points. Looking at the poor guy, the young man decided that he had to do it. So he thought to himself that it looked like he was going to have 20 points in his account very soon. It seemed to everyone that the young man was just joking. They said that serious illnesses could not be cured so easily. The disgruntled son claimed that if something happened to his father, then he would skin our hero alive. The young man had no time to argue. Moreover, he was not going to do it. So he said that if the man wants his father to recover, he should be silent for at least a minute. The disgruntled man looked at the disciple carefully, his face showing displeasure, but he still fell silent. After a moment, the guy was able to determine that the fourth lumbar bone marrow was swollen, and therefore it was pressing on the nerve. Suddenly, the old man screamed and said that he was in a lot of pain. The teenager turned to his grandfather, noting that he would try to make the swelling on his back go away. This would make it possible to forget about the pain. But after a moment, the elderly man became even worse, because our hero began to perform some manipulations. The old man's terrified son nervously asked why his father was breathing like he was about to die, if it was something to do with his back. But the guy was glad that the swelling was completely gone, and therefore it was possible to use the search for tendons to find the one that was twisted due to the injury. And he said that the tendon gets stuck in the groove in an orderly and soft state, but when someone experiences a sprain, the tendon becomes tense. Under the influence of the tendon, the muscles become stiff, which leads to arthralgia, which cannot be removed for a long time. What worried him was that this grandfather's bones were fragile, and the technique he was going to use could easily break them. Therefore, the young man first protected the bones with protective energy, and then stretched the tendons. Seeing what was happening, the surprised Shin didn't understand how this was even possible. It seemed to him that at that moment the guy turned into a true beast who was able to go to the end, knowing that success awaits him ahead. But only with each new movement the old man shouted louder and louder, which was watched with horror by passers-by. However, our hero was so absorbed in the task that he did not notice anything and no one, knowing what his mission was. Xing Aofei was confident in his own strength. Moreover, he wanted this elderly man to feel good and be able to walk and move like before. The woman did not understand what was going on, so she asked her husband if it was possible to do this to old people without knowing how to proceed. But Mr. Xing was more interested at the time in how his son learned these techniques. At this time, the crowd was wondering what was going on with the elderly man. Not knowing what to expect, the enraged man was asking where the boy had come from in the first place. Seeing that the old man was on his knees, his son shouted that the unfortunate man was paralyzed because of Dr. Xing, and now his son was also involved. But a moment later, everyone heard the voice of an elderly gentleman who informed everyone that he was in perfect order, which was hard to believe at all. And after a couple of seconds, the old man slowly began to unbend, and he did it quite confidently. Xing Aofei calmly noted that Grandpa can move now. When the old man turned around, tears were streaming from his eyes, and he said that this was a real little doctor who cured his back pain with just a few taps, and therefore sincerely thanked the teenager. The young man explained that his father's medications also play a big role in eliminating edema, so if the patient gets enough rest, then everything will be fine, and the problems were caused by hard work. The old gentleman smiled and said that he knew all about it. He explained that after taking the medication, he immediately felt better, but then he went to play mahjong. At first everything was fine, but after a while it became unbearable to stand. Dr. Shin said that this is a stimulation of edema, if the current pain is stronger than the previous one. He went on to say that fortunately, his son used the bone repair method just in time to fix the bent part to avoid further deterioration. The old man began to apologize for the rudeness of his son, although he did not understand this, and therefore stated that the main task of the doctor is to treat his patients. And then he added that in this place not only the father is stupid, but also his son, and therefore next time he will not go to this clinic. He grabbed his father's hand and said that such illegal clinics could not be trusted, although the old man asked that his son not drag him so much because he could not keep up with him. The young man did not like this attitude. He called this person ungrateful. So the very next moment he shouted as loudly as he could, telling the enemy to stop. The guy frankly called all these people ungrateful, saying that they can't just leave after what was done for them. Turning around, the man said that he did not understand what the boy was talking about, because everything happened because of his father's fault. Going to the ill-wisher, the guy said that now is the time to apologize. And, coming up close, he noticed that an ungrateful person was standing in front of him, who was helped, but he did not say anything. After that, he added that all this time, together with his people, they made a mess near the clinic, slandered it, and now they just leave. Grabbing Xing Aofei by the gate, the ill-wisher asked if the boy was bullying him. The parents were carefully watching everything that was going on, but it seemed that they didn't plan to interfere with it. Meanwhile, the villain said that if the boy didn't stop talking, then they would meet somewhere, and then they would be able to decide everything between them. But our hero did not need to be told twice, and therefore he moved a little further away. After that, the young man began to hint that he was absolutely not averse to meeting. However, after that, the villain began to sarcasm and laugh at him, thinking that he was not capable of anything at all. But after a moment, the young man began to laugh as loudly as he could, looking at the surprised face of the ill-wisher. The opponent asked with a strained voice about what he had said that was so funny that Xing Aofei was amused. But he noted that he laughs because the opponent is very confident in himself, and this looks as funny as possible. The man, angry, said that he did not understand what was so unusual about this. After that, our hero suddenly started talking about the fact that the man has an insect on his face. The frightened detractor did not understand what kind of insect he was talking about, and therefore asked his accomplices about it, although they did not see anything. But in the next instant, the man felt a blow that knocked him off his feet. It was as unexpected as possible. No one could have predicted that something like this would happen. Raising his hand, Xing Aofei calmly stated that there was nothing to worry about. It was fine. And then he added that he had dealt with this insect. Moreover, he had done it all for the poor guy's son. The young man went on to say that he wasn't so weak to be able to land a blow that no one expected with such ease. The ill-wisher did not turn around. Despite this, he stood and insulted the teenager. The young man wasn't going to back down, so he asked the man where his abilities were, and also why he wasn't using them. It seemed that this person was afraid of something or just wasn't in a hurry, so he replied in a low voice that they would live and see everything. But Xing Aofei thought that this wouldn't do, because he was counting on this man to fight back after all. After that, he had to take down this ill-wisher. This was the scenario that was running through his mind. The guy believed to the last that this person would still have time to change his mind. Just recently, this man was very excited, but then something happened, so he decided to leave just like that, which was quite strange and atypical. Xiaoxai suddenly spoke up and immediately called the guy a pathetic little man, whose IQ does not exceed Valenox, since he could not understand anything. The young man was angry, and therefore began to threaten the system, although it was not afraid of anything and therefore began to threaten in response. At this moment, the young man's mother asked what kind of animal was sitting on his shoulder, and our hero at this time asked a counter question to the rabbit about why it did not become invisible. And while Xiaoxi was saying that she had completely forgotten about it, the teenager was stalling for time to somehow explain what was going on. A moment later, Xing Aofei stated that he found this funny toy in a pile of trash. Suddenly, the rabbit hit the student so hard that he almost fell, and then threatened that it might be even worse if he continued to show off. Seeing that the animal was talking, the satisfied woman said that she would immediately bring the rabbit something to eat, because she was probably hungry. But the conversation didn't last long, because the boy was accosted by his father, who told him to follow him immediately. The young man didn't understand what was going on, but the man explained that he just wanted to ask something. Realizing this, the young man did not contradict, realizing that the conversation with his father should not be problematic or not easy. Moving down the street, one detractor told another that they wanted to reach the level of Dr. Xing to destroy his company, but instead just went and left. However, the man sternly stated that, most likely, his friends were blind, because the son of Xing Nianlin himself had just stood in front of them. And what he did was their Southern School's muscle-tightening technique. All of a sudden, the audience wondered how this person could be the son of the great Xing Nianlin, whether it was really true. But the man didn't answer, because at that moment his father spoke up. Turning around, the old man slowly said that things were actually unfolding in the most amazing way. Our hero, who at the same time was standing in front of his father, timidly asked why he became so serious, what he did wrong. But the doctor sharply asked who taught the young man such a technique, if he had already used it before. Xing Aofei thought about how he had learned this technique in the cultivation space, but now he didn't know what he could say to his father. And at that moment, when the guy decided to confess everything, his assistant noted that you can't tell strangers about things from the other world, which made the young man come up with something on the go. So the teenager began to say that a couple of days ago, on the way home, he met an old and poor man who taught him this. It seemed that the man didn't really believe what his son was saying, so he wanted to know as much as possible about the old man. And while the student talked about a non-existent person in poor clothes, Jiaoxi claimed that the owner was in big trouble because he had never heard such nonsense in his life. Suddenly, the doctor asked if it was true that the man had gray hair, a wart near his mouth, a mole under his right eye, and only one ear. Hearing about this, the young man thought with horror that he did not understand who his father was talking about, perhaps trying to catch him in a lie or test something. Xing Aofei decided that he simply had to take control of the situation and come up with something again. The guy did not know what he should say, so he asked a counter question about whether his father had met this old man, because according to the description he is very similar to the one that our hero also met. It was obvious that Mr. Sin was very interested in this story, so he demanded that the boy tell him what the man had told him. Once again, the teenager thought with horror that he had no idea that this unknown person could tell him, although the rabbit again hinted that the young man had a very low IQ level, and therefore he had nothing to lose. But the young man did not want to do this, and therefore began to think about what actions on the part of the healer might look most logical, perhaps that he could tell his secrets of the craft. For a moment, Xing Aofei wondered if it was right for him to talk about this. But the guy still told his story, looking at his father, who asked several times if it was true that it happened. Our hero did not understand anything. He only saw that something was wrong with the man, and therefore began to worry about that. As Xing Aofei got closer, he wanted to ask something else, but he decided to take his time and let his father recover. Suddenly, the doctor grabbed the boy by the arm and dragged him somewhere, which scared the young man as much as ever. The young man thought to himself that his father was pressing on an acupuncture point, with his strength so great that his entire body went numb in a couple of seconds. Looking at his son, the father abruptly stated that he personally wanted to see what the guy managed to learn from that elder. However, the young man only thought that something was wrong with him because he couldn't control the power in his own body. In the next instant, our hero decided to connect his own energy, wanting to see what would follow. The man at that moment shouted about how this flow of power was so powerful, and immediately explained, if he wasn't mistaken, that poor old man was a muscle compression master from the Southern Mu School in Changchun City. The guy listened to this in surprise, realizing that he hadn't met anyone at all. Moreover, I haven't been to the place my father just told me about. The man explained that muscle contraction in the south and moth needles in the north are the most famous techniques in folk medicine. The northern school is famous for acupuncture, and the southern school is famous for the interpretation of dawn. As for that old man, it's Master, the head of the dawn-pushing school. The young man mused and said that it turns out that there are martial arts in medicine as well. But who is the head of the Northern Needle Moth School? Shioxi, who heard the conversation, said that the head of the Northern School is Liu Chang'e, known as Fairy Yudi, and her follower, and then for some reason fell silent, carefully looking at the father of our hero. But then the man said that he was her follower. The surprised guy immediately replied that he didn't even think that his father was so cool. The doctor explained that it was all so long ago. Now he is not interested in conflicts between schools. He just wants his family to be safe and also study medicine to save people. The factions of the North and South had been at war with each other all their lives, although the man couldn't understand one thing. He immediately asked why Master Mu of Changchun had decided to teach this secret knowledge to a guy and not to someone more experienced and wise. Turning away, the man answered his own question, saying that most likely this is the most common coincidence. And he added that this is a great success for the young man. Besides, recently, he has significantly improved his skills and therefore asked his son to follow him to the clinic. Shioxi said with dissatisfaction in his voice that there was no question of any work because the day was already ending, so it was time to go home. The doctor took off his glasses and told the boy to wait a little longer. This was because he was personally going to teach him the moth needle technique, and then he would become a descendant of the northern faction. The specialist said that the needles are made of pure silver, which will help not only to cure diseases, but also to drive away evil spirits. Pricking, pinching, or scrolling, you can stimulate acupuncture points. This makes it possible to get rid of many diseases, as well as exorcise demons. The man had previously clicked on the Naguan point and realized that the guy's internal energy was simply huge. But the QE is stuck in the body, so the young man can't use it to its full potential, which is why he will teach a technique that will open many doors for Xing Aofei. The doctor said that he could clean the tendons by puncturing the acupuncture points. It was obvious that the man is a real professional, knowing exactly what needs to be done and in what sequence. The disciple didn't resist, not because it was his father, but because he could feel the powerful energy flowing in the man himself. After a moment, the guy screamed, but he could not immediately describe his feelings. After a while, the teenager said that it was very pleasant. He felt the heat spreading all over his body. The doctor said that everything is done, the tendons are cleaned, and now the son should not forget to practice this technique, adding that it is also important to remember all the acupuncture points in order to hit them clearly. Hearing our hero talk about not worrying about his father because he will succeed, Xiaoxai noted that if it wasn't for her, the boy would still be as stupid as possible. Jumping up from his seat, the disciple started threatening the rabbit, even though the father immediately told Xing Aofei to return to his seat. The young man realized that he had made a big mistake because he had succumbed to a fleeting emotion. But in the next instant, someone forcefully pushed Xiaoxi, who couldn't understand anything. He knew he should pick her up when he heard his father tell him not to move, because he had just poked her in the spot that controls her physical reflexes. Suddenly, the mother of our hero entered the room, declaring that it was enough to have lunch, it was time to go to dinner. The frightened woman asked what had happened to her son, why he looked so strange. Miss Yongxin replied that the boy was fine, but as for himself, he wanted to help his wife so that the boy would join them later after changing his clothes. And in the next minute, the hostess asked where the rabbit was, which she also prepared food for. Back in the study, Xing Aofei talked about how this technique was actually amazing because it was incredibly relaxing. After a while passing the plate to the young man, the father asked if he really changed his clothes so quickly. Smiling, the young man replied that he actually did it very quickly. Looking in the direction of the guy, the woman again shouted with admiration that she saw a charming baby. The teenager saw how carefully his mother was looking at him, asking if he could be hugged. Embarrassed, Xing Aofei timidly noted that he was already a grown man, so it wasn't very convenient. But the guy only watched as the woman took Xiaoxi off her shoulder and picked her up. The woman prepared a large plate of carrots, saying that the rabbit should eat it all with pleasure. Xiaoxi, in turn, noted that she had never tasted fresh and delicious carrots before. The boy didn't like the rabbit's reaction, but the rabbit proudly told him to mind his own business. After these words, our hero was really angry because the system did not give him the proper reward. Grabbing Xiaoxi by the ears, the young man shouted that dinner was already over, so it was time for the animal to go to its room and sit there in silence. But the woman did not like this attitude, and therefore she reprimanded her son for being too rude. At that moment, an assistant appeared in the room. She also turned to the system, saying that the owner had completed 2 missions, but for some reason there was still no reward, and this is not allowed. Picking up her carrot, the rabbit continued to claim that she had no idea what kind of reward they were talking about at all, adding that the guys were confusing something. The young man shouted and reminded them that he had saved Yankar and the old man, and there was a reward for that, but he had not seen it yet. The girl replied in a soft tone that Xiaoxi had created these missions herself and therefore now had to return to the system. But Na replied that she was in the body of an animal and therefore there might be problems. But the brunette didn't understand how this was possible, since she was facing the most powerful system in the entire underworld. Therefore, she noted that the rabbit really wants to take the entire award again. If this is the case, she will complain to the judge and he will immediately change the system. Turning to Shuang, Xiaoxi said that there was no need to worry so much because everything was already clear to her. And she said that she had never intended to hide anything, and there would be a reward too. A moment later, a bright light flooded the room, and the rabbit froze in place. Hearing the password, the young man began to complain, saying that he did not like it. But the girl noted that the owner is a guy, and therefore he can change it at any time. But it didn't matter to the guy. The most important thing was that he wanted to know what kind of reward he would get this time. Pressing the button, the guys froze, realizing that something interesting was about to happen. Suddenly, a three-dimensional Polaroid camera appeared on the screen, although it was unclear what it could do. However, after a moment, Shuang explained that if you take a photo with this camera, then you will be able to get a real copy. The young man was glad that he had received such an award, but he didn't know where he could start. The girl immediately said that if she took a picture of some beautiful clothes from the store, it would become real, and therefore it would be possible to change outfits at least every day. Our hero was not greedy, and therefore passing the camera, told the assistant that if she likes this camera, she can take it for herself. Surprised, Shuang claimed that she had never been given anything before, much less anything meaningful. A moment later, the girl was literally hanging onto Xing Aofei, thanking him for his generosity. The young man only thought with embarrassment that the beauty was so warm and soft. A disgruntled rabbit eating her carrots told the boys to stop hugging, and added that the guy has one more try and therefore he can use it. After doing what the system asked, the youth asked in surprise what this strange object they were seeing in front of them was. Xiaoxi called the young man ignorant and explained that the real elixir of life was in front of them. And then he added that for our hero such a thing is not very useful. As the rabbit headed in the direction where the item was, she shouted that she would definitely hold the item for her master. In another second, Xiaoxi was practically right next to that tiny box. And while the young man shouted that he would not fall for such a trick, he heard a powerful explosion that occurred where the elixir was located. Then he said, if this item isn't really important, then why is Xiaoxi so interested in it? The system immediately stated that the reason is that it knows much more than the average student. Holding this small ball in her hands, the rabbit looked at it in amazement. At the same time, the animal immediately jumped away in the other direction, hearing the guys shouting that the reward should be returned to the owner. However, all of a sudden, something went wrong in the room, because the young people started to get caught up in a whirlwind. The young man didn't know what that meant, but he could see that the rabbit was already standing at the open door. Xiaoxi immediately called our hero a stupid boy and was about to leave this place, but she couldn't do it, because she bumped into something big and fluffy. A moment later, the rabbit was lying on the floor, and the big and kind dog was licking her as if it were her puppy. Addressing Yellow, which was the dog's name, Xing Aofei happily declared that it was just a great job. Only Xiaoxi was displeased, yelling at the dog not to come near, because she knows kung fu and can easily do harm. But in the very next moment, the system looked at its hands and found that it didn't find its life elixir there. However, everyone present heard Yellowy swallow something and look at Xiaoxi contentedly, waiting for more treats. Realizing what had happened, our hero said with horror in his voice that his faithful dog had so easily eaten the elixir of life, and only the rabbit could not believe it, so she patted the dog, telling him to immediately give back what he had stolen from her. Xiaoxi said that if the dog didn't do what he was told, then she would definitely make a RGU out of him, so that in the future he would ask something first, and then take someone else's. But a moment later, something indescribable happened, and the boys squeezed their eyes shut, trying to figure out where this bright golden glow was coming from. And suddenly they realized what had happened, because the dog had changed significantly and now looked more like some kind of predator, if not a pet. Closing his familiar hand, the young man asked what had happened to his yellow belly, and who was the animal that was standing in front of them. Xiaoxi jumped on our hero's back and nervously shouted that the dog had taken the elixir, and therefore now he would definitely turn into a great demon. He didn't know what to expect, and he could expect anything, so he kept his guard up. At the same time, the brunette screamed loudly, telling the guy to be extremely careful. Suddenly, the dog broke from its place and was about to jump on the owner, who asked him not to make a mistake, because Yellowbelly is a kind domestic dog. And then something unusual happened, because the dog knocked the guy to the floor, but only to lick his face. But what surprised our hero was not this, but the fact that his dog began to talk, and therefore Shinaofei asked his faithful friend to return to his appearance, and also to be silent in front of strangers, so as not to frighten them. Yellowbelly said that he would do everything as asked, rejoicing that now he is full of energy and strength. Although a minute later the dog proudly announced that he was planning to take a walk because he stayed at home too long. The teenager wanted to say something, but all he could see was the closed door. Moving through the park, the assistant asked the student where he was in such a hurry, but the guy explained that his dog had become a demon. He had acquired a strong body and great strength, and therefore other animals would avoid him when they smell a special demonic smell. The young man was about to say something else when he suddenly heard a faint voice begging for help. Xing Aofei was sure that it was Yellow Belly calling them, so he ran in the direction of the voice. The guy's eyes were caught by a stranger who was lying unconscious on the ground. Our hero didn't know what was wrong with her, but he saw his dog nearby, so he asked her not to come close. Looking at the victim, the teenager explained that nothing terrible happened to the girl. Just from fright, she lost consciousness. Not much time had passed, and the unfortunate woman had already opened her eyes and was even trying to say something. Xing Aofei quickly asked how the beauty was feeling, as well as if she was hurt. Xiaoxi decided to explain that Yellow Belly was right next to them. He was an obedient dog. He didn't bite or attack people, so there was no need to be afraid of him. Rushing to our hero's neck, the blonde immediately asked the young man to help her, saying that the dog would attack her again. But most of all, the young man was surprised not by this, but by the fact that the stranger used a pet word to address the guy, which sounded very strange. Realizing that it is impossible to address a young man in this way, the beauty turned to him as her husband, which further discouraged our hero, who tried to explain that he was not anyone's husband. The embarrassed girl said that if a guy is unpleasant when she says that, then she doesn't know what she can call him at all. After a moment, she added that if he did, she would call him daddy. Xing Aofei told his friends that he had no idea how the stranger came up with this idea, but Xiaoxi, as usual, said that the reason was that the girl hit her head hard when she fell. The young man was not going to argue for a long time, so he went up and introduced himself, expecting the same from the stranger, but she nervously asked how it could be that the guy forgot her. The blonde began to cry, noting that her name was Yuan. Despite this, the young man forgot about her. Our hero did not know this girl, but he thought to himself that something was obviously wrong with her. So he decided that he had to find out what was wrong with her and immediately asked if she was hungry. Having come to some institution, our hero asked the waiter to bring them more food. Xing Aofei saw that his friend was eating with great pleasure, so he told her to take her time and eat too much. All this food belongs to her alone, so no one will take it away. The guy was not clear why the beauty does not use the second wand, so he told her about it. But the girl admitted that these chopsticks are still uncomfortable. It is much more pleasant to eat using a fork and knife. The young man did not use such devices and therefore called Yuan very strange. She, in turn, said that she was full. Moreover, I never thought that you can eat so delicious, that in a small village they cook so wonderfully. Xing Aofei thoughtfully stated that the blonde was quite young, but how come she became a beggar? Perhaps the whole reason was due to her lack of family? Yuan quickly explained that she wasn't a beggar, but lived in a beautiful mansion next to a picturesque lake with many flowers around it, and she also had many servants working for her. The teenager did not believe it, although he said that it was impressive, but he would still like to learn something interesting about the girl. The beauty immediately noticed that they had a couple of ponies. They had already grown up. Now she could not keep up with them. Answering a question about the racetrack, the beauty said that she has one, but not in the yard, not far from home. She often brings her horses there for training. To himself, our hero thought that he knew a place called Newtown. There are Dragon Lakes. This is the famous luxury complex. There is no other place with a racetrack nearby. But the young man needed to know more, so he asked how Yuan got here. Perhaps she was looking for someone. After these words, the blonde began to cry again, saying that she was very offended that the schoolboy did not remember her at all. The young man couldn't understand why the beauty was crying again, so he asked her about it. And when the waiter brought another portion, Yuan said that Xing Aofei was her husband and therefore had to answer for her. The guy saw the reaction of the employee of the institution, who knew the young man well, and therefore tried to explain himself somehow, although he could not. In the next minute, the man's hand was on our hero's shoulder. The teenager said that the employee misunderstood everything, but the employee noted that the guy was already an adult and therefore should not explain anything. Then, with a smile, he added that he already understood everything, and therefore everything is in perfect order. Our hero was embarrassed because he knew that he looked as stupid as possible, but he didn't know why he should justify himself, because he didn't do anything. After that, the man said that there was no need to swear, and asked the employee to help the unfortunate girl change clothes, because it was quite dirty. The young man was confused by the fact that everyone was looking at Yuan as his girlfriend, even though she wasn't. Moreover, Xing Aofei had no idea who this stranger really was. As she went to fetch the workers, she looked over her shoulder at our hero carefully. While sitting at the table, the young man complained about Yuan taking a long time to change clothes, while Xiaoxi asked Yellow Belly to spit out that elixir. Suddenly, a woman came into the room and asked the teenager to look at her girlfriend, who now looks amazing. The guy whispered under his breath that this wasn't his girlfriend, and that he wasn't planning on dating any silly girl at all. Suddenly, the young man looked carefully in front of him, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. It wasn't the same girl who had entered this place before. The beauty once again told everyone present that her name was Yuan. After that, the girl again coquettishly asked that the young man not look so closely at her, because it confuses her. Inwardly, the teenager wondered if this was really the Yuan who came with him in this cafe, because it seems that it was someone else. The blonde knew how to flirt, so she didn't say anything and just looked at the floor, wishing that the guy would arouse even more interest in her person. But in the next minute, something even more interesting happened, because the girl slipped and was about to fall. And she fell, but only did it on our hero, who wanted to support her, but could not do it. Yuan stated in a soft tone that she had twisted her ankle a little, and the young man replied to make sure that everything was fine. Realizing that it was necessary to proceed to the examination, the guy got up, although he did not say anything. The embarrassed blonde did the same, waiting for the boy to check her leg. Jing Aofei asked the beauty to take off her shoes so that he could take a closer look at what was wrong. Despite the fact that the teenager was embarrassed, he knew that he had to do his job, and he had to do it as efficiently as possible. At this time, the employee said that this boy understood everything, although the woman did not understand what it was all about. Again, Yuan coquettishly asked if it would hurt her, but the young man replied that he would try to do everything as carefully as possible so that she would not feel anything. While the guy was performing his manipulations, the girl was thinking that she was feeling something incredible. Our hero explained that everything was fine with his leg. At the same time, the beauty noted that the young man was bleeding from the nose, but he only asked her to leave. After a while, Xing Aofei thanked Mr. and Mrs. New for everything, and said that it was already time for them to go. The girl snuggled up to the young man all the way, and he asked not to do this, explaining that he could not go normally like this and was about to fall off. The teenager did not know exactly who the blonde was, so he explained to her that the police would soon arrive to take her home, and, answering the question, he added that he is not leaving Yuan, just that he also has his own affairs that he must attend to, and after that he will definitely visit her. The animals that were standing on the side laughed at this situation, thinking that the beauty would roar again. Suddenly, Yuan asked them to make an oath on their little fingers. The girl wanted our hero to promise that he would definitely come to her. The young man did not know how to react to this, but decided not to refuse, and therefore agreed to it. Standing on the street, our hero asked Officer Yang to take this blonde girl home, because it was already very late. The man explained that he understood everything, and therefore he would inform the police department about the new city of Dragon Lake. As for Yuan, the guy asked her not to start crying again, explaining that the officer would take her home and check that everything was fine with her. And after that, Xing Aofei gently asked the beauty to be careful not to get lost again in the future. The guy actually had his own things to do, so he said goodbye and walked away. Our hero was sure that he did everything right. Moreover, he did everything that was in his power. However, it seemed that Yuan had completely different plans for this young man, so she abruptly turned around. The girl could not just let go of her new friend, so she ran again in the direction where our hero was. Hugging Xing Aofei, the beauty wanted to say something, but couldn't find the right words to express her emotions. Yuan asked the guy to stay with her, saying that she didn't want to leave him. The young man explained that he couldn't because her family was probably worried about her, so the girl had to go home. The teenager did not want to drag out this long goodbye, and therefore simply went ahead, letting the beauty know that this should be the case. The policeman was aware that time was running out, and therefore it was necessary to go, which is exactly what he told the girl, calling her Yuan. Turning abruptly, the blonde told the officer not to call her that. In fact, he'd better stay away from her. The man did not understand anything. He said that the beauty was lost, and therefore wants to help her, but does not understand why she began to behave so brazenly. Once again, Yuan explained in a stern tone that she couldn't have been lost since she lived in the 6th villa in the 3rd district of the new city. The frightened Ian wanted to say something, but the girl ordered him to be silent because she knew what he was going to say. She thought to herself that her performance simply wouldn't have been possible if she hadn't hidden the item in her underwear. After calling someone, Yuan asked them to track her down and come pick her up. On the way home, the driver told the young lady that she had never been to such cheap parts of the country before. In an indifferent tone, the girl told her assistant why she was suddenly interested in her personal life. But Ye explained that this was not the case at all, just that she was worried, and nothing more. Yuan immediately said that she went to see the only person who had mastered the northern moth acupuncture technique. The driver shouted that it was impossible, because all the representatives of this school died many years ago. Even if there were a couple left, they did not pose any threat to them. Lying down on the seat, the girl explained that you should not underestimate this young man, which she had already managed to check. The reason is that he even mastered the skill of setting tendons masterfully. You found this too strange to hear, so she asked him how he could have known about it. The young miss suggested that there might be traitors among them, and then she wondered who this man was, who was so adept at doing his job. Yuan said that this teenager looked like a fool. Moreover, he believed that she was the unfortunate one who got lost in the city. After that, the girl stated that she wanted to meet Xing Aofei as Yuan again to ask the guy if he was somehow connected to the southern sect. Seeing how our hero was packing up, Xiaoxi talked about how she would also have to go to college, and therefore would not be able to eat the food that the guy's mother makes, which was very annoying. But with irritation in his voice, the teenager shouted that he was the son of his mother, and the system, it's just a system, and therefore should not get attached to people. The rabbit was not going to argue, and therefore explained that she understood perfectly well that this was the young man's mother, and not his. A moment later, the guy grabbed the animal by the ears, an animal that couldn't understand why it was being bullied so much. Suddenly, the teenager was approached by Shuang, who asked what kind of college the young man has, hinting that it must be very big. Seeing his mother nearby, who did not understand why the young man bled so often, he said in amazement that in fact everything was fine with him. The woman asked another question about when her son contacted Yao Shijing recently, who came to them and brought them many gifts. Surprised, Xing Aofei didn't understand why this girl had come to them. It seemed to him that this brunette was an obsessive ghost that constantly haunts him. My mother continued to tell me that this girl had given me a box of walnuts and other healthy foods, and asked me to tell her that they were meant for a young man. She then happily stated that she felt like she liked Xing Aofei, who said that this brunette would eat his brain. At that moment, someone entered the room, saying that they hadn't seen the guy for quite some time. It was a pretty girl who asked not to sully her good intentions. Looking at the uninvited guest, the guy shouted in annoyance, asking why she decided to come to his house. Immediately, he grabbed his rabbit and told Jing not to come near him because she was causing trouble, even though the Jiaoxi didn't understand that this was happening to their master. But the girl calmly replied that the young man should not flatter himself because she had come to see his parents because she had learned that the young man was leaving for college. Pushing his furry friend away, Xing Aofei proudly announced that he was going to Huaxia Medical University. And after that, he added that he would finally be able to live a happy student life. The beauty noted that she knows this place because it is an elite private school, and heard the teenager again say that he fully deserved it. And then he added that she would not be able to bully him anymore because she was staying in this city. But Jing, with a slight smile, said that this was not entirely true because she entered the police academy, which is located very close to this university. And then she noted that they would be in touch, and therefore they would definitely not get lost. The mother of our hero, who liked this brunette, said in a soft tone that it was immediately clear that the guys were good friends, although her son immediately rejected this. Although it didn't matter to the woman, so she asked Shujing to stay for lunch to try the most delicious dishes because last time the girl had plans, so she quickly left. The beauty wasn't going to say no and said it was a great idea. At this time, Yuan's parents drove up to Mr. Shin's clinic, saying that it was Xing Aofei's house. The lady did not understand why their daughter was interested in this man, because his parents have a very small clinic. As for the man, he said that he had heard that this teenager has the same skills as the southern and northern sex, and therefore it's a sin not to ask about such a person. On the way to the entrance, the man's wife said it didn't matter. The most important thing was that these people had their own task, and they were going to complete it. The mother of our hero hoped that the guy would become softer, and therefore asked him to sit down and calmly talk to their guest. After that, she announced that she would go to the kitchen for the time being, and the young man must behave well. If this was not the case, she would punish her son. The young man knew his mother, so he did not contradict her. As for Jing, the teenager politely offered her to eat apples. Taking one, the girl noted that in this case, he should also take one for himself. Looking at his friend, Xing Aofei thought that the beauty was smiling strangely, so she was definitely up to something. Although the student did not know what it was, and therefore it was necessary to behave as benevolently or at least restrained as possible. But in the next instant, Xing Aofei felt his acquaintance poke an apple right in his face. Jing said that the guy should eat and not be shy because in the room there are all their own. But our hero did not want to seem stupid, and therefore decided that he would direct energy to this beauty. He wrapped his arm around hers and decided that she was going to feel the full force of his ki. Answering the young man's question about his strength, the brunette admitted that she had not seen the teenager for only a couple of days, and he had already become a little stronger during this time, which is impressive. Looking into the eyes of his guest, the guy insisted that she admit defeat. Xiaoxi, who was watching all this, said out loud that perhaps it was worth telling her mother about this incident, because it was unclear if the young man could control himself. But after a moment, the teenager let go of his friend's hand, because he heard some unfamiliar voices in the corridor. Entering the room, the woman carefully looked at our hero. The young man did not understand who these people were, and they, in turn, said that he did not know them for sure. Then, in a lazy tone, he said that he didn't understand what strangers were doing here. If they needed a doctor, then they should go to the clinic to see their father. The man explained indifferently that they had come here to make a marriage proposal. The surprised guys looked at these people carefully, not understanding what they wanted. At the same moment, my mother ran into the room and quickly asked what these people wanted and what kind of marriage they were talking about. However, realizing that she was holding a knife and looking very stern, she hid the kitchen utensils behind her back and immediately apologized. Without ceremony, the intruder explained that his daughter was interested in this young man, and therefore wanted to marry him. He immediately added that Xing Aofei should definitely join their family. The guy understood that something unusual was happening, and therefore objected, noting that he did not even know their daughter. Moreover, he did not understand why he should join someone else's family. Shuang, eating popcorn, said in a low voice that it was a teenager who would get into some trouble again, to which the rabbit immediately agreed. The woman spoke up again. She said that such a humble boy should not ask questions. Other than that, a guy does not need to be acquainted with a girl. However, if he marries her, then it will be a great honor for the whole Jing family. The man, interrupting his wife, took the floor himself, saying that they were a noble family that owned countless riches and power for generations, and therefore such a simple person as a schoolboy could not even imagine this. In the next instant, the intruder opened a suitcase filled to the brim with money. Mr. explained that this suitcase is a gift from their daughter. The guy should take it, and then they will know for sure that the transaction took place. Xing Aofei looked at the money in surprise. He was so scared that he didn't even know how to get out of it. But his mother came to the defense of her son, who shouted that her son should not be bribed, and therefore asked these strangers to take their money and leave her house. The man knew that the hostess was not joking, and therefore asked in a firm voice if he understood correctly that they were being refused. And again the young man tried to explain that he didn't know anyone, and therefore would be very stupid if he agreed. The man again explained that their daughter thought highly of the teenager. She decided to give him a chance. For sure the young man would not want to spoil relations with the Fan family. Xing Aofei didn't want to bargain, so he said that he didn't care what family these people were from. He just wanted them to leave immediately. It was obvious that the head of the family was not used to receiving refusals, and therefore began to threaten, which the young man immediately understood. In the next minute, Jing came to our hero's defense. She noted that if someone wants to threaten her friend, they must first go through her. The Fang family didn't understand who this beauty was, so they immediately asked her about it. The girl was smiling, as if she wasn't afraid of these people at all. That's why, unexpectedly for everyone, she grabbed the guy's hand, snuggled up to him, and said that she was his girlfriend. The lady of the house, who had taken a liking to her son's acquaintance, now couldn't understand either. Jing freely said that she and the young man had discussed their relationship just a few minutes ago. After that, the girl coquettishly winked at her companion, hinting that he would play along with her. The man did not believe this, and therefore stated that, in their investigations, there is not a word that the young man has a girlfriend, although he immediately asked to forget about all investigations. And, hugging Jing as hard as possible, happily informed that he actually has a girlfriend, and therefore you do not need to go to him. As for the woman, she did not believe in what was happening, and therefore said that she definitely could not be fooled. She sees that the guys are not a couple. Xing Aofei said in a calm tone that even if that was all, what difference did it make? The uninvited guest carefully looked into the young man's eyes, telling him not to force her to use force. And only our hero did not worry about this at all, noting that if someone wants to solve everything in a bad way, they can start. In preparation for something, ill-wishers angrily reported that after what they did, the teenager would be on his knees begging for mercy. Xing Aofei knew that he had a protector, so he asked Yellow Belly to send these bad people out of the house. Seeing what was happening, the head of the Fang family shouted that this was a real monster, and he asked the monster not to come because they would use force. Only Xiaoxi and Shuang were bored to watch. They were sure that they were facing serious people. Yellow Belly knew his task, so he immediately chased after the Fan family, even though they shouted that our hero would not get off so easily. The guys who continued to stand in each other's arms, laughing at what had just happened, they thought it was all something very funny. All of a sudden, the two young people looked at each other carefully and became confused. The boy's mother, who was standing between them at that moment, immediately asked what had happened to them, hearing each of them muttering something under his breath. After returning home, the parents explained to their daughter that they had failed the mission because the young man was stronger than they thought. But the blonde said it didn't matter at all because that was what she was thinking. And a minute later, she told her parents to come back, and when they came back, let her have this young man. Xing Aofei was happy that he was finally in college, so he was confident that a new life was waiting for him. Standing on the road, the young man claimed that his mother almost killed him on the way, and therefore it was nice to get out of the house, although the memories still followed him. He remembered his mother always asking him what else he needed. The young man did not understand why the woman gave him the teapot, because he was only going to another city, and therefore noted that it was definitely unnecessary and he would not need it. However, now it's all over, which means that a new life is waiting ahead, full of adventures and half-life emotions. Our hero's assistant talked about what she liked about this place. It's the most beautiful campus she's ever seen. But Xiaoxi had a different opinion on this matter, proudly declaring that the underworld was still much better than here. All of a sudden, Shuang shouted for the system to hide immediately, because no one should see the student walking around with some kind of animal. Raising his hand, the guy shouted that from now on he would have fame, money, girls, and the envy of guys, and therefore everything would definitely be his. But in the next moment, there was no trace of joy left, because the young man's suitcase, which was standing on the roadway, was hit by a car that drove up to the bus stop. Xing Aofei shouted that the driver should look around because he might injure people. A minute later, a beautiful woman appeared from the car, who happily greeted her friend, asking why he was angry on the first day of student life. The young man was startled. He didn't understand why Jing was following him again, so she asked him about it. And then she humorously noted that her boyfriend is checking in today, and therefore she came to help him. Passing the bag to the beauty, the young man playing along said that then his caring girlfriend would definitely help him with a heavy bag. Jing pretended that there was no problem with that. Moreover, she proudly noted that the bag wasn't heavy at all. At this time, another young man, looking around, said that there are many beautiful girls in this place. He can offer one of them to bring a suitcase, thus getting acquainted with someone. Turning to his companion, the blonde man said that he sees a beauty ahead, which you can pay attention to. Sim and Huan, who could scan people, looked around carefully. Drawing attention to one of the students, the young man explained that she belongs to the usual Class A, and therefore is not interesting to him. Then he turned his gaze to Jing, whose energy sparkled around her. Sim and Huan happily shouted that this was exactly the girl he had been dreaming of and waiting for. At the same time, he knew that such a beauty would be difficult to win over, even though the guys who were standing nearby noticed someone who was next to the beauty. Our heroes did not understand anything, because they noticed a large number of petals next to them. At the same time, the blonde man was taking off his hat and getting as close to Jing as possible. A moment later, Sim and Huan was standing next to the girl, doing his best to make her pay attention to him. The guy introduced himself and said that he thinks that, compared to the girl, he is a senior. After that, he asked if the beauty needed help, then he was ready to do everything that depends on him. Our hero was not at a loss, and therefore handed the bag to the new hero, telling him to help carry it to the room. He immediately told Jing that they were very lucky to have this guy who came to them in time. The blonde man was angry and said something under his breath. It was obvious that he didn't like this state of affairs. He wasn't used to anything like this. The girl coquettishly told Sim and Huan to get up and follow them, as they wouldn't be waiting for him forever. As the young man got up, he said in an exasperated tone that he was already on his way. A new acquaintance asked the beauty if it was true that she was a well-off girl, knowing that this was a private university, but she said that she was studying elsewhere, but here to help the guy. However, Sim and Huan didn't back down, so he invited the student to lunch, asking her what her plans were. She, in turn, replied that she would go to lunch with her friend. The guy was dissatisfied, and therefore began to threaten our hero, saying that he should not appear on his way. The young man responded to the ill-wisher unflatteringly, and the latter again began to shout, saying that he did not understand how the teenager dared to contradict him at all. Jing was startled and told the blonde that she didn't think he looked very good. In order not to look silly, Sim and Huan explained that they had arrived at the boys' dorm, so the beauty should stay downstairs because it would be ugly if she went with them. At this time, friends of the ill-wisher who were nearby said that they needed to follow their leader, and one of the comrades added that their boss would teach this boy a lesson now. Entering his 406th room, our hero noted with some relief that he missed this place very much. As for Sim and Huan, he claimed that he was exhausted after hearing the young man tell him to leave everything at the entrance and be free. After doing as he was told, the blonde suddenly said that he had one question for the teenager, and coming up close, he asked who for our hero is the girl who was next to him. The young man was sure that the question was about a hint of a relationship, and therefore, smiling, replied that the beauty was almost like an enemy to him. The student immediately got down to business, explaining that he liked the brunette and therefore wanted the teenager to give him her phone number. Hearing this, the young man thought about it, while the blonde continued to talk about how Xing Aofei is the best friend. But after a moment, the guy explained that he couldn't give the phone number, because he just didn't know it. Hearing this, the blonde man shouted as loudly as he could. He was sure that the student was trying to deceive him, and therefore he was not going to tolerate such an attitude. However, our hero asked not to be angry, adding that he could take the phone number from Jing and then give it to the student. Sim and Huan, hearing about this, changed his anger to mercy, although the teenager immediately changed his mind about his decision and said that he still could not give the phone number from. This was the last straw for the blonde, after which he began to threaten, saying that he would teach the newcomer a good lesson. After a couple of minutes, this man's companions appeared in the room. They said that they would teach the boy how to talk to his elders. While stretching his arms, Sim and Huan said that the newcomer should not have treated him like this. It was a big mistake. But after a moment, the friends shouted that the friend was not in a hurry to get into a fight because something really scared them. As for our hero, when he saw Yunker, he said that he did not expect to meet this person in this place. He shouted that they should not touch this teenager in any case. But the blonde was already unstoppable, so he shouted that he didn't care who was standing in front of him. He would take revenge on this person anyway. And a minute later, he shouted that he needed a kilt immediately, which caused great surprise in our hero. Xing Aofei thought to himself that Shujin certainly had a complicated personality, but he looked at all the strange people around him. Taking a handkerchief, the ill-wisher threatened the young man, saying that he should tell his friend that he was ill, and therefore he would not be able to go to dinner. And in a quieter tone, he continued to point out that there was no point in worrying anyway because, personally, he would be a great replacement. The young man made fun of this blonde man, and therefore said that he seemed to have heard that they wanted to cover him up. But now he sees a handkerchief in front of him, and therefore wants to know exactly what is planned to do next. But the senior student explained that a novice doctor probably does not know that if you beat people under a headscarf, there is not a single trace left. And then something happened that no one expected, because the teenager with just one lift of his foot hurt his opponent very much. The young man immediately said that he didn't think that such a bloodthirsty guy was standing in front of him. Friends saw that their friend was not well, but did not know how they could help him. Yanker said that the boy was just crazy to hit their leader, but the latter only replied with a grin that he did not hit hard, just a little bit of exercise. Realizing that Xing Aofei was approaching, the terrified youth shrank all over, thinking that he was about to be beaten up as well. And the blow was delivered. But the former rival of the young man shouted that he did not expect that the blow would fall on the face, and therefore did not put up any defense. Another guy who was carefully looking at his comrades lying on the floor, thinking that he was the only one who was still standing. Our hero did not like to hit people for nothing, so he told this man that he should have run away a long time ago. But the student didn't want to appear like a coward, so he shouted that he was a strong man. Moreover, he was stronger than King Kong himself. The rabbit knew that defeating this man would not be a problem, so she also wanted to join in this masquerade. And while Xing Aofei was standing absolutely still, he could see the opponent warming up, preparing to do something big, which was very funny and ridiculous. Xiaoxi didn't wait for the command. She pulled out her racket and immediately hit her opponent with it. The young man didn't understand what was going on, but it didn't matter. The most important thing was that the rabbit was happy with the excellent result. For the first time in a long time, our hero was genuinely happy for the help that Xiaoxi provided, as he personally told her. The animal immediately threw out its arms and screamed with joy. Standing on the street below the dorm, Jing didn't understand where the teenager was, because he said that he would only come up to carry the bags. However, a moment later, the young man appeared on the street, apologizing for the fact that the girl had to wait for him for so long. The beauty didn't know where the senior who was planning to have lunch with them was, but the guy explained that he had urgent matters to attend to, so he gave up the idea. Jing smiled and said that she was even happy about it, because no one would bother them. Trying to get up, Sim and Huan said aloud that the boy would not get away with it so easily, and he thought to himself that he would definitely take revenge on this person so that he wouldn't think he was the smartest one. A minute later, the young man called someone to sort something out. At the same time, while stretching her arms, Jing told her friend that he had become much stronger. Lai's boyfriend is sure that they should have gone to eat, but instead the girl brought him to a taekwondo club, which he didn't like, so he said that he was going to eat alone. But the beauty asked the young man not to hurry, saying that during lunch there is no one here, and therefore she wants them to stretch the bones. The frightened young man said that he felt that there was some trick in this, and therefore he wanted to abandon this venture in advance. And then, turning to a shout, he explained that he was very tired, and therefore just wanted to eat in peace. Standing in the rack, the beauty said that the young man still has no choice, and therefore she wants him to fight with her. Thanks to his lightning-fast speed, our hero managed to bounce back in time, but if not for the speed, he would have been lying on the floor. And while Xiaoxi was asking why the teenager was fighting again, the assistant encouraged her friend, saying that he could do anything he wanted. Xing Aofei was angry at his assistants, saying that they weren't really helping him. At the same time, Jing timed her strike so well that she immediately did what she had planned. The result was not long in coming because in an instant the young man was lying on the floor. Smiling, the beauty asked if it was true that this is all that our hero is capable of, because she had a better opinion of him. The young man sat on the floor and said nothing. He thought about what he should do best in this situation in order not to harm the beauty, and at the same time look in a good light. Therefore, after a moment, Xing Aofei proudly announced that his friend was also not very impressed with what she did. And then he said that now everything will be different, because now everything will be for real. Jing was not at all intimidated by such a statement. Moreover, she noted that the guy knows his business, and therefore will be able to say everything that he is capable of. A moment later, the student jumped away and headed in the direction where the teenager was. He, in turn, carefully looked at the familiar but was in no hurry to do anything. She knew what she was capable of, so she struck out, but she didn't calculate that her opponent would immediately duck and avoid the most difficult fate. Jing was angry because she had calculated everything carefully and was sure that after the blow, the young man would immediately fall to the floor. However, this was not the case at all because not only did the young man not fall, but he also began to step on his opponent. It was obvious that the guy was not joking, doing everything possible to show his friend what he really is capable of. It is fair to say that this was actually amazing, because in a moment a large circle of energy separated the guys. After only a moment, the girl was already sitting on the floor, understanding that she should be much more careful and circumspect. As for our hero, he asked with a grin whether the beauty liked everything, whether she was happy with their confrontation. The student didn't understand where the guy's powerful inner energy came from after hearing that the beauty had better give up because she would still be defeated. The girl's eyes glittered. It was clear that she was not one of those who would easily be defeated there, and therefore she was going to fight on. Then she said it would be weird if she hadn't used her inner energy as well. Xing Aofei had never been so surprised. He didn't believe that this beauty also had such strong energy because he thought of her as an ordinary girl. The young man understood that he couldn't do it without Xiaoxi's help, so he asked the system for advice. The rabbit smiled, saying that the owner does not need to worry about anything because she will definitely help him with solving this problem. And then she explained that Jing is much stronger than a teenager, and therefore if he wants to win, he must launch a hidden update. Thanks to this, he will become much stronger. Realizing that it was getting stronger to stand up, the guy asked Xiaoxi to resolve this matter as soon as possible because his strength was already running out. And while the rabbit was trying to do something, the teenager was constantly pushing her. Realizing that he was about to be overcome by this girl, seeing the girl attacking, the system once again told the teenager to activate the hidden update. And then she continued that even though she would be in a relaxed mode for 5 minutes, this time would be enough to somehow resolve this issue. The beauty was not going to stop. She proudly shouted that our hero should prepare to accept his defeat. However, something suddenly happened to Xing Aofei, so he turned back to Xiaoxi. The rabbit didn't say anything but instead sped up and was about to jump somewhere. While the animal was jumping, its owner was already lying on the ground, but Xiaoxi said that she had not done anything, and therefore the young man must get up from his seat. Jing paused for a moment. She could clearly see what was going on, but she didn't know how to respond to this. Already in the evening, left alone, the young man saw how the assistant was laughing at him, holding a rabbit in her hands. Xing Aofei didn't like it, so he asked his friend to stop laughing and mocking him. Realizing that these words had no effect on the girl, the young man began to talk about why he got the most disgusting rabbit in the whole world. But after calming down a little, the beauty explained that it wasn't Xiaoxi's fault. It just needed time to refresh herself. The system explained that now the teenager's internal energy has been improved to the level of pure gold, and therefore he can radiate it. You just need to try it. Concentrating. The guy said that now in fact something has changed in the body. He feels completely different than before. And so, rejoicing, our hero enthusiastically declared that next time he would definitely get even with this dangerous woman. The young man was so far gone that he was ordering his inner energy to come out, which was funny enough. But I didn't manage to shout for long, because a voice immediately asked who decided to make a noise after the curfew started. Mr. Kim asked which dorm the guy was from and also what his name was. The man gave a strange smile as he said that the person in front of him was actually the same Xing Aofei. The teenager did not want to be scolded, so he apologized for the late return. In his heart of hearts, he did not understand how this man could know him, because he had only recently moved in. The man said in a soft tone that it was time to pack up, because the young man was being moved to another dorm. But his calmness and benevolence seemed strange. Our hero perfectly remembered Mr. Kim from his previous life, but now he was surprised by the changes in the character of this employee. He became noticeably softer and more reserved. The person added that some things can be picked up the next day, and you should go to the new hostel now. Finally, he clarified that the teenager needs the 5th building, room 609. There is everything you need. Xing Aofei stared in front of him in confusion. He didn't fully understand what was going on. His thoughts were confused. What was happening seemed illogical. The 5th building was noticeably different from the others. It had 6 floors. The first 5 were empty, and only on the 6th could students live. Everyone knew that foreigners and those who often came back late at night were settled there. In his previous life, the young man had never paid attention to this building or its inhabitants, but now it was suddenly part of his destiny. At that moment, Mr. Kim suddenly shouted that the dorm was supposed to be a place of monsters, that it was supposedly haunted, and asked if it wasn't scary. Our hero knew that this was just a joke, so he noticed that it sounded quite attractive, and he even wanted to know what was really going on there. On his way to the building, he asked if the employee would like to go with him to take a look around. The man abruptly and fearfully stated that he was not going to play with death, and the young man could go alone. As he moved down the corridor, he heard the rabbit suggest that Manhwa, who was offended, probably had a hand in the relocation, and added that this place looked a little creepy. The young man himself was not afraid. He was too often in the underworld to be afraid of such rumors. But soon he noticed that he was hearing strange voices. The teenager decided that it was the neighbor who was making noise, and thought that it would be best to say hello right away to establish contact. After entering the room, the young man apologized for bothering him. However, instead of living people, he found a pile of human skulls. Xing Aofei wasn't one for fearful people, so he only wondered if this was part of some strange ritual. However, within a minute, the jokes were over because our hero again heard a wild scream and strange, ear-splitting sounds. The young man turned around to take a good look around and figure out what to do next. When he looked back to where the skulls lay, he noticed that one of them had glowing eyes. Then, something even stranger and more difficult to explain began to happen, and snakes and worms crawled across the floor, twisting and twisting among themselves. Although the guy had seen a lot, he was not ready for this, so he continued to stand rooted to the spot, not knowing how to act. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find a reasonable explanation for it. Xiaoxi, who had been sitting in her backpack all this time, asked if it was true that there were poisonous insects everywhere on the ground. The The student didn't know what exactly was in front of him, but he wasn't going to remain indifferent, so he decided to take advantage of his new energy and let it out. He noted that the sight was truly disgusting, but he couldn't ignore it. However, the most frightening thing was not this, but the fact that there was no end to the insects. It seemed that they kept coming to the room again and again. The student shouted for all the small creatures to stay as far away from him as possible, but it quickly became clear that threats were not helping at all. The next moment, he turned around because he heard footsteps behind him. The strange thing was that an unknown beauty was standing behind him, watching the scene carefully. With a hint of frustration in her voice, the girl made it clear that she had almost run into trouble, and then asked if he was all right. She continued to study Xing Aofei for a few seconds, not knowing what else to say. Soon the guy himself spoke up. He asked her if she was cold, because she was not wearing any clothes at all. The girl turned out to have a temper, but still asked for forgiveness for scaring the student. Xing Aofei replied that there was nothing wrong with that. He was fine. Suddenly, the beauty started talking about how she was impressed by the fact that the teenager managed to overcome her poisonous insects, and heard the young man say that he was just lucky with it. After that, I asked a counter question about what these skulls mean, which look very strange. The stranger explained that these are nests for her bugs. In fact, these are their homes. But the guy should not worry, because as long as she is in this room, no one will touch him. The young man couldn't figure out who the beauty was, so he asked her this question. Moreover, he didn't understand why there were so many poisonous creatures in the student's room. Smiling, the girl said that she was a doctor and a witch in one person. Her name was Chi Panning. Moreover, she was a special guest of this university. Our hero was very surprised when he heard something like this, saying that he could not even think that their university could have something like this. The girl said she wasn't a teacher, but it was her job to treat people who had somehow been cursed. Closing his eyes, Xing Aofei confessed that he had always thought that witches didn't exist, and that it was all just fiction, but it turned out that his opinion was wrong. The witch explained that their race tries to hide from people. Most of them do not know anything about them at all. The guy thought for a moment, then said that something else had surprised him the most, though he fell silent again after that. Although, catching his breath, he continued to say that it was strange that such a young and beautiful woman is a witch doctor. Suddenly, Xiaoxi cut in and asked the host to watch his mouth, reminding him that a young man's goal was not to find a girlfriend, and therefore he should not behave in this way. Standing up from her seat, the confused doctor noticed that the student was flattering her, because she was not beautiful at all, but just ordinary. And while leaving somewhere, Chi Panning said that she would be back soon, but for now, she would go and make tea. When the girl left, the guy told the system that witches were really good, but they couldn't compare to the medicine men of Western or Eastern medicine. But Xiaoxi explained that this was not the case. Previously, various poisons were often used in magic, and witches have their own advantages in medical skills. The girl is so young but so easy to control such a huge number of poisonous insects, it is obvious that they have a very talented witch in front of them, and therefore you can ask her a lot. In the next instant, Xiaoxi noticed a vase, saying that it was a very beautiful thing and she wanted to touch it, even though the guy was absolutely against it. Looking inside the lamp, the system stated that it wouldn't do anything wrong, just wanted to see what was inside. Grabbing the rabbit by the ears, our hero said in a stern tone that Xiaoxi should obey him and not be unauthorized in someone else's room. But the system wasn't going to listen to the young man, so it answered him very rudely. Moreover, in retaliation for him, she threw this vase with great force so that it flew to the floor. The teenager knew that he had to do everything possible to prevent this object from falling and breaking. However, the vase fell, and Xing Aofei also fell next to it. The jar was not empty, and the rabbit could see that something was leaking out of it, even though she didn't care about it. At this time, the young man lying on the floor complained that he had hit his face hard, which now hurt very much. Suddenly, Xiaoxi, who was looking at an insect, shouted that this worm or something like it had crawled under the teenager's skin. Sitting on the floor, the guy didn't know what the system was talking about at all. He thought it was just another one of its jokes. At that moment, Chi Panning came in, who immediately threw the teapot down after seeing what was going on in the room, and then asked the guy if it was true that the worm got under his skin. For a while, the beauty stared in surprise at the young man, who was as silent as she was. When the student regained consciousness, he was surprised by the fact that the insect had actually crawled under his skin, but it was not clear why he did not feel any discomfort. Trying to be optimistic, the terrified Xing Aofei asked what kind of insect it was, as well as whether it would be okay. The witch, embarrassed, explained that this is a love-poisonous insect, and therefore everything will definitely be fine with the student. But then, clenching her hands into fists, she added that her grandmother's, and I was silent for a moment. Then she said that her clan leader had specially prepared this insect for her and her future husband. When the young man heard about this, he was both confused and surprised, not knowing what to expect in the future. At this time, interesting events were taking place in a dark house. The old woman with her back to the stranger was in no hurry to say anything, but she was also in no hurry to end the conversation. Finally, she said that she did not foresee such a turn of events. The clan leader replied that Chi Panning had found love so quickly that it was even a little unexpected. Turning to Tien, the woman ordered to immediately find the doctor's girlfriend. And then she added that the young man should ask her to bring her man here. Lu Tian didn't ask any questions. He just said that he would do as he was told. At the same time, our hero, with interest and some caution, asked about how this love-poisonous insect works. The girl admitted that physically it will not harm in any way, but that the person who was poisoned by this insect will be able to love only one person for life. The young man shouted loudly that the witch was just exaggerating. Ki Panning said that it doesn't necessarily apply to a person. Even if another paired insect gets into this little rabbit, you can fall in love with it. The guy imagined what it might look like and immediately felt uneasy, because it would be quite interesting. After that, the teenager threw the rabbit away and told her to stay as far away from him as possible. Turning away, the young man confessed that he did not feel any emotions for his friend at all. Chi Panning immediately explained that the twin venomous insect was still in the clan leader's possession, not hers, so the guy couldn't sense anything. Although she immediately added that she was sure that this wise woman had already found out about what had happened and would soon send someone for him. Xing Yaofei shouted happily that if this was the case, the witch would be able to tell their leader everything, so perhaps the witch doctor would be able to pull this creepy bug out of him. But the girl explained that the woman was very stubborn, so if the young man refused to marry Chi Panning, then the leader would throw the young man into a pit of poisonous insects. When the young man heard about this, he said with horror that they were healers, and therefore it was not clear how they could be so cruel. The girl said in a soft tone that anger in this case will not help. It is best for the student to go to rest, and she will deal with everything in the meantime. Sighing, the guy noted that this would probably be the best solution right now, especially since it was already very late. After saying goodbye to his new friend, our hero again went out into the corridor and immediately told the system that he did not understand why he constantly gets into some kind of trouble. But the young man did not finish the sentence because again he heard some strange sounds. What he didn't know, however, was that there was a person hiding behind one of the doors. Student life was busy and interesting. Despite the early hours, there were already a lot of people in the student city. Turning to Uncle Feng, Sim and Huan asked him what he planned to do with student Xing Yaofei. The man stated in a stern tone what he had already done. He had already sent this young man to the 5th dorm building. The student asked in horror if all sorts of unpleasant entities lived in the wrong building. And I found out that it was just a rumor, although there are some strange and even dangerous people living in that place. Li Feng pointed out that his nephew shouldn't worry, because in a couple of days, this teenager will be begging for expulsion. Wanting to please his uncle, the young man said that he was the best, and therefore would soon become the director of this educational institution. There was no limit to the blonde's joy. He didn't even think that everything could turn out so wonderful. The men were confident that their plan would work because no normal person would be able to stay in that creepy place for long. Suddenly, ill-wishers heard the voice of our hero, who asked where the building of traditional Chinese medicine is located. The guy greeted the student and then asked why he was looking so surprised at the future colleague. The blonde didn't say anything, but asked why, when he saw this person, he felt some kind of pain. Xing Yaofei didn't understand why the man was silent, so he asked the same question again and finally got a clear answer. The uncle didn't understand what had happened, so he asked his nephew if he knew this strange student. With anger in his voice, the young man explained that this was the same Xing Yaofei they were talking about a few minutes ago. Li Feng was surprised because he didn't understand how this guy could be so positive after spending the whole night in that creepy building. And he thought to himself that this teenager was probably a real monster, because an ordinary person would not have been able to do this. Sim En Huan, who was at his limit, once again told his relative that he didn't care who this person was. They just can't just leave him, and they have to take revenge for everything that he did. Li Feng only said sadly that it wasn't easy for his poor nephew, and that said it all. And then he added that he didn't have to worry about it at all because he had everything covered. And, adjusting his glasses, he continued to say that while this student is studying at this university, he will do everything possible to torture him. As he walked down the street, a happy Xing Yaofei talked about hearing that familiar call again. As he walked into the classroom, he could hear the students discussing Professor Liu, who was supposed to be teaching them as well. This person was one of the top 10 masters among doctors in Huaxia. Moreover, he was a real god in acupuncture. The students found it hard to believe that this person would actually teach them, which was a great honor for everyone. As for our hero, he thought to himself that if it was about acupuncture, it was unlikely that this person would be able to match Xing Yaofei's needle moth skills right now. Only a minute passed, and the students were already talking animatedly about the fact that the professor had arrived in the classroom. And this is very cool. The teacher felt as confident as possible. He immediately greeted everyone who gathered in this hall. Liu Chengjiang was great, or so the students continued to describe him. In turn, the professor said that he is happy to meet the guys, adding that he will be their acupuncture teacher. And then immediately began to talk about how one of the most important components for acupuncture is the silver games. It may seem like something easy to everyone, but the guys will be able to cure a huge number of diseases with their help. And then he added that he hopes that every student will be able to quickly learn how to cope with these needles. At this time, some of the students asked if the professor could show what he was capable of. The man said that if the students ask so much, then, of course, he simply cannot refuse them. In the next minute, Liu Zhengjong was standing next to the dummy, and it was obvious that the man was going to show off his skills on it. The teacher was very focused on performing his manipulations and mesmerizing all the audience. Seeing how the man dispersed the energy, the students said that this man is actually the property of their country. The guys wanted to be at least a little like this person, to achieve at least approximately what this guru can do. And only our hero said that this only remotely resembles the technique of needles moths, which he possesses. Then he added that this teacher does not understand the essence, and therefore can do little in real life. One of the students, hearing that our hero was muttering to himself, told Tom that the young man did not know anything. Because this teacher is the best of the best, Xing Aofei said that he wasn't going to argue, but the person in front of them had only copied the northern moth technique, and it was obvious that he still had a lot to grow. And while the guys were saying something, the professor, without turning around, was interested in why the young people suddenly started a discussion, as well as what it concerns in general. The guy who defended Liu Zhengjong so much shouted from the spot that our hero says that he is not good enough, despite the fact that the teenager immediately began to retreat, explaining that he only wants to pass the subject well. The man did not like such statements, so he asked the student what exactly the boy said. The young man explained that Xing Aofei had stated that the professor was copying the northern moth technique and that he didn't have enough skills. When the man heard this, he was more surprised than ever, because no one had ever dared to contradict him before. However, the students immediately asked that their teacher not worry so much and ideally calm down altogether. The disciple who had snitched didn't understand why the man was so angry that he was so shocked, and he, in turn, asked how someone can say that there is not enough skill, because he is not even a master in this business. His classmates were immediately angry with our hero, noting that he had really angered Liu Zhengjong, but the young man continued to say that this was not what he meant at all. But the man was already unstoppable, so he wondered how the young man had even heard about the northern moth technique. Xing Aofei explained that his father is a follower of this school, and he taught him the technique before he entered the university. The man's eyes were burning, but it seemed that he had become a little softer and even more loyal to the guy. So the professor told the student not to panic, because he hadn't heard anyone talk about the server moth technique in decades, so he was a little surprised and asked for forgiveness. The students started discussing the situation among themselves again, and the smartest one wanted to know if it was true that the moth needle technique existed, because he had never heard of anything like it. The teacher did not want to lie, so he admitted that he was actually copying the technique, explaining that about 20 years ago he was lucky enough to observe it, and therefore he remembered a couple of techniques. Although the man did not understand the whole point, he still achieved great success and became what he is now. Liu Zhengjong said that such a young student is already a master of such a complex technique. He can't believe it, asking if our hero knows all the techniques of the northern moth. The young man wasn't going to joke or deny, so he just said that he knew absolutely everything. The man immediately asked the young man to follow him, saying that he had been studying this technique for 20 years. Now he had the opportunity to learn a lot more. Moving towards the blackboard, Xing Aofei said that it turns out that he should be the one teaching the professor now, which was something completely amazing. Unexpectedly, the man asked the guy to show him some techniques, if only it was not difficult for him to do it, and added that he would now find some needles. However, suddenly the young man said that he did not need it. He would take the one that is on the teacher's head. It seemed that the teacher could not believe his ears that an ordinary boy could do this too. However, in the next instant, while concentrating, Xing Aofei did some completely indescribable things. The young man perfectly controlled the needles with just his energy. And then something indescribable happened, because a powerful stream of light and energy literally illuminated the entire audience. After a while, the professor began to cry, noting that in front of him is actually the receiver of the Northern Moth School, which is impossible to doubt. The students didn't understand what happened a few minutes ago, but they all noted that they felt a powerful flow of energy. Having finished, our hero decided to return the needle, but not in its place, but by sending it to the dummy. Then the student turned around and happily noted that this was the end of it. The man still continued to cry. He said that this is something incredible. If you compare with the guy, then the professor simply does not deserve to be called so, and then sincerely thanked the student for such a masterclass. After scratching his head, Xing Aofei honestly admitted that for him, Liu Zhengjong was still an experienced and skilled doctor. And, realizing that he did not want to look stupid, he said that he himself could learn a lot from the teacher, which he plans to do. After relaxing a little, Liu Zhengjong said that traditional Chinese medicine is losing such a great doctor. And then he said that he was obliged to report this case to the director, who would probably also be very surprised. Running away as fast as possible, the teacher told the students that he was keeping them for private lessons because he had to see the principal immediately. Our hero said that this person is so impulsive, really the moth technique really impressed him so much. The guys who couldn't understand anything looked at each other. and the smartest one with a sad voice stated that their favorite professor had gone mad. The young man was about to return to his seat when he saw that someone had sent him a message. It was a notice from the rectors that all students were to report to the Great Hall for the first-year initiation ceremony. He had no idea what that meant, but the hall was already filling up in due time. The president of the student council, which was Sim and Huan, noted that students from the faculty of traditional Chinese medicine are much smaller than those from the faculty of Western medicine. His uncle, who was sitting next to him, pointed out that this was actually how it should be. After a moment, the young man turned his head and looked at the empty chair. Although a minute later he was approached by a girl who was putting a sign on the table. Answering the guy's question about why this sign, the beauty explained that they will have a special guest, and therefore she was asked to prepare a place for him. The blonde man was clearly annoyed because, like his uncle, he hadn't been warned about this in advance, and he didn't like surprises. Taking the envelope that was on the table, Sim and Huan wanted to read the name of this uninvited guest. But after just a moment, the blonde's anger was boundless, because he said that Xing Aofei would still be joining them, which was something unheard of. Hearing his name, the guy who came up to the table at that time asked if the student was waiting for him and called him. The young man told the truth that he didn't understand how the young man could become a special guest, but the young man said that he didn't understand it himself. He just found out about it from Professor Liu. The blonde man said with hatred in his voice that everyone knows that this professor is in the top 10 best masters, and therefore does not understand why he needs it. Folding his hands, the young man asked if the blonde really needed to chew everything and everything. The young man was angry, and therefore immediately began to insult the teenager, realizing that there was nothing he could do about it. Sim and Huan didn't know what to do, so he immediately asked his uncle about why this boy was invited, but he once again said that he didn't know it himself. Then he added that he didn't have the faintest idea how it could have happened in the first place. Turning around, the young man said that our hero should not be too deceived because he would still get even with him sooner or later. After that, he continued to say that the day will come when the student will regret that he was born into this world at all. The young man immediately asked his opponent if everything had stopped hurting after the last battle. However, instead of answering, the guy's face became surprised again, and he thought to himself that he was beginning to feel discomfort in the groin area again. Jumping up from his seat, the ill-wisher said that this was enough for him. He was facing the most ordinary novice in traditional medicine, and therefore there was no need to turn up his nose. Compared to Western medicine, traditional Chinese medicine means nothing. It should have disappeared many years ago. Our hero was not going to brawl or shout, but simply hugged the enemy. After that, he said that for a stupid student like Sim and Huan, it would take a very long time to explain, because he was unlikely to understand the complex essence of traditional Chinese medicine. And he added that since this is the case, it is best for the young man to keep quiet, because in this case, no one will know how stupid and uneducated the blonde is. The young man said that our hero can defend this type of medicine indefinitely, but no one will change the facts anyway. At this moment, there was a voice behind the opponent that said that he would not agree with Sim and Huan. The man said that as a professional in traditional Chinese medicine, he can guarantee that it is as effective as Western medicine. A few minutes later, Director Zheng Tianhua also sat down at the table, who turned to Mr. Li and said that for some reason he did not look well. The man did not answer this question, but asked the counter person why it was decided to invite a young student to the meeting, in which there is nothing special. He immediately added that Xing Aofei wasn't the best student. He started a fight on his first day on campus. Therefore, he sided with his nephew, continuing to say that such boors should be excluded in the first days. The director said that the colleague was right about something. He shouldn't be a student, so he added that Mr. Li shouldn't worry, since Zheng Tianhua was going to figure it out for himself. The blonde was happy. He thought that the director was on their side, and therefore the problem would soon be solved. Immediately, Sim and Huan turned to the teenager and asked if he had heard that he was going to be expelled. It seemed that our hero did not care at all. In any case, he did not plan to discuss such a thing. The next moment, the director came to the microphone, introduced himself, and also said that he was glad to welcome absolutely everyone who had gathered in this hall. The man said that the students can fully rely on the teachers of this university. All of them are excellent professors in the field of medicine, and therefore they know a lot. And then he said that there was a very interesting person next to him. Mr. Li hoped that the headmaster would remember him, but the headmaster said that there was a person in their school who could be called the best acupuncturist. Then, after a short pause, he added that it was a follower of the Northern Moth sect, Xing Aofei. Hearing the name of their opponent, the uncle and nephew almost fell out of their seats, not believing that this person could be a lecturer. Other students also mentioned that they had never heard of such a sect. Moreover, it was very strange that a student would tell them anything. The young man was embarrassed, so he told Mr. Zheng Tianhua that he was completely unprepared for something like this. Only Liu Zhengzhong told the guy not to panic, explaining that he had recommended him to the director, and therefore such a talent could not just slip away. The man recalled how before that, he had told teachers that the young man's skills were not just amazing, they were tested. But there were also dissatisfied people who shouted that newcomers could not be lecturers. It was simply impossible. Our hero carefully watched what was happening in the hall, but he did not know how best to do everything in this case. With anger in his voice, Mr. Lee said that he knew that the Faculty of Traditional Chinese Medicine did not have enough lecturers, but that did not mean that it was necessary to reach such despair. Moreover, if the professor cannot cure his patients, he can send them to them. He will be happy to help with this and will not have to radically change anything. But Liu Zhengjong bluntly stated that there was really no need for that. However, Li Feng again said that it was their duty to help patients, and therefore, they should not let them down because of their own pride. Our hero indifferently stated that this is actually the case. Then he added that Mr. Lee was right. Patients should always come first. The blonde man was pleased to hear this, so he said in a narcissistic tone that Xing Aofei wasn't as good as everyone might think. He was immediately supported by Mr. Lee, who, turning to Professor Liu, said that this boy has more common sense than a teacher, which is really pleasing. Liu Zhengjong didn't like being called a fool, but he didn't want to respond to such an ignoramus. Suddenly, our hero turned to the teacher and began to say something about the patients. After a moment, he continued that if he had any patients that couldn't be treated, he should send them to student Xing Aofei. When Li Feng heard about this, he went berserk, so he said that he wanted to hear what the guy had just said again. The man shouted at the boy to stop playing the hero in front of all the students because it would make him look stupid. Suddenly, the director jumped up from his seat, who menacingly declared that he had changed his mind and therefore did not want any more quarrels. Mr. Lee started talking again about how you can't let someone from the street become a lecturer at their university because that person can easily ruin their reputation. Smiling, Zheng Tianhua turned to our hero and calmly said that some people, for some reason, do not really believe in his abilities. After a moment, the guy honestly admitted that he never wanted to become a lecturer, but he can't stand Mr. Lee's disrespect for traditional Chinese medicine in silence. So he said that since the man didn't trust him, they could have a real competition. Li Feng said in a haughty tone that the boy just wanted to die and nothing else. With his hands in his pockets, Xing Aofei asked if the opponent didn't want to fight him. The man, adjusting his glasses, replied that it was just some incomprehensible jokes. And then he said that if the young man loses, he will immediately leave their university because he will not be worthy to study there. The young man was not against it, and the opponent continued to clownish, saying that someone should immediately call his driver. The blonde guy was talking to someone on the phone, but he was still watching his uncle closely. Students who had never seen anything like this before immediately began to say that it would be an amazing show. At that moment, Li Feng announced that his former driver was in front of them. He has a spinal cord injury from decades of hard work, and now it's even painful for him to stand, not to mention something more difficult. The doctor has made a therapeutic schedule for him. He can fully guarantee that this person will fully recover in 1 month, if he follows all the recommendations. Then, turning to our hero, he asked if he could cure him with ordinary needles. The young man turned to the patient and asked if it was true that his back hurt so much that he could not even lie down on his stomach, having heard that this was actually the case. The young man put his hand on the unfortunate man's back and ordered him to slowly lower himself, saying that he should not worry, because it would not hurt. After that, Xing Aofei closed his eyes and began to concentrate on what he was doing. He put all his energy into his back, even though he knew he needed to figure out what the problem was first. Within a minute, the guy realized that the patient's vertebrae had shifted, as a result of which the veins were pinched and blood did not pass through them. Something should be done as soon as possible. The young man opened his eyes and looked carefully in front of him, understanding what he wanted to do. And then he loudly announced to everyone present that he was going to take on the case. Li Feng, who was angry, angrily asked our hero what decision he had made. The blonde guy at this time stated that the teenager is the most ordinary loser. As for his uncle, that one said that if the guy can't show anything, then let him say so directly and not fool anyone's head. Xing Aofei was silent. He didn't want to make excuses or say anything, so he decided to choose a different tactic for himself. A moment later, looking over his shoulder, he noticed that Mr. Lee had told everyone that he would be able to get the man back on his feet in just a month. He smiled and happily said that this was actually true. But at this point, the young man said that such a long delay can have a bad effect on his health. Mr. Lee asked if the average student thinks that a month is too long. He went on to point out that the boy probably thinks it's a mild illness that goes away at the snap of his fingers. The young man boldly replied that he actually thought that way. The man wasn't going to stop, saying that in this case the guy should show his skills so that his words actually had some meaning. Answering the professor's question about whether our hero will be able to cope with the problem because his back is badly injured, Xing Aofei proudly stated that his teacher cannot even doubt it. At the same time, the angry Li Feng was shouting that he was tired of this talk. Time was running out, but no one had started doing anything yet, so it was time to pay attention. However, for some reason, the teenager pointed out that he couldn't use needles at the moment because this patient couldn't be cured with acupuncture. It didn't matter to the man who was going to find out what. He was lying on the couch and talking about how much pain he was in. Sim N. Huan said that at first the student said that he would cure this unfortunate man in a second, and now he says that needles will not help here, which means that the boy is not good for anything at all. The ill-wisher was sure that the student would now disgrace himself in front of everyone. But our hero proudly announced that he will use his other skills. Mr. Lee couldn't believe what he was seeing. He just stood there, unable to notice anything. In turn, Zheng Tianhua noted that he is very familiar with this technique. The professor believed in his student because he knew that he was capable of many things, but what he was seeing now was something incredible. Only Jing Aofei was completely calm because he knew exactly what he was doing, as well as what would follow. The sick man felt that something was wrong, and therefore began to make some sounds. And after a short time, the patient screamed as loudly as he could, because something was really wrong with him. Some of the students said that they did not understand anything about what was happening, but they knew for sure that it was something very cool. Surprised girls could not understand how it could be that both the guy and his patient glow, and so brightly. As for Jing Aofei, he was thinking to himself that he had restored this person's spine with the tendon reduction skill. Now it was his turn to clear the veins. The surprised audience did not understand how this could be. If they did not believe in anything until recently, now they had a different opinion on this matter. The young man was saying that now was the time to use the acupuncture skill of the northern moth technique. The young man was more focused than ever, because he knew that now was the most difficult and crucial moment. Dozens of small needles immediately shot into the back of the patient, who was still lying on the couch. The guy at this time masterfully managed the needles as if he had been doing this all his adult life. Within a moment, our hero was glowing with a bright light, which was so bright that it literally blinded everyone gathered. At the same time, the patient was crying because he had never felt anything like this. For the man, it was all some kind of discovery. Jing Aofei was watching carefully, but at some point, he suddenly stopped doing anything and just stood there and stared in front of him. The blonde man, who hadn't taken his eyes off the scene, was now fearfully asking if it was really over yet. The young man did not want to brag, but he did not want to lie, so he proudly said that this was really all. Li Feng, who didn't believe that a person could be cured so easily and quickly, said that the guy was just bluffing. Then he said sarcastically, "Does the boy mean to say that he cured such a serious illness just by hanging around a sick person?" At that moment, the man who was lying down with difficulty happily informed everyone present that now his back didn't hurt at all. The young man had heard Li being rude, saying that his driver probably felt relieved before he died, and therefore said that you need to believe in recovery and not invent something you don't know what. The opponent was angry. He didn't know what to say to this guy, because the result was really on the face. At this time, the students who were watching all shouted happily that the student had done something incredible, and therefore became their idol. The director approached our hero, asked if it was true that he used the skill of setting tendons, and replied that this was actually the case. Moreover, he knew that this person also uses a similar one. Zheng Tianhua confessed that he was lucky enough to watch the master's work once. A young guy like Jing Aofei knows two mysterious traditional medicine skills. He is actually impressed. The professor, standing nearby, happily said that now the director understands exactly why they were recommended such an outstanding young man. Simen Huan was nervously telling his uncle that they needed to do something because this guy was actually going to be a guest lecturer. The man told his nephew that he would take care of this, and told everyone else that the patient could move, but this did not mean that he was healthy, and therefore it was necessary to make sure of this. Jing Aofei pointed at the man who was sitting on the couch, stating that anyone can check his health. Mr. Li walked up to his driver and asked him how he was feeling. The man wasn't going to lie, so he said that he felt great, that he was so light in you, and that his back didn't hurt anymore. But Li Feng said that a person can't be happy. He feels a wild pain. After that, he threatened that if he played along with these people, then he would take the job that he gave. The man's voice was trembling. He didn't know what to say, because this boy had literally saved his life, and now he would need to be slandered. At this moment, the director came over, who could see that Mr. Li was taking too long to say something to this unfortunate person. The ill-wisher narcissistically said that now the patient will tell you how he really feels. Zheng Tianhua once again asked how the patient was feeling, and if he was all right. Smiling, the driver said that in fact, despite the help given to him, his back still hurts very much. Mr. Li said happily that the patient was not cured at all, and therefore there was no miracle. He added that Jing Aofei is just a juggling novice who doesn't have the qualifications to become a guest lecturer. Liu Dengzhong did not want to listen to this, so he said that everyone could clearly see that the patient was completely healthy. Moreover, nothing was bothering him. After that, he informed everyone that the ceremony could be considered complete at this point, and therefore invited everyone present to go to his office. The blonde man turned to his uncle, who ordered him to leave. Once again, Mr. Li was sitting in the office, trying to convince everyone that the patient had spoken up and that there was nothing else to discuss. The principal was a smart person, so he asked again if the teacher was sure that the person was actually telling the truth. Li Feng didn't think that anyone would doubt his words, so he asked again about what it might mean. Jing Aofei said, without a trace of embarrassment, that there was no need to play dumb. The driver was also threatened with his job, so he said what he was told. Slamming his fist on the table, the man said that the boy does not dare to say such a thing. Moreover, no one asked him. Zheng Tianhua said in a soft tone that these quarrels are enough. They are all doctors, and therefore they are obliged to draw the right conclusions regardless of the words of patients. But Mr. Li again began to stand on his own, explaining that he was well aware of the illnesses of his driver and also aware that it is not so easy to cure him quickly. And then he added that such funny techniques which were mentioned cannot work in any way, and therefore it's just ridiculous. The professor did not like this behavior, so he asked his colleague how he could make such conclusions if he did not know anything about it at all. Shaking his head, the ill-wisher remarked that the man's school had brought no value to the university at all. He stood up and said again that traditional Chinese medicine was very expensive for them. But despite this, no one was paying back the university. Our hero tried to reach out to the driver again, and therefore turned to him and asked him to tell as openly as possible about whether his back hurts. Sitting on the chair, the man shrank as much as he could, although before that he had behaved absolutely normally, and there was nothing to indicate that he had any health problems. And the young man at this moment continued to say that only this person is able to give an assessment of his medical skills. He immediately added that he had no idea what the employer had said to his employee, but added that if the employee got away with it, more patients would become victims of Li Feng in the future. While closing his employee, the man told Xing Aofei to stop saying all sorts of stupid things that are far from the truth at all. Then he shouted sharply for the man to get out of his sight before he lost his temper. But the next moment, Mr. Li's glasses flew off because someone slapped him. It was a driver who said that he no longer needed a job, he did not need an employer, because the latter worked for him every day, drove him somewhere for days, ruined his health, and he was also threatened. And he added sharply, if the ill-wisher wants to be bad, let it be, and he will not tolerate such an attitude, and therefore resigns. Li looked at the driver in surprise, shouting that he didn't understand how the driver had ever raised a hand to him. However, Xing Aofei calmly noted that people treat us in the same way as we treat them, and therefore there is nothing strange in this behavior at all. And, getting up from his seat, the guy happily said that now no one doubts that this person is actually healthy, which was extremely interesting to watch. Turning around, the young man proudly declared that it turns out that this argument was actually won by him. Moving down the street, the professor said that it was hard for him to believe that an ordinary student could defeat that arrogant person. The young man was a promising guy. Despite his youth, he can do so many complex things that really amazes. Our hero smiled, but sincerely said that it seems to him that the battle is not over yet, and that the man will definitely take revenge on him, because he is not one of those who give up so easily. The old man noted that the teenager should not worry, because with such skills, the enemy simply has no chance. Xing Aofei said that if Liu Zhengjong was interested in the northern moth technique, he could teach it to a teacher. The white-haired man admitted that he was in no hurry, but his granddaughter has a talent for acupuncture, so the man hoped that the young man would be able to take her as an apprentice. Hearing that the guy didn't mind, the old man said that it was already late, and therefore it was time for him to move home, adding that it was very joyful to have someone at home who was waiting for you with great pleasure. Our hero didn't say anything about this, he just told his new friend that he wished him a great evening. After a while, Xing Aofei opened the door and announced that he was here with joy in his voice, asking if the girl missed picking him up. The guy didn't want to be ignorant, so he went on to say that he brought something very tasty. The witch carefully watched the teenager, who in turn asked her where she got the samovar that was on the table. The girl explained that Xiaoxi was saying that the guy saved a very ordinary person today, and therefore should be the center of attention. And while the rabbit was muttering to herself, our hero was asking how Xiaoxi could possibly know about such a thing. But the animal explained that the system gives a reward for all the actions of a young person and releases a new mission, and therefore knows absolutely everything. Putting his hands on his hips, Putrasok asked in surprise what kind of mission he was talking about. The rabbit proudly announced that Xing Aofei should kneel down, after which she would assign him a new task. Taking Xiaoxi by the hand, the guy told her to immediately tell her what she had just said. The system asked that their host not do this, so it said that it would be best for them to get back to business. And she added that the young man should return to the former glory of traditional Chinese medicine. The term is only 1 week. In addition, you still need to earn 1 million rubles. The delighted girl happily reported that this guy will definitely cope with such a task, because it will not be difficult for him. The young man turned to Shuang and told her to give him a Polaroid. He would take a picture of the required amount, and then we can assume that the task is over. Hearing that Krolchik says that this will be a common scam, the guy explained that in his previous life he did not even see $10,000, but now the system wants him to earn a whole million in just a week. Xiaoxi said loudly that the young man probably expected the missions to be easy, but that wasn't the case at all. Our hero said that they can talk about the mission a little later, but now he wants to know where his reward is, because he is afraid that it will turn out like last time. The rabbit noted that this is a common slander, because she always gives what is due. Xiaoxi noted that he would do everything as it should be and immediately went somewhere, although the guy shouted that the animal did not dare to close its eyes. Xing Aofei watched the scene carefully, but he couldn't understand anything. Unexpectedly, he said that these are herbs that are used in classical herbal medicine. They are the basis of all traditional medicine. After that, the animal said that after studying the entire book, the young man could easily achieve great success and immediately turned his attention to the scroll. The guy said that the book contains a lot of words that are unfamiliar to him, and therefore, it will take a very long time to read. But the system said that the young man should not worry, because he will deal with this in an instant. Xingao Fei looked carefully in front of him and realized that he completely didn't understand what the system had just reported. In the next instant, something hard to describe happened, and he felt as if he was flying somewhere. Then, there was an even stranger sensation, as if there were some unfamiliar people around him. The beauty noted that this place looked beautiful and wondered how the system could summon Emperor Yang when he didn't understand why he was here. The doctor explained that they were only observing the remnant of the Emperor's consciousness sealed in the scroll, so the person wasn't real. In order not to lose touch with reality, the children looked at the table where the food was placed. Our hero wanted to say something but couldn't find the right words, and the rabbit was already asking him to come to his senses. The guy did not want to show fright and only noted that he was just thinking nothing terrible happened to him. Then he realized that he must continue to fulfill the mission while meeting the requirements of the system and acting honestly. Xiaoxi noticed that this was the first time the teenager had said something really sensible. The young man asked about the following tasks, and the animal replied that everything depends only on its behavior. Hearing this, the student was overjoyed and decided that he would definitely buy the system some more delicious carrots. The beauty noticed that you should not be too zealous, because they have a camera and you can use existing materials. At the same time, an unidentified girl was watching a video of Xingao Fei talking in detail about his treatment methods. She listened to every word and it meant a lot to her. The girl did not understand how the teenager was able to talk so openly about the secrets of treatment, because many do not even want to touch on this topic. According to the study, the principal liked the student very much, so he was invited to give lectures. The other girl in the room was watching the blonde closely. She was interested in whether the young man was really going to teach other students his skills. After a moment, she noted that he seemed to know the rules of the sect elders. The assistant did not understand the mistress' intentions and asked if anything should be done. The beauty was silent for a few seconds, then announced that they were sponsoring the medical university where this teenager is studying. The assistant agreed, confirming the truth of what was said. The blonde decided to do nothing and let things go her way. However, she soon changed her mind and wanted to personally meet with the young talent, instructing them to organize a meeting. Xingao Fei was sleeping unusually soundly and didn't immediately hear the phone ring, then realized irritably that he had been woken up too early. He didn't know who was calling, but he decided to answer it because he knew it might be something very important. After learning that it was Jing, he asked to call back later. The friend was not going to give up, implying that if the student did not come to the lecture, then he would still have to come to her university. Otherwise, he would just regret it. Moving down the street, the young man noted with horror that many children wake up too early. Entering the gym, the guy realized with horror that he was invited here and wondered if it was really done so that he could watch the girl boxing. The beauty carefully watched the teenager, not daring to say anything, as if waiting for the moment to assess his reaction and tune in to further actions. In the next instant, she smiled, a look of relief on her face that expressed joy that he had finally arrived, since she had been waiting for him for a long time, and it felt like a long-awaited meeting. The young man noted in a soft voice that, most likely, the friend was waiting for him precisely because she wanted to get a rematch, which was perceived as a logical explanation for her actions. The beauty was silent again, but she watched the teenager carefully, studying his every move. Jing suddenly made it clear that she was his girlfriend, so she could ask him out anytime, knowing that he wouldn't mind. The teenager noted that meeting in a boxing club and hitting a pair seems to him not at all romantic, causing slight bewilderment and internal resistance to this form of dating. However, the girl wasn't going to give up, explaining that this was exactly what they would be doing soon, and it felt like a firm intention that was hard to change. Xingao Fei said with indifference in his voice that he wasn't interested at all and wanted to give up on the idea, showing restraint and calmness despite the pressure from the outside. The guy's friend did not give up and noted that if he agreed, she would be happy to treat him to lunch. Realizing that it would not be entirely polite to refuse, the young man still agreed to such an arrangement. Jing watched her opponent carefully, but there was no fear or doubt in her eyes, and she knew exactly what she was capable of. The teenager swung, warning that he had to be careful because he wasn't going to spare anyone. However, the sparring that the brunette had planned didn't happen because the young man suddenly focused and hit the punching bag. The blow was so powerful that it felt as if he had put all his available strength into it, showing a sudden display of physical ability and inner concentration. Surprised, Jing noticed that the man had become much stronger since last time. As for our hero, he was proudly aware that he had taken the task much more seriously, showing discipline and determination. The beauty also saw this progress and understood that his growth and improvement in physical fitness were obvious, and it was impossible not to agree with this. The guy asked a rhetorical question, thinking about whether he really impressed a friend, and added that you should not be afraid of his strength, demonstrating calmness and self-confidence. The very next minute, The girl turned to someone and said that Xing Aofei could easily handle the coach if necessary. If the youth had thought it was just a joke from the beginning, now he was carefully observing the powerful Mr. Yang, not knowing who he was or what he was capable of. Yang Luo, who was a devil coach, pointed out that this guy was actually good. The man turned to the hero and invited him to be a training partner. After that, Mr. Yang asked if it was true that the teenager would not refuse such a request, emphasizing the importance of the decision and the willingness to cooperate. The young man noted that they would be studying melee combat and realized that he probably wouldn't dare refuse such a person's request. At the same time, everyone gathered in a row, waiting for the next team. The tension in the air increased. Everyone was focused on the actions of the coach and partners. Ian pointed out in a commanding tone that he would explain everything during the training period, so as not to waste precious time. In a low voice, our hero told a friend that in fact this was not a date, and she just set him up. Jing quickly explained that this person was their boxing coach and that he needed a training partner, so she immediately thought of her acquaintance. After a moment, she continued, noting that the man has outstanding skills and inner energy, which makes his training especially valuable and effective. The young man asked if the beauty cares so much about him, why she did not become his partner. At that moment, Ian loudly declared that the teenager could fight back and fight at full strength, so that the training was as realistic as possible. The man added that if something goes wrong, he will still put all the joints in place. The student thanked the coach for his concern and noted that in this case they may not enter the battle at all. However, it seemed that Mr. Yang wasn't going to listen to anyone or look at anything, as he immediately ordered Xing Aofei to start first, setting a strict pace. The young man smiled and noted that if the coach asked him to be his partner, he would not make any concessions, but would focus entirely on the task at hand. Suddenly, he jumped up from his seat and was about to attack his opponent, concentrating all his strength on one precise strike. The guy decided that he wanted the coach to feel the power and strength of his fist, and put all his energy into the movement, demonstrating determination and concentration. Everyone gathered saw that the student put almost all his strength into the punch, and this immediately created tension in the atmosphere of the hall. Despite the powerful blow, the man continued to stand on his feet, and it seemed to the guy that the coach's body was made of iron. A moment later, the student felt the coach's powerful hand grab him by the jacket. Yang explained that when the enemy is in the air, it loses stability, and then you can safely throw it to the ground, showing clearly the principle of operation. To make all this clear, the man showed everything in practice in front of the students, making the training as visual as possible. Our hero was not used to such actions, so he just lay there and carefully watched the coach, not understanding what would happen next. In turn, the man ordered the young man to repeat everything that he had just done and shown to consolidate his skills and test his attentiveness. After a couple of minutes, the coach noticed that the opponent seemed to be planning to give up, because he was lying on the floor and did not take any active actions. He was thinking to himself that the usual methods didn't work with this person, so there must be another way to deal with him in order to gain an advantage. After a while, Yang Luo, who was watching the opponent get up, complimented him, saying that getting up after a punch was worth a lot. Xing Aofei was silent, but he thought to himself that ordinary techniques didn't work on this man, whose body was like a tank shell, and he was practically invincible in close combat. Moreover, the trainer was incredibly strong, so the attacks didn't deal any damage to him at all, and that was why he stood so confidently while remaining unscathed. The teenager reflected that he could use his own energy to at least slightly weaken the opponent's defense and gain an advantage. Ian seemed to anticipate his every move, as he immediately asked about the use of internal energy, controlling the situation and forcing the youth to be extremely attentive. He didn't say anything, but after a minute, he sped up and ran towards the trainer, concentrating on a precise and powerful kick. Xing Aofei knew exactly what his goals were and was thinking about when exactly to wait for the man to let down his guard. Running up to the opponent from behind, the young man gathered all the energy in his hand and still struck out, showing courage and determination. The blow was unexpected. The coach did not expect this. Everyone in the audience watched as dozens of bright lights seemed to reflect on the coach's body, emphasizing the power and energy of the blow. Our hero proudly noted for himself that during a battle with such people, you first need to weaken the enemy's defense in order to gain a clear advantage. The guy did not wait, and in the next minute he launched a new attack, using all the potential and strength to test the coach's capabilities. Yang Lo clearly hadn't expected this and stood there watching with full attention and concentration. The rest of the students did the same, not believing that anyone, especially a boy, could defeat such a strong man. The young man didn't want to look smarter than everyone else. He just showed off his own technique and skill, showing off skills and mastery. The students didn't understand what was going on, but she noticed that Xing Aofei was using a skill that was much more complex than normal wrestling. The coach could not fully comprehend what had happened, lying on the floor, wondering and trying to understand what had just happened, because it was something inexplicable. As he got closer, the hero explained that he used the usual tendon-breaking skill, demonstrating a precise and thoughtful action. The man immediately calmed down, noting that he would fix his joints and everything would be fine with him. Mr. Yang wasn't angry because he had chosen an opponent who showed his best side, showing courage and skill. Suddenly, the coach's eyes widened, and a second later he fell to the floor, not understanding what had happened. Xing Aofei and Jing immediately ran over to him, trying to figure out what had happened. After all, everything was normal before, and now an unusual and unpredictable situation had occurred. A short time later, Yang Luo was lying on the hospital bed, clutching a towel between his teeth. The terrified Jing, who still didn't understand what could have brought down this powerful man, nervously asked the doctor how the man's condition was. Hearing the doctor say that he had given painkillers, but there was nothing else he could do, the guy thought that this person's disease was incurable. Although the specialist, having understood what the guys mean, explained that the coach does not have any visible illnesses, but he has no idea what is wrong with him. The girl thought about it and immediately asked how this could even be. It was obvious that Mr. Yang was in a bad way because there was perspiration on his forehead, and besides, the patient was tossing around on the bed. The beauty explained that she had heard about the coach's illness, which until then often went to many major hospitals, but despite this, no one was able to make an accurate diagnosis. As Xing Aofei listened to the doctor say that the pain was still going on at this stage and the medication was almost not helping, he wondered if it was really that serious. Finally, the man, pulling the towel out of his mouth, said that everything was fine with him. There was no need to worry about him, especially since this has been going on for many years. Then he added that this often happens in people who have learned to use internal energy. The guy didn't understand how this was possible, so he clarified this point again. Jing explained that internal energy is a type of internal force, which is very rare in martial arts, and a master of such energy is able to deflect knives or even bullets. However, to master such a strong skill, the body would suffer serious injuries. Xing Aofei pondered because he didn't understand if this person was actually that difficult to cure. The joints of the knees and lower back of this trainer seem to be burning. It looks like inflammation, but in this case, the reason is something else. This man's body is scarred, but the teenager can see a thin layer of strong ki energy covering the man's skin. Therefore, the young man decided that it was difficult to cure, but quite realistic. Yang Luo didn't want to look weak, so he asked them not to worry about him, adding that it was just a small matter. He was already used to this state of affairs. He immediately stated that there were more important things to do, and then turned to Xing Aofei, saying that he had an urgent request. The young man didn't know what they were talking about, but still asked what the coach wanted. After a short pause, the man noted that he wanted the guy to become a coach at their school and teach the guys his wrestling technique. Our hero honestly said that it would not be easy, because this is not just a fighting technique. It is used in traditional Chinese medicine. Moreover, he personally changed it a little. Yang Luo said that he didn't care what it was called at all. The most important thing was that it was effective and worked, which is far more important than anything else. If Special Forces soldiers can learn something like this, they will be able to defend themselves perfectly in class. The girl, realizing that the coach's condition left much to be desired, said in a frightened voice that it was better to leave it for a later time. Now you need to put your health first. But the man continued to say that for him it is much more important than his own health. Inwardly, Xing Aofei thought about how Mr. Yang cared so much about his students that he put his pain on the back burner. Of course, a student can teach this person some techniques of tendon reduction. As a student, there will be nothing complicated in this. After all, our hero is a doctor, although he was still concerned about the health of this particular man. The young man happily agreed to train the guys, although he said that before he took the position and Mr. Yang had to promise something. The coach immediately shouted that he was ready to make even 100 promises. The guy just needs to ask for it. Suddenly, Xing Aofei said that he wanted to be given a chance to become Dr. Yang Luo. The big man's eyes widened because he didn't know how to react to this. But at the same time, the doctor said that the patient's condition was much more complicated than it might seem at first glance. Jing also didn't believe that such a thing was possible. She said that the young man had just started studying at the university. But the teenager didn't want to discuss anything, so he turned to Mr. Yang again and asked him the same question as before. Laughing, the coach shouted that he still had nothing to lose, so the body was completely in the hands of the young man. The young man wasn't going to waste any time, so he asked his ward to lie down on his stomach. At this time, the girl thought that she had already forgotten that our hero was born in a family of doctors. The guy understood that the patient might be afraid, so he told him not to worry, noting that he was a master of internal energy himself, after which he heard the doctor say that they did not have silver needles. But Xing Aofei explained that in this case, such needles are not needed, because the energy of this person is too powerful. So in this case, you need to use something radically different. Speaking of something coming up, the young man had already started to concentrate. The inexperienced people didn't understand what was going on, although Jing guessed that this person was materializing his inner strength. And indeed, what our hero did could not be described in any words. The beauty, watching what was happening, decided that the student had turned his inner strength into silver needles that could pass through Mister's barrier. It was obvious that the young man was doing everything possible to ensure that the effect was necessarily there. Yang Luo's back felt like it was burning or glowing, but it looked amazing. A friend of the guy did not believe that he finished the treatment so quickly. But Jing Aofei explained that this man wouldn't feel any more pain. At the same moment, the terrified coach announced in a trembling voice that not only did he not feel pain, but he had a feeling of lightness that had not been there for a long time. The man just stared at them for a moment, trying to figure out how this was even possible. And then, while stretching his head, he said that he felt as if he had undergone a complete upgrade. As he laid the needle out on the table, the guy admitted that this item can only suppress the symptoms for a while. And he added that the patient will need to undergo a course of herbal treatment to completely get rid of the disease. In the next minute, Xing Aofei had already started writing something on his notebook. I thought to myself that it was time to return to the classics, which say that herbal treatment is very effective. The young man was acting like a real doctor, so he immediately tore off the sheet and handed it to Mr. Yang. The young man explained that this is an instruction that says how to take the medicine. If the man does everything right, the pain will pass and never return. The coach was genuinely happy, and therefore said that he would immediately go to the pharmacy to buy everything he needed. The doctor who followed his patient said that this recipe is a real godsend, and therefore he would also like to take a look at it. The girl was pleased that everything had turned out so well, but she didn't expect that at this moment the guy would remind her about the dinner that they had agreed on in the morning. Hearing this, the beauty hesitated a bit. It looked like she wasn't ready for something like this. At this moment, Xing Aofei received a phone call from someone who heard Professor Lu's voice, and the teenager immediately inquired about what had happened. The man gathered his thoughts because he didn't know how to say what he was going to say, and then he said sharply that the guy should definitely come to him, because something terrible had happened. Running into the office, our hero saw the director and Liu Zhengjong sitting there in silence. So he immediately asked why they had called him so urgently. But the men lowered their heads and said nothing, as if they were still sitting alone. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the professor, who remarked that it was a good thing that the young man still came and offered Tom to sit down. Xing Aofei was still worried, so he once again asked what had happened. After a few minutes, the old man pointed out that the reason was that the teenager had become a guest lecturer. The young man didn't understand what was wrong with it, so he asked about it directly. The director didn't know how best to say this, so he didn't immediately decide on it. Closing his eyes, the manager explained that the largest sponsor of traditional Chinese medicine suddenly decided to stop sponsoring. Now this department has serious problems with money. The surprised young man wanted to know what this was due to, admitting that this type of medicine is not very profitable financially. But Professor Lu honestly said that it wasn't really that. The whole reason was because of Xing Aofei. Zheng Tianhua went on to say that the sponsor was very angry about their decision to make an ordinary student a guest lecturer. Moreover, he personally told them that the young man was a master of the northern moth technique, but they were not convinced. The guy threw up his hands and said that he might not be a lecturer, but it wasn't a problem for him, because he didn't want his relationship with the sponsor to deteriorate because of him. Liu Zhengjong said that this person doesn't understand the topic himself, so he should know the true reason behind the value of these two skills. After that, he took a short pause and said that at this moment not everything is so simple. The director also said that he agrees that these people are trying to put pressure on the teenager, but there is a reason for this. It is possible that Xing Aofei crossed someone's path. Despite the fact that everyone thought the young man was a good guy, he understood that during this time he managed to quarrel with many who did not want to listen to him. However, I decided that only the deputy director could have influenced this, which I honestly said, but the professor replied with indifference in his voice that the young man overestimated him too much. He did not have such opportunities. Thinking about it, the teenager said that apart from this person, no one else comes to mind. At that moment, the director spoke up again, saying that it doesn't matter what the real reason is. The main nuance is that the guy will be a lecturer or not. They still have already refused sponsorship. Xing Aofei thought about it. He knew that his new mission was to earn $1 million for the faculty within a week, but he just didn't understand how it was possible to do this. Once again, Zheng Tianhua confirmed what he had said earlier, namely that the young man was not to blame, but that he personally needed to manage the faculty better. And he added that if they could earn more money, then no one would set any conditions for them. They would be their own masters. Xing Aofei suddenly asked if it was true that all the Chinese medicine associations were losing a lot of money. But the professor explained that this is not entirely true. For example, the Acupuncture Association loses money, and Chinese medicine, on the contrary, earns it. But the leader, Professor Hood Mei, is one of the top 10 experts of the medical art. Even though she is only about 30 years old, she made a lot of money when she invented a new formula of Chinese medicine. The young man said in a low voice that making money with the new formula was a good idea. Then he asked Professor Liu to introduce him to this girl and the great professor in one person, because he really wants to talk to her. The man replied that the funny thing was that the night before, this prominent person wanted to meet Xing Aofei herself. Therefore, he suggested that we go to her immediately, so as not to waste time, adding that the scientist always conducts additional research at their faculty. As he approached the right door, the man started shouting that they were here so that Miss Hua could hear them. As Liu Zhengjong walked into the room, he assumed that this girl had been up all night again because she was inventing something. And he added that Hua is actually a genius. Just like our hero, she works very hard, is always alone, drinks her infusions, which is why she has a herbal smell. As he approached the sofa, the professor once again addressed his colleague in a low voice, telling her to get up. The girl carefully looked at the guests, whom she did not expect at all. However, it didn't seem to bother her at all, because the girl stretched and said it was good that Mr. Liu stopped by. Then she asked what it was that brought them here at this time, hinting that it was already late in the evening. The old man immediately cut to the chase, saying that he had heard from the girl that she wanted to meet the heir of the northern moth technique, so he brought him over. Putting on her glasses, the young miss said cryptically that this was the genius in front of her. The embarrassed young man replied that he wasn't really a genius at all. But the professor insisted, saying that the guy deserved this title. It's good that the young man has such a rare skill, especially during the development of Chinese medicine. Once again, Xing Aofei started talking about how the scholar thought too highly of him because he still had a lot to learn. Hugging the teenager, the girl said that our hero is not only smart, but also a modest boy who she really likes. The old man decided to change the subject so that the student would not be so embarrassed. So he asked his colleague if she had slept last night and immediately added that the girl was still young. But you shouldn't mock yourself so much. The professor happily declared that she was actually fine, which was immediately confirmed by Xing Aofei, who was still timid. After that, the beauty spoke again, who noticed that she couldn't fall asleep without sorting out the new recipe. The young man was interested in this topic, and therefore he asked to tell him more about it, if it is, of course, possible. After a moment's hesitation, the professor explained that this is a formula for fighting gout, explaining its purpose and importance in medical practice. Scientists noted that in their city, millions of citizens suffer from this disease, and therefore the duty of doctor, try to reduce their suffering and ease their pain by using effective means. Professor Liu, turning to a colleague, asked to see the recipe, if it is not a big secret, showing interest in the work and a desire to learn more. However, the girl busily noted that the recipe is not ready yet. It needs to be finished and improved, explaining that she studied the combination of herbs for this remedy, but still did not find the optimal proportions. At the same time, our hero thought that classical herbal medicine could help him in solving the problem, and this led him to the idea of seeking advice. That is why the young man turned to Manhwa and noted that he knew a little about Chinese medicine, and therefore would like to look at the recipe and understand the principle of operation of the ingredients. The girl noted with a slight sneer that a little knowledge is not enough to understand this complex tool, emphasizing the seriousness of the test. If a teenager is not a true master of Chinese medicine, then she will not be able to show him the recipe, as this is too responsible and complex a matter that requires deep knowledge. Xing Aofei noted that the professor seemed to want to test his knowledge and abilities by arranging a small skill test. After a moment, he decided that he would gladly take this test, taking the challenge as an opportunity to prove his abilities and show his understanding of medicine. Mr. Liu was surprised to see that this unique young man really knew a lot about Chinese medicine, showing a rare awareness and skill that was not expected from such a young man. At the same time, the young man asked the scientist if it was true that she was currently working on the ingredients for this recipe, showing interest in the current process and accuracy of cooking. He also noted that if he can make an accurate list of ingredients for her remedy, it will be a useful help and a kind of service for her, demonstrating her willingness to participate and help. The girl explained that although the recipe is very good, it is as difficult as possible to guess its ingredients, and this is a test of accuracy and care. Therefore, if he could write down the exact ingredients, she would do whatever he asked, setting the terms of her cooperation and testing the boy's competence. Xing Aofei was glad that he was able to make what was essentially a successful deal that allowed him to show off his knowledge and gain access to important information. Although in the next instant, the young man asked the professor to give him a hand, which looked a little strange and unusual for such a situation, causing a slight bewilderment. Manhwa looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding what exactly he was going to do, because it wasn't directly related to medicine and looked unexpected. The old man carefully watched the student, who thought that the aroma of herbs, of course, is exotic and unusual, but this will not stop him and will not prevent him from continuing to research and carry out his plans. At this moment, a variety of names began to pop up in our hero's head. He felt honeysuckle, saffron, wild grass, and much more. That is why the teenager realized that now he has an almost complete picture in his head regarding what is included in the composition. Smiling again, the student turned to Miss Hua in a confident tone and asked her to give him a piece of paper and a pen. The girl watched in surprise as the young man immediately began to write the names of the herbs that he had smelled a moment ago. Liu Zhengjong, who knew that this guy was actually amazing, didn't even think that he was so talented. At the same time, the student concentrated more and more in order to remember everything that he felt. Not much time passed and the young man, passing the pen to the girl, said that he had completed his part of the work. Picking up a piece of paper, Miss Hua studied it carefully, but she didn't fully believe that she was seeing exactly what she was seeing. The professor stated in a low voice the fact that this student did everything right. Suddenly, the scientist asked how the young man managed to do such a job, because this is something impossible. Xing Aofei replied that the girl herself said that she only worked with the ingredients that are in the recipe. When he smelled her hand, he could easily determine what it was. Mr. Liu asked if it was true that the guy only understood all the herbs by sniffing his hand, and a clean one at that. The student happily explained that if you are well versed in herbs, then guessing them becomes not so difficult. Applauding the young man, the professor admitted that it was really something amazing. Moreover, she, despite all her rich experience, will not be able to repeat it. It was the most important thing for the teenager to pass the test, so he asked if he had succeeded. Bowing her head, the girl said that the young man can put forward his own condition. Leaning on the table, Xing Aofei honestly said that he wanted to work with Miss Hua on her new medicine, and he thought to himself that later he wants to get his share for the task of the system. At this moment, Liu Zhengjong spoke up and said that he would like to answer in his colleague's place, stating that this girl would definitely refuse the request because the beauty doesn't like someone barging in on her in the middle of a study. However, instead of denying it, Ms. Hua stated that she didn't mind working together at all. The professor, who knew the girl all too well, couldn't believe that she agreed, saying that he had always assumed that she hated working together. But Hua explained that the reason was that she was surrounded only by amateurs, but with a master and a real genius, she would work with great pleasure. Turning away, Liu Zhengjong thought about how this girl had refused to work on the same project with him a month ago, and now he understood the real reason. When he heard a colleague address the old man, he turned around, hoping that she would ask him to join them or at least help in some way. But instead, hugging the neck of our hero, the scientist said that the man can leave, adding that she will return this young man in a couple of days. Left alone, the girl happily said that now is the time to get to work. The young man didn't mind at all, so after putting on a robe, the young man immediately walked over to the table. First of all, our hero carefully studied the achievements of the scientist in order to understand in which direction they are moving at all. After that, the teenager climbed into the cabinets where the plants were stored, realizing that they could not do without experiments in their business. It was a long job, because it was necessary to understand the structure of each new plant, as well as the interaction with other herbs. Considering that many hours had passed, the guys were so tired that they didn't even notice that they were dozing off. The young people worked for 3 days, during which time they dozed for several hours and continued their work, which bore fruit. Happy Hua didn't believe that they had managed to obtain such a unique recipe that could help so many people. The young man, looking at this girl, said that he was pleased to hear that their fruitful work was not in vain. The professor noted that they were able to develop such an effective composition only thanks to Xing Aofei. After hearing about this, the guy decided to get down to business, and therefore asked how much they can earn with this formula. The professor proudly stated that if this formula actually works effectively, then they will be able to earn more than 10 million rubles. The young man was glad, realizing that he had managed to fulfill his mission. In addition, the medicine would allow the sick to be cured, and it would also help his faculty with money. Returning to his room, the young man announced that he had finally arrived. Shuang, who was eating sandwiches, greeted the young man, saying that she was glad to see him. The student was so exhausted that he decided to just sit on the couch, but he didn't say anything at all, because he didn't have the strength. But after a moment, the young man said that he did not like that his colleagues behaved somehow indifferently, and this despite the fact that he was gone for 3 days, and they were not even bored. Looking at Xing Aofei in surprise, the girl asked if he really had been gone for so long. Xiaoxi, who was sitting next to him, said that she felt as if she had seen her master only recently and therefore did not notice his absence. Taking a sandwich, the young man was upset that his colleagues treat him in this way, but the guy was quick-witted and therefore noted that he had finished work on a drug that could cost more than 10 million, and therefore we can assume that the mission is completed. But the rabbit said that this does not count if the teenager does not have money in the account. You will have to try to make sure that they appear there within a week. Xing Aofei was angry, so he told Xiaoxi that she was implying that he had wasted these 3 days, although Xiaoxi said that this was not the case. If he received the money, then the task would be completed. The guy didn't like it. He understood that only the registration period would take about a week, and before that time, there would be no money in the account. The assistant, who was watching TV intently, turned to our hero and asked him to watch the news. It said that recently several wealthy people died suddenly due to an unknown illness, and now the chairman of a well-known real estate agency is also suffering from this ailment. After that, the correspondent announced that the person who works on the spot will tell you more. And then they started saying that the famous Chen Jianfeng was admitted to the intensive care unit with an incomprehensible illness. His condition remains critical. A minute later, the reporter added that she was going to ask Mr. Li's attending physician for more information about the disease. The man explained that the disease itself or the patient's symptoms had never been seen before in medicine, but they can say with confidence that the patient will recover. Immediately, the reporter said that the real estate agency said that if the doctors manage to cure this person, they will become sponsors and allocate about 10 million rubles. Mr. Li did not want to comment on this, and therefore said that the media was asking the wrong questions, because now we should focus on treating a person's illness. As he continued to chew on his sandwich, our hero asked what had happened to the patient's complexion. And then he asked a rhetorical question about what ailment can lead to such symptoms. Xiaoxi, who was sitting nearby, assumed that this poor fellow wasn't sick, just cursed. The boy didn't understand what this meant, but the rabbit explained that it was about witchcraft used by a foreign clan. Xing Aofei asked a counter question about whether it could be cured with Chinese medicine. If it was true, then he would be able to earn $10 million. The system immediately explained that it was probably impossible, in which case only a strong witch would be able to help. Bowing his head, the young man sadly noted that it turns out that they need a witch doctor. As time passed, he couldn't think of a place to find a doctor who could still practice magic. At this time, there was such a girl sitting in the next room. Moreover, the student had completely forgotten that he knew her well. Ellie was doing some magic and casting spells. The girl was well-versed in magic, and therefore, holding the doll in her hands, declared that her ritual would now begin. After that, the beauty, having attached some note to the voodoo, immediately missed it. Continuing to sit in his room, our hero anxiously asked his assistants why he suddenly had such a strange feeling. The rabbit immediately thought of their neighbor and looked warily at the door. The young man got up from his seat and at that moment began to talk about the fact that Dr. Witch actually lives there. And the girl at this time sat in silence. She could not be distracted because her mission was significant. The witch continued to perform some strange actions, directing her energy and power at the doll. The young man didn't know this. Moreover, he was a little indifferent about it. He knew that he had to talk to this girl. In the next instant, Ellie turned around because she sensed someone's presence. The young man knew that someone was casting spells, so he told Xiaoxi that it was best for them to split up now. And then something indescribable happened because the rabbit, jumping off the owner's back, flew somewhere, and he went to his friend. The frightened girl, not understanding what was happening, immediately let go of the doll and looked around. After a moment, the beauty shouted that she shouldn't do this, but it seemed that the system saw its goal, so it was going to finish what it started. Xing Aofei, seeing how well Xiaoxi handled her work, praised her for doing so. Seeing what was happening, the guy politely told the witch that they knew exactly what she was doing here, and therefore this would not happen again. Then, after a brief pause, he went on to say that she wouldn't hurt anyone else. Turning around, Ellie started yelling at the young man, explaining that she wasn't hurting anyone. On the contrary, she was saving a person. Xiaoxi and our hero carefully looked at the doll that they had just ruined and realized that they had misinterpreted the situation. The girl was angry and therefore began to call the guy a variety of indecent words, which at that time was quite deserved. For a moment, the beauty closed her eyes because she didn't want to see the intruder. The young man understood that he had made a mistake and therefore decided to ask for forgiveness, saying that he very much wanted to help another person and therefore acted automatically. The guy did not know that the witch lecturer was invited to help, so he fell silent and then asked what his friend was doing. Ellie explained that she saw the patient on TV and immediately realized that he was cursed. So she tried to save this unfortunate person with her witchcraft. He didn't know why this was happening or why anyone needed magic at all, so he didn't hesitate to ask the question. Ellie explained that some vile doctor witches are hired as murderers, and their job is to curse their victims. Xing Aofei asked if the girl would perform her ritual again, but now in a calm state, if it would be possible to save the poor man. With a heavy sigh, the girl explained that she had almost no strength left after the last time. The distance between them was too great, and therefore she simply could not start from scratch. Xiaoxi, who was sitting on his master's back, began to accuse him of making a hasty decision, even though the young man claimed that he wasn't the one who spat water. At this time, the witch said that she could not restore this ritual. Then she wanted to personally look at the patient to assess the state of his health. The young man was glad that the girl was not angry with him, and therefore said that in this case they would go to the hospital together. At this time, nothing changed in the hospital. Chen Jianfeng felt just as bad as before. Mr. Li was walking down the corridor when he saw Zheng Tianhua, who was also in the hospital, standing in front of him. Li Feng explained that they had done absolutely everything in their power. Despite this, the patient remains in a serious condition. The director, who usually doesn't raise his voice to anyone, now said that his subordinate should continue to do something, because they can't lose this patient as well. But the next moment, the conversation was interrupted because a man was telling the intruders that they were not allowed to enter this department. Nurses tried to stop our hero and his friend, repeating that there are rules and they must be observed. Xing Aofei said that they were here to save Chen Jianfeng, so the staff members should inform the doctor. The principal, seeing a familiar face, immediately asked the student why he was here. The young man, approaching the manager, immediately declared that they could save the patient who was shown on TV in the morning. Mr. Li, who is always extremely aggressive, asked the guy what he was talking about. But Xing Aofei wasn't intimidated by this, so he pointed at Ellie and pointed out that this girl could help that unfortunate man. Zheng Tianhua smiled and asked if it was true that this girl wanted to try to help in some way. But a colleague shouted that why these young people can't remember their place. There is no place for newcomers in the treatment of patients, and even more so when it comes to such a problem. The director believed our hero and therefore asked the children to immediately go to the patient's room to see what was happening to him. Li Feng looked at these people in annoyance, thinking to himself that once again, no one listened to him, which was very unpleasant. At the same time, looking at the man in the room, Ellie said that she knew how to get this patient back on his feet. However, while she is performing the ritual, she does not want many people around her, so she asked that only one young man remain. Zheng Tianhua didn't mind, so it was important for him to let this person walk out of the hospital on his own feet. But he only mentioned that if you need anything, you can contact him right away. Mr. Li shouted again, saying that the boss couldn't let these students interfere because it was a human life that was involved, and these were not toys. Taking his colleague out of the ward, the man said that he should not be so indignant, moreover, that he should not interfere with the children's work. Xing Fei didn't know if the disease could be completely cured, but Ellie said that the curse left too much of an imprint. Even if she started the ritual right now, it would just delay his death. The guy knew that he couldn't just let it go, so he asked if there was any other way. Pondering, the witch explained that if they could stop the witch doctor who had done this, then they would definitely be able to save this person. Then she added that she couldn't go looking for the unknown woman right now because she had to stay with the patient to start her ritual. The young man smiled and said with joy in his voice that in that case, she would stay here and he would go in search of her. The young man explained that last time he did something irreparable, and therefore now he must correct his guilt, especially since someone's life depends on it. Ellie had said that a doctor who did this sort of thing had to be very strong, and there weren't many people who could compare to him at all. The young man proudly declared that he would do everything, but asked a friend if she knew where to find this witch. Closing her eyes, the beauty noted that the guy will not have to look for himself because she knows where these people live. Pointing somewhere, the witch said that the Raven of Darkness would help him, although she didn't immediately explain what that meant. A minute later, when the funnel appeared, Ellie ordered the student to follow this raven, which will definitely lead to the doctor. The guy wasn't intimidated at all. He just ordered Xiaoxi to go into stealth mode because they were on their way. Opening the door of the ward, the young man saw a bird that did not seem to be going to wait for him, and therefore already set off. The doctors turned their attention to Xing Aofei and wanted to say something, but they were startled by what they saw. Although Li suddenly spoke up, sarcastically saying that the boy was already out, it turns out that he gave up. And then he went on to say that he just gave up and ran away so that no one would see his shame. Lai was unstoppable, shouting after him that it was useless to give up, because Xing Aofei was now responsible for this poor fellow. And he added that the guy does not understand that if this person dies, then all the responsibility will fall on the shoulders of our hero. Stopping, the young man said that the doctor was right, because now they are actually responsible. He immediately added that he hoped Li Feng would remember this when it comes to the $10 million reward. After that, he continued to say that, of course, this money will belong to their faculty. The man smiled and said out loud that he didn't mind, but inwardly thought that he didn't know how to get rid of this patient, but now he found someone to blame for everything. As he left, the young man added that the doctor should not forget his promises. Finally, Xing Aofei said that he is a person who always keeps his word. At this time, an unknown person was asking himself why that annoying witch had stopped the ritual. Although I immediately began to say that this is even better for him, moreover, he will soon complete his ritual too. The raven that was sent to help the guy flew to the place where this unfamiliar witcher was sitting and immediately began to caw. The wizard hadn't expected anything like this, so he turned his attention to the bird he was watching. At this time, our hero went to the stranger, who announced that he had finally found the witcher. The young man wasn't particularly happy to see the stranger, so he immediately asked who he was. The teenager did not like long explanations. He smiled and proudly declared that he was just an ordinary doctor. Xing Aofei told the system that he would deal with this person, who in turn added that he would then put out the fire. The young man did not see the point of waiting for something or wasting time on conversations, and therefore immediately went in the direction where the ill-wisher was. The young man threw a punch at an opponent who didn't expect anything like this. The teenager noted with satisfaction that he knows his own strength, and therefore a great start has been made, but it just didn't seem to have any effect on the sorcerer, because he was just smiling at his opponent. However, in the very next second, Xiaoxi, who also jumped up, shouted at her master to be careful even though she didn't explain what it was for. The rabbit knew how to spit, so she decided to do what she had already done before, dousing the opponent with dirty water. The guy liked the way his assistant worked, so he was happy to praise the animal. Xiaoxi, in turn, happily declared that she was great and could do even more. In the next instant, the animal was on fire, noting for itself that it was starfire. Xing Aofei was happy to announce that the summoning ritual had been stopped, but it didn't really seem to have any effect on the witcher, because he explained that he could sacrifice a young man in another ritual. But the teenager was not afraid of these threats. He confidently noted that first he should just be caught. But whether this will succeed is another question. The young man directed his energy in the direction where the sorcerer continued to stand, realizing that it was necessary to act as quickly as possible. For the first few seconds, the enemy was quite confident, knowing that they could repel absolutely anything. However, suddenly the young man noticed with horror that he could not move, although this had never happened to him before. The student knew that the Witcher understood everything, so he explained that he had sealed all the acupuncture points of this person, adding that his silver needles could handle anyone, so the sorcerer lost. The young man replied that he couldn't admit defeat because the guy wasn't strong enough, although he thought otherwise. He added that he couldn't believe that he would have to use a forbidden spell against our hero. After that, something indescribable began to happen to the sorcerer. It was not for nothing that Xing Aofei thought to himself that he didn't understand what this ill-wisher was doing. After all, he was supposed to be standing still. At this time, the magician actually behaved as strangely as possible. It seemed as if he had gone berserk. Getting to his feet, the opponent explained that now the opponent's needles are useless, and therefore he will do what he planned. The confused Xing Aofei couldn't understand anything. He didn't realize how this person could change his appearance so easily. At the same time, the student knew that he could not just give up, because a person's life directly depends on it. The young man attacked, and the sorcerer said that these tricks do not work on him, and therefore the boy cannot even waste time. And at that moment, the guy didn't really know what to do, because he had never encountered such a force before. A moment later, the Witcher announced that it was his turn to attack. Our hero carefully watched this man, thinking that he was very fast. Xiaoxi, who was watching everything, shouted at his master not to just stand there because it was very dangerous. The battle was in full swing, and judging by what was happening, it was hard to say who would win this competition. Xing Aofei definitely wasn't going to try too hard, even though he thought that it wasn't as easy as it might seem from the outside. The young man did everything that depends on him, but the difficulty was that the opponent won by speed. It couldn't be said that the man's skills weren't enough because he was a master at deflecting attacks. That's why at some point the guy flew back, because he was thrown back by the opponent. Sitting on the ground, Xing Aofei talked about how this person was much stronger than all the opponents that had been up to this point. And the attacks are not strong enough to defeat this person. At this stage, you can only hold on and nothing more. Xiaoxi at that moment said that the Witcher's witchcraft and the guy's inner energy are enemies by nature, and therefore it becomes difficult. At that moment, Ellie's projection appeared, which suggested that witchcraft is an alien skill, but the skills of our hero cannot cope with this person, and therefore she wanted to help. They immediately turned to the rabbit, telling her to somehow delay the sorcerer for 10 seconds. At this time, the villain laughed, saying that people still can't do anything. But Xiaoxi was so outspoken that she claimed that no one had asked her opponent about it anyway. After that, something unthinkable began to happen. It seemed that the system found a way out to slow down this person for a while. Suddenly, a bull-headed creature appeared in front of Xing Aofei. The young man was glad of it, which he immediately announced loudly, knowing that this was exactly what they needed. He asked what he was called up for, because he understood that he had to do something. Xiaoxi explained that a certain person was bullying them, and then asked where Horseface was when she heard that he had an online class, and added that the system knew that he couldn't stay in the mortal dimension for too long. The rabbit replied that they didn't need much, just 10 seconds would be enough for them. Realizing that it wasn't much, Bullhead shouted that he would do his best. In less than a second, the assistant from the underworld was already heading in the direction where the sorcerer was sitting. The creature understood that it was enough for it to hit the person to fall. At that moment, the guys will do everything that is necessary. Starting the countdown, the assistant told the guy to hurry up, because 10 seconds won't last forever. However, in addition to counting down, Bullhead decided to strike the opponent once more, because the opponent was recovering very quickly. The young man at this moment was also performing some kind of manipulation, and at the same time shouted that their assistant should hold on, because they were doing what was necessary. The sorcerer understood that people were deceiving him and preventing him from doing what he had planned, and therefore declared that he would destroy absolutely everyone. So he quickly turned around and jumped so high that no one could catch up with him. Bullhead watched carefully, but he didn't do more than he could. Raising his head, Xing Aofei saw something strange there. It was like an explosion, but somehow unusual. The young man did not know what was waiting for their assistant, so he immediately turned to Tom, wishing that he would not get hurt. A moment later, the sorcerer was clutching at Bullhead's hands, but the Bullhead wasn't going to give up. The denizen of the underworld knew that he needed to hold on just a little longer in order to survive for a few more seconds. The Witcher claimed that it would still not be possible to cope with him, no matter what anyone tried to do. Bullhead shouted that in fact everything was just beginning, and therefore did not give up to throw out loud words. After that, by tilting her head, the assistant of our heroes pushed the opponent away from her with great force. The sorcerer at that moment felt all the power and strength of his opponent. The positive thing was that the seconds kept going, which means that the victory was very close. Finally, Xing Aofei shouted as loudly as he could that they were now ready. The young man knew that the countdown was over, so he was ready to continue the battle in person now. Bullish Head, turning around with a positive voice, noted that this is just in time. Holding a strange weapon in his hands, the young man once again reported that now they are definitely ready. And, moving forward, he added that now it was his turn to attack and show what he was capable of at all. Now the young man could not stop anything. He knew exactly what his main goal was, and therefore did everything possible to achieve it. The young man had obtained the strength that he lacked to fight the opponent, and therefore it only remained to finish this duel. There was a determination in the boy's eyes that never seemed to exist. Having swung, our hero was already ready to strike, watching as the opponent froze in place. Now everyone was watching carefully, and only the sorcerer didn't like what was happening. But it didn't matter to Xing Aofi. The young man was doing his best. The sorcerer could see that the spear was as close to his face as possible, and it was also clear that the man was somehow very wary of the weapon. Although in the next moment something changed in the behavior of this man, and now he declared that the boy would still not succeed. Xiaoxi knew that they had forgotten about him, so he decided to remind them that the guy was not alone on this battlefield. The opponent's eyes were burning. He was trying to do something, but still something was against him, so not everything happened as he wanted. The system knew that this was the moment when it was necessary to help the owner, and therefore immediately rushed at the enemy. The student watched this, but was in no hurry to interfere, waiting for a command from his assistant. The Witcher's reaction was not good. He was angry, and therefore the young man realized that everything was going as it should. It was for this reason that he once again grabbed his spear and tried to attack his opponent once more. Our hero saw that next to him is a rabbit, which at any moment was ready to come to the rescue again, because they acted as a single organism. The Witcher was groaning harder by the minute, so the boys were doing everything right. A moment later, the sorcerer's face changed, and some dark smoke rose from the ground. Xing Aofei had never seen such a thing, so he asked Xiaoxi if he knew what had happened to this person. The rabbit explained that nothing serious had happened. It was just that the magic had backfired and the man's spiritual power had dissipated. The man may have survived, but from now on somehow, he will no longer be able to be a sorcerer and do other things like that. After thinking about it, the student replied that it was probably very good because the magician would not be able to harm anyone anymore. Bullhead, who was delayed for more than 10 seconds, said that the victory had happened, and therefore it was time for him to go, after hearing the words of gratitude from the young man. But before he left, he said that Mr. Judge wants our hero to be reborn in order to improve his medical knowledge of Huaxia, so the guy should focus on this and not look at the girls. The embarrassed young man stammered that he wasn't really looking at anyone. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding. The bull's head finally said that despite everything, the guy copes with tasks perfectly and therefore must continue in the same spirit. Realizing that it was necessary to move on, the teenager offered to return to the hospital to see how things were going with the patient. At this time, Chen Jianfeng continued to lie on the hospital bed. It seemed that his condition remained the same. Ellie, who had been using strong magic all this time, didn't seem to fully understand what was going on. She focused on the positive energy, hoping that it would have the desired effect. Suddenly, the beauty noticed how black threads that resembled negatives were coming out of the patient. A moment later, a dense dark ball hung over the bed of the unfortunate patient. Smiling, the sorceress noted that it looked like her friend had actually succeeded. At this time, the evil Li Feng was walking around the corridor, not knowing what else he could do. Passing by Mr. Zheng, a colleague said that judging by the patient's condition, he was afraid that these youngsters would not be able to cheat death as easily as they thought. Turning around slightly, the man said that it was not necessary to jump to conclusions because he believed in these young people. But Mr. Li was at it again, so he said that Zheng Tianhua trusted Xing Aofei too much and that the doctor's faith would eventually destroy their hospital. And then he added that since this man had decided to take on the patient's treatment, then when he died, his hands and conscience would be clear. Suddenly, a young man appeared in the corridor. He turned to his detractor, saying that it was not necessary to give up on the patient so early. Then he added that this person survived, which many did not believe. Li Feng didn't believe it, shouting that the guy just couldn't know it. Moreover, he was saying something stupid. As she left the office, Ellie happily informed everyone present that Chen Jianfeng's condition had actually stabilized. The director, who was already on his way to see the guys, was happy to hear about it because it was a real success. The girl said that if this patient was given a couple more days, he would be as good as new. Only Mr. Li was shouting at the whole hospital that it was impossible, that this couldn't be happening. Running into the room, the doctor noticed a man who was lying on the bed, but he was no longer wearing any mask. Moreover, this person was smiling and looked very cheerful. If not for his weakness, he could have been discharged right now. Surprised, Li Feng said that his patient had really come back to life. Xing Aofi immediately put his hand on the back of the ill-wisher and reminded him that there was a deal between them, so he would be looking forward to his reward. Then he turned to Ellie and told her that it was time for them to go now. As Xing Aofei walked down the corridor, he thanked his friend for her help, saying that if it wasn't for her, they wouldn't have made it. And while the girl said that it was not necessary to attribute all the awards to her, the young man said that after witchcraft, his whole body now hurts. After a moment, Ellie thought about it and said that she wanted to know more about Dr. Witch. Hearing Xing Aofei say that today was an exhausting day, the girl noted that it wasn't that urgent, so she could wait until tomorrow. After opening the door to the room, the witch wished our hero a good night. Arriving at the dorm, the guy heard Shuang say that she was already waiting for a teenager. The young man said that he was exhausted, although Xiaoxi immediately cheered him up. saying that it was all for a reason. The young man will get his reward for it. The young man didn't understand what kind of reward it was, so he immediately asked the system. The rabbit was smiling, declaring that there was something very interesting, although she was in no hurry to say what it was. After a moment, the audience noticed something like a vase that appeared out of nowhere. Surprised, the brunette immediately asked if this was the Medicine King's vessel. Xiaoxi knew that Shuang knew a lot, so she confirmed that it was actually him. Our hero did not see or hear anything like this, so he asked why he needed this item. The girl immediately explained that this is an artifact that is needed to refine the elixir of the Day King of Medicine. It is the third most powerful weapon among all medical artifacts. The beauty said that with the help of this vessel, according to rumors, you can create rare elixirs in just a couple of seconds. But she did not understand how the object ended up in this place, because it should have been in the underworld. Laughing, Xiaoxi said that the King of Hell thinks that this thing takes up too much space, after all. Such things are useless in the underworld. The young man said that the people there are too careless. The rabbit explained again that once the vessel is in the mortal world, it can no longer go back. Moreover, she cannot put it in the vault. Xing Aofei asked if the system wanted to say that the ancient relic would always remain in the dorm walls, since this item takes up a lot of space. Xiaoxi spoke up again and explained that there was a way that could make the vessel more mobile, but it needed special technology. She was wondering if the guy would succeed or not. Our hero was ready for anything, and therefore said that they can always try, and then what comes out will come out. Jumping up to the ceiling, the system happily shouted that in this case, it starts, although it did not specify what exactly. At that moment, it seemed as if the vessel was suspended in the air, and it was being held by some invisible force. As for the rabbit, when it was very close to the container, it began to shine so much that the children could hardly watch it. The young people had no idea what would happen next, but they continued to look at the system and its actions. Suddenly, Shuang and the students saw that the light was not only in their room, but also from the window opposite. Despite the fact that the building was completely dark, one room was still lit up. At that moment, a rabbit appeared in front of the children, who was in no hurry to say anything, although she looked somehow strange. Xiaoxi quickly informed the audience that the deed was done. Now the medicine vessel was fused with her. The young man immediately said that this was a great move, because you can get this thing out every time they need to refine an elixir or brew some potion of their own. But the system, folding its arms over its chest, noted that this would not work, because the vessel could no longer be removed from the body. Looking at the rabbit in surprise, the children asked why they needed this item if they couldn't do anything. Once again, Xiaoxi proudly stated that the only way was if she absorbed the medicinal ingredients and refined them inside her body. The young man looked at the system with horror. Moreover, he was confused about how they would receive this elixir, how it would be able to exit. The system did not respond, but the teenager said that he had a very bad feeling about this. Immediately, Xiaoxi confirmed her master's guess, slyly replying that he was absolutely right. After that, she fell on the bed and continued to say in a lazy voice that, if you don't want to, then you cannot use the services. Only then it is important not to regret it. The young man was angry at the whole situation, and therefore he told the system that, as usual, it was simply unbearable. After a while, a stranger was walking down the street. Noticing the men's room, he decided to visit it. Xing Aofei was also there. He didn't even know that this young guy would be interested in anything. The teenager did not turn around. He was perfectly aware of someone staring at him intently. It was a delicate situation. The young man thought that the toilet was entered for one purpose, but the stranger just stood behind him and was silent, which looked suspicious. Suddenly, this guy spoke up, turning to our hero, who asked if it was true that Xing Aofei was in front of him. The student did not really want to meet this person, but there was no other choice, so he asked a counter question about who the stranger is. This person continued to stand still, moreover did not give his name, just said that he came to test the young man. If the action hadn't taken place in the toilet, it could have been explained in some other way. But this situation made Xing Aofei feel discouraged. The young man pulled on his trousers and was already wondering if this was all a joke. But the oddity was not only in this, but also in the fact that a bee appeared in front of the student's eyes, which began to spray something. Our hero, covering his nose, asked the stranger again who he was, and also what he had done. The boy stood and watched the student, who was barely able to stand, without taking his eyes off him. Just a moment later, Xing Aofei lost consciousness and fell to the floor without even knowing it. The stranger understood that he had to somehow carry the guy away, and therefore prepared a bag for this case. At this moment, one of the booths opened with a crash. A bully appeared from there, who asked who decided to make a noise in the toilet because they come there for completely different purposes. The guy spitefully asked the visitor of the public place if he really wanted to say something. The man, despite the fact that he was a large build and clearly could take care of himself, now did not dare to say anything. The reason was that there was something in this unknown person's eyes that was truly terrifying, and hinted that it was best not to get involved in this situation. After closing the door to the booth, the man shouted loudly from there that his stomach was working again for some reason, and not at all as he had planned. At this time, the witch was sitting in her room feeding her charges, talking to them. Suddenly, she heard someone banging on the door, even though she obviously hadn't expected anyone to look in. When Chi Panning got up from her seat, she would ask who had come to see her and immediately say that she was on her way, so there was no need to knock so hard on the door. When the girl saw Liu Tian standing in the doorway, she exclaimed happily, then asked what brought him to her. Pointing to the bag, the young man slyly said that he had brought her something interesting, although the beauty did not quite understand what they were talking about. He slammed his burden down on the floor and stared at it for a while, though the witch asked again what was in the cloth. Seeing the edge of the bag open, the girl exclaimed in surprise because she recognized her friend. This was all very strange, so it surprised Chi Panning, who again asked why Liu Tian had brought this person with her, and also what had happened to the student. The young man stated in a confident voice that this youth had fainted because he had inhaled the fumes of poisonous insects. After that, the ill-wisher began to beat our hero, shouting that he should finish sleeping and wake up, because there is one thing to do. Xing Aofei immediately opened his eyes and looked at his opponent, but he was in no hurry to do anything because he hadn't fully recovered yet. Against the background of the switched-on light, the young man felt as if some monsters were standing in front of him, and therefore immediately began to scream. Jumping up from his seat, the guy finally began to understand where he was. Moreover, turning to Liu Tian, he asked why he put him to sleep, having done it not somewhere, but in the toilet. Finally, the stranger introduced himself, moreover, pointing to the witch, said that he was her subordinate. Our hero, hearing about this, was generally confused because he did not understand why the girl needed to order his abduction. However, the girl didn't ask for anything like that. Moreover, she asked her subordinate why he would do such a thing after hearing that Liu Tian wanted to see if Xing Aofei could protect her. Our hero was more angry than ever. He started shouting, explaining that you can't grab people when they go to the toilet on their own business. But the guy didn't listen. He was telling Chi Panning that the clan leader knew about what happened with the love potion. She asked Liu Tian to come here and bring the guys to the clan. A moment later, he added that the witch herself knew the rules. If a stranger was poisoned by love insects, then he should stay in Miao Village for the rest of his life, although the beauty immediately said that it was an accident. The young man was unwavering, saying that the girl and the boy should still meet with the head of the clan. Besides, it would soon be time for the witch doctor ceremony, and there was no way they could do without Chi Panning. Looking at her subordinate with embarrassment, the girl said that he was right, and therefore she would return. At the same time, our hero, who heard everything, said that unfamiliar people can go where they want, but he will stay in this building. Liu Tian noted after a moment that it was best for the guy to look at his hands before making a decision. The young man did not understand what this meant, and carefully looked at the ill-wisher. But after a moment, the young man still decided to raise his hand to make sure that everything was fine with her. What Xing Aofei saw startled him. He didn't understand what those dark spots on his skin were. And only Liu Tian was happy, explaining that it was a poison that was specially created for the guy by their clan head. Only she has an antidote? The girl was shocked. She did not expect such a turn of events. But the young man continued to insist on his own, asking if the student was going to go with them or sit in this room. Our hero was angry because he knew that he had fallen into a trap from which he was unlikely to be able to get out alone. Even so, he still wasn't going to give an answer, wondering what else he could do. The weather was excellent in the village, and it also had a picturesque view. Our hero was standing in front of a large building and carefully looked at it. Suddenly, Xing Aofei wondered if it was true that this was the headquarters of the witch doctors that he had heard so much about. Liu Tian clearly didn't like the guy, so the latter urged him on, saying that the head of the clan was already waiting for them. People who met along the way greeted Chi Panning happily, saying that she had finally already returned. The young man immediately said that it seemed that someone was very popular in this village, hinting at a beauty. A disgruntled Liu Tian confirmed this, stating that Chi Panning had a very rare body constitution, which allowed her to easily tame poisonous insects, something that hadn't happened in decades. The student did not understand what the body has to do with poisonous insects, so he asked about it directly. It turned out that at an early age, witch doctors take a special medicine. Over time, their blood gains the ability to control poisonous insects. Most doctor witches gain control over ordinary venomous insects, and those lucky enough to be born with an insect-taming body are even more unique. They have the ability to bend the king of poisonous insects to their will. Our hero honestly admitted that he did not really understand what was going on, but noted that, apparently, Chi Panning is very cool. Although hearing such a remark, the beauty was very confused. But in the next moment, the young man's attention went in a different direction. He saw some men who were doing something and shouting loudly. The guy was interested in many things, and therefore he approached these people. The teenager carefully watched what was happening, and was very surprised. In a small container, there were some insects that seemed to be fighting among themselves. The student couldn't tell if it was either cancers or scorpions, but it looked very strange. It was also surprising that a man enthusiastically shouted that his ward was showing excellent results. Sitting on a bench, one stranger told another that he simply did not have a chance, because the beautiful thick claws helped. When the teenager approached Liu Tian, he immediately asked him what these men were doing, because he had seen a lot of things, but he had never witnessed anything like this. The guy immediately explained that this is the most common game of poisonous insects, which is commonplace in these places. This is a tradition of their village, so they can figure out which insect is stronger. The winners of the competition, who are among the top 10, will have the right to attend the witch doctor ceremony. Xing Aofei wasn't sure what the essence of this ceremony was, so he asked about that as well. The detractor did not like that he was literally bombarded with questions, and therefore asked why the teenager was so curious. The girl did not want to conflict with anyone, and replied that the ceremony was established specifically for the capture of the king of poisonous insects. On the mountain of Miao Village, a new king is elected every 30 years, and the one who manages to capture him will become the head of their clan. Qi Panning was so colorful about everything that the young man felt as if he was experiencing it all himself. After which he said, "It turns out that for a person who has a body to tame poisonous insects, it will be easy to catch the king, right?" Liu Tian decided to answer the question himself, but immediately said that he had already stopped talking, because the chatter doesn't stop for a moment. After that, he stood between the guys, shouted that they should keep their distance and not stick close to each other. But it didn't matter to our hero. He moved the guy as if he was something inanimate and said that he really liked that the girls had such amazing abilities. She, in turn, noted that the king of poisonous insects has power over ordinary insects, and with one wrong move, he can easily kill someone. Therefore, even if Qi Panning has such a body, it is still not as simple as it may seem at first glance. Liu Tian knew that no one was paying attention to him, and this made him very angry. Therefore, he abruptly grabbed our hero and shouted that he wanted to take him to the head of the clan, so that she would decide what to do with the young man. Looking in front of him, the teenager realized that he didn't really want to go anywhere, but he didn't want to argue either. When the girl arrived at a sort of temple, she shouted happily to her grandmother, saying that they had finally met. Turning around, the woman looked at her granddaughter in surprise, not believing that she had already arrived. A moment later, the beauty threw herself on the old woman's neck, telling her that she missed her very much. Liu Tian wasn't going to say anything for a long time, so he immediately introduced Xing Aofei and said that there was a worm under his skin. The head of the clan looked at the young man with displeasure and immediately declared that she had no idea how her granddaughter could like such a simple guy. She added, "Doesn't the girl know that anyone who wasn't born and raised in their clan will never be loyal to them?" The girl bowed her head and honestly admitted that there was one small misunderstanding. That was why she had come here to personally explain the situation to the head and remove the poison from this good man's body. But the old lady snapped that it didn't matter if it was an accident or not. If Qi Panning didn't marry this teenager, then she would have no choice but to marry the grandelder's son. The granddaughter should be well aware that this man had been dreaming of a girl's rare ability for a long time. The beauty wasn't going to choose her words, so she said that she would never marry that unworthy man. The woman, in turn, admitted that in recent years her health has weakened, which undoubtedly affected her strength. The Grand Elder will seize the opportunity and try to attract strong clan members to his side, so that he will have a trump card up his sleeve. And when he becomes the head of the clan, Qi Panning will have to follow his orders. And then the old lady asked if it was true that her granddaughter hated the young man who had come with them. Surprised and confused, the beauty looked in the direction where our hero was standing, but did not understand what she should say. Lowering her head, the witch was confused. She replied that she could not say such a thing, because it would be a lie. The head of the clan immediately stated that this was enough. After the love insect was in the girl's body, that person would love her for the rest of their lives. Xing Aofei, who had been standing silently all this time, now said that he also wanted to speak out on this matter. From the expression on her grandmother's face, it was clear that she didn't really want to listen to this young man, but she still didn't want to interfere. And then she asked the question, what would the guy choose, marry or still die? The young man, who was very literate, boldly said that he sees this question as a rhetorical one. Liu Tian saw the young man speak boldly to the head of the clan and didn't like it, because no one in this place would do such a thing. Inwardly, he thought that if it wasn't for this insect, he would have married Qi Panning himself, who he liked very much, and the foreigner should have stayed where he lived. Turning to the ill-wisher, our hero asked why the guy had such a murderous look. The old lady didn't want to listen to anything, so she requested that Xing Aofei be taken to the restroom, and the next day, the girl looked at her grandmother in surprise, but did not dare to read it again or say anything. Before leaving, the clan head ordered the young man to behave well, because he hadn't taken the antidote yet, so anything could happen. He knew he should do something, but he needed to buy himself some time in the meantime. At this time, there were other people walking around the village who were plotting something bad. The young man was telling his father that Qi Panning had returned to their village. The man said that he had heard rumors, moreover. This person brought with her some guy who was not from their clan. Then he added that if everything went according to plan, the clan head would announce their marriage before the ceremony. Zhang Yang was angry, shouting that this beauty should belong to him, and therefore he doesn't want to listen to anyone or anything. Zhang Tianhua explained that he knew this himself. In any case, Qi Panning's rare abilities would greatly help him control the other witch doctors. And then he shouted even more loudly that this time, he would definitely be the head of the clan at the ceremony, because it was time to put an end to the rule of the old raven. Our hero, despite all the unpleasant circumstances, slept quite well, although he was hindered by bees that tried to sit on the nose. The young man clearly remembered how it all ended last time, so he immediately jumped out of bed and was already ready to engage in battle. When Xing Fei saw Liu Tian in front of him, saying that it was time to get up, he wondered why he couldn't have been woken up more gently instead of scaring him so much. But the guy shouted with annoyance in his voice that their guests should not talk nonsense, and instead better put on special clothes. After that, he shouted at the teenager to hurry up because the others were already waiting for him on the street. Our hero could not understand why someone was waiting for him, but he knew that the person who was standing in front of him was unlikely to answer this question. At this moment, Xiaoxi appeared in front of the guy, who happily shouted that she was congratulating her master on the wedding, but he noted that he should not be angry. The system didn't understand what was going on, so it wondered if it was true that the young man was getting married or if it was all some kind of game. Realizing that the rabbit needed to chew everything, the teenager shouted that, of course, nothing would happen. He just wanted to get his antidote. As soon as it was done, the poison would be removed from the body, then he could leave this place. After that, Xiaoxi asked how the young man plans to remove the poison, noting that the woman is not going to give the antidote until the guy gets married. However, Xing Fei happily reported that if the clan head didn't do it, then he would do it himself. In the Cordyceps sinensis chapter in the Fundamentals of Herbal Medicine, there is a passage that says that everything mutually enhances and neutralizes each other. The detoxification herb should be near the place where the poison is located, and the antidote itself should be in this village. Xiaoxi said that coming to Miao village was already a rare experience, so he would take the opportunity to give his master a new mission. The student had no idea what the animal had come up with this time, so he immediately asked about it. The system explained that this place is famous not only for its dangerous terrain, but also for many poisonous substances, which is why there are many unique medicinal herbs growing here, among which there are incredibly valuable medicinal substances. Therefore, this time the guy's mission will be to find more than 10 rare herbs. Looking at the rabbit in surprise, the young man asked if it was true that he should search for herbs, and heard that although the young man had the king's vessel, he couldn't refine the elixir without good ingredients. Upon hearing this, the student immediately began to stretch his arms. After that, with enthusiasm in his voice, he informed the system that then they would start, although first you need to deal with things, and only then start hunting for herbs. At this time, people were already gathering in the village, and it seemed that absolutely all the inhabitants of this village had come. Our hero saw Liu Tian in front of him, and immediately said that it was all very nice. After that, he asked why so many people had gathered, if some kind of holiday was expected. With irritation in his voice, the young man explained that because of an uninvited guest, the clan head would announce the youth and Chi Panning to the entire clan. Bowing his head, our hero said that he knew that this day would come, although he did not specify what he meant. At this moment, Liu Tian walked up to the head of the clan and told her that Xing Fei had finally arrived. The audience couldn't believe their eyes, the reason being that the guy wasn't from their clan, so people were talking among themselves about how their local girl could even pay attention to this young man. The old woman wasted no time and said that some of the residents had already heard that she had gathered them in the square to announce Chi Panning's wedding. And then she told everyone that the person standing next to them was poisoned by a love bug and was personally chosen by the girl. The young man, scratching his head, seriously said that he was not very good for her granddaughter, and therefore asked to give him an antidote and let him go, since he had his own business. The woman said that if the guy does not want to know what the effect of this poison is, then it's best for him to shut up. The crowd immediately began to gossip about how the beauty chose this man for herself, although it might look very strange, moreover. It seems to them that the young man refuses to marry Chi Panning, and the guy immediately turned their attention to the people who were standing there looking at him. Xing Fei immediately asked who this person was, adding that he didn't look friendly at all after hearing that it was their elder who was second in line for the position of clan leader. The witch herself responded to this statement by saying that women of their kind never have any love attachments at all. The man went on to say that it was not a wise decision to pass off their chosen clan member as an outlander, since there were more suitable candidates among the witcher doctors. But the old woman continued to insist on her own, saying that no one has the right to interfere with what the girl decided for herself. Once again, Zhang Tianhua announced that these were not only his thoughts, but also those of most other people who were unhappy with this stupid decision. A minute later, people in the crowd started shouting that the Grand Elder was right. The old woman couldn't make hasty decisions. People added that the girl could choose the same young Mr. Chizang, who is a medicine man. The clan leader looked at everyone and said in an icy tone that she felt like everyone was conspiring against her. The competitor once again started talking about how they wanted the best for Chi Panning Mu. After all, given the woman's deteriorating physical condition, he was afraid that she would no longer be able to protect her granddaughter. Therefore, if there is no good husband for a beautiful woman, then after the leader is gone, the healer will have big problems. The woman knew perfectly well that she was being provoked, and therefore immediately cursed out loud, called all these people bad words. A moment later, something that few expected happened, and the clan leader started coughing. Liu Tian, who was standing nearby, watched the woman in horror, realizing that they needed to do something. Panning had tears glistening in her eyes as she realized that something bad had happened. The granddaughter immediately went to her grandmother and asked her if she was all right. The girl wanted to do something, but at that moment she felt a hand grab her arm. Changyang was standing in front of the beauty, and he was silent, so the witch spoke up, saying that he let go of her hand because it hurt. The young man said with anger and sarcasm in his voice that everything was clear enough, and therefore suggested that the doctor inform everyone that they were going to get married. Our hero, who had been sitting next to the old woman all this time, now approached and unflatteringly addressed the ill-wisher. The young man asked disdainfully if it was true that a resident of this village was trying his luck. His opponent didn't like the fact that this stranger was grabbing his arm, and he was grabbing it hard enough, and our hero continued to say that a real man would never dare to mock old people, as well as young ladies. He pushed Changyang away and shouted that he should be ashamed of his low deeds. The young man complained about what was done to him. Moreover, he said that he could not change anything anyway. The old woman's rival tried to explain that the woman was suffering from a relentless disease that even the best witch doctors couldn't cure, so even if he did something and tried to help, the clan leader wouldn't last long. Xing Aofei was tapping into his energy, saying that just because the witch doctors couldn't help this woman, it didn't mean that he wouldn't do it. The young man, realizing that he did not want to waste time talking, immediately began to perform some manipulations. But it was obvious that the woman was feeling bad, because she was moaning, but she couldn't say anything intelligible. Xing Aofei could see how much his friend was worried, so he tried to convince her that her grandmother would be fine. The men from the Chizang family, when they heard this, simultaneously asked about how this was even possible. Zhang Tianhua immediately said that it looked like the boy was going to cross the path of the leaders in a foreign territory. The guy was not afraid of any intimidation, and therefore he openly stated that this may be true, but they just don't understand what they will do to him in this case. He immediately added that their rule states that whoever catches the poison insect king will become the new clan leader, and in a quieter voice he said, in that case, it would be good if they competed and saw who caught him first. The next day, Xiaoxi was lying on the sofa with a carrot in her mouth, talking about how she didn't care if the guy had a match with the Grand Elder. After that, he said that the young man needs at least a little preparation in order to be able to win or at least try. As the student was eating a bag, he said in confusion that he was already preparing, although the rabbit did not see this, and therefore wanted to know what was going on. Sitting down on the floor, the young man asked the system what it thought was the key to victory. Xiaoxi shouted loudly that it was obvious. One just needed to be much more powerful than the Grand Elder. The teenager said that they will have to compete with this person, but the main enemy is not him, or rather, they have a common enemy. The rabbit had no idea who he was talking about, so she assumed that it might be the king of poisonous insects. But the guy immediately said that this is not the case, since the main problem is poisonous insects, which will be very much on the way. Then he added, if they can avoid their attack, it won't be difficult to catch the king. They'll do it quietly and quickly. The system somehow wanted to help its master, but it didn't know how to do it either. Xing Aofei pointed to a small bag containing some kind of amulet and said that they could only count on it, adding that he would teach these medicine men a lesson at their own ceremony. After a while, the snake boys were moving towards Mount Wanju, which was right in front of them. Panning explained that they could see a mountain range in front of them, so they had to be extremely careful about where they were going. The young man, folding his arms across his chest, said with joy in his voice that it was very easy, and therefore there would be no problems with it. After climbing the mountain, Xing Aofei started talking about how the view was beautiful from here, and at the same time he heard Liu Tian asking the guy to move away from the edge. Ill-wishers who were also in this place told the young man that he would not survive even half the way that leads to the desired mountain. Pointing at something, the young man told Zhang Yang that he wanted to bet that the opponent wouldn't even live for a few minutes. The young man was angry, so he was about to start a fight when his men began to drag him deeper into the thicket. Zhang Tianhua's father told his son to ignore outsiders and focus on the path instead. Moving through the forest, the boy told his father that he still did not understand why he accepted the challenge of this boy, because they are the main ones in this village. And after a moment, he added that the best thing to do was just to refuse and live as they had lived before. But the medicine man pointed out that if Xing Aofei joined them, it wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Zhang Yang didn't understand this, so he asked his father what he was even talking about, since this was their direct competitor. The man replied that although most of the people present at the ceremony were on their side, only Panning had the ability to tame poisonous insects. That's why they might lose. The situation changed when this stranger joined the ceremony. He explained that the student was confident, but on this mountain, a layman like him would only cause trouble, so their chances of winning would increase. The witch doctor's son laughed, saying that he had a very astute father who had thought everything out in advance. With each passing minute, the people were getting deeper into the forest, as if they had completely forgotten about the danger that might lie in wait for them on the way. Liu Tian, who was standing next to the healer girl, told her in a gentle tone that they should also set out. For a moment, the beauty stared intently in front of her, as if she was completely lost in her own thoughts. But it didn't last long, because our hero, who was already heading for the thicket itself, shouted that they should go and do it. The young man didn't have time to go far, because after a moment, the beauty lightly took him by the edge of his clothes. In a timid tone, the witch thanked Xing Aofei for going to fight for her grandmother's life and health. The young man proudly stated that there was nothing special about this, because saving people is the most important duty of doctors. Qi Panning was embarrassed again, but this time she said that she absolutely agreed with her acquaintance. Reaching into his pocket, the student said that he was about to give the girl something amazing. Throwing bags of amulets up, our hero said that his temporary companions should carry this constantly with them. Surprised, Liu Tian asked if it was true that it worked, feeling a little skeptical. Xing Aofei gently explained that it was necessary to remove the question mark from the sentence, then everything would definitely fall into place. And again, raising his hand, he shouted that now was the time to set out, for they were already delayed. Everyone could see that the guy was excited. He said that he was going to the king of poisonous insects. At the same time, the opponents were also moving through the forest, but they did not do it in a hurry. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tianhua ordered all of his men to immediately stop and be quiet for a while. The son immediately asked his father what was wrong, because in this place there is no one and nothing, and therefore everything is safe. But the man shouted that everyone should prepare for the fact that someone might attack them, because he could sense movement. After a moment, bees began swooping down on the travelers from different directions. Moreover, a huge snake appeared right in front of them. The leaders shouted that these poisonous creatures had been following them from the very beginning. The crowd immediately carefully reached for the containers that they had prepared just in time for such an eventuality. After that, the men began to release some kind of black energy from the vessels, hoping to protect themselves from these insects. The snake was not deterred by all this. At least at first, it was approaching the place where the travelers were standing. Suddenly, the viper stopped because there was an obstacle in its path made of dark energy that it couldn't overcome. Only a minute had passed, and there was no sign of the snake, so the men were glad that they had managed to do what they had planned. However, after a minute, the healers noticed the bees, which were becoming more and more numerous. But even for this case, there were some witching techniques in store, the purpose of which was to destroy all these poisonous insects. One of the companions said that they have nothing to worry about at all, because his centipedes will quickly deal with these flying troubles. But everything was not as rosy as it might have seemed initially. Tianhua said that he was afraid that the bees were still alive, of course. They were stopped, but this was not enough. The man shouted for everyone to hold their noses while he dealt with this problem. The crowd immediately did as they were told, hoping that they would soon be able to move on. But not all travelers were so optimistic. Moreover, they were confused by the fact that these bees were somehow too aggressive. One of the men turned to the Grand Elder and said that they would deal with these bugs. As for the main thing, he needed to save his strength for the decisive battle with the Insect King. A happy Zhang Yang was saying that they had protectors, but Xing Aofei would definitely have problems at this stage. And then, breaking into laughter, he said that he thought they would be killed by these insects much faster than they could even face the Insect King. Unexpectedly, our hero said that he had heard something about poisonous insects, and also about the fact that someone should kill. Then he happily asked them that they didn't see anyone near them at all, because the path was completely clear. Ill-wishers saw their opponents not only catch up with them, but already overtake them, freely continuing to walk through the forest as if there was no danger there. Zhang Tianhua asked his teammates to stop and take a closer look at these guys. Everyone present saw that the insects didn't seem to notice these young people, which was very suspicious. Xing Aofei knew that he needed to keep things under control, so he turned around and looked at the opponents who were left behind. Looking out from behind the tree, the young man said that the men had done a great job, and the same, in turn, nervously shouted that the insects were coming again and wanted to attack them. With anger in his voice, Ezang asked his companions why it was that these bugs didn't attack all these people because it wasn't normal. Our hero wanted to play a little joke, and therefore replied that, most likely, the guy just has a bad aura. And as he left, he added that he wished the men to have a good time, while at the same time they went on their way. Young Chang still couldn't calm down, grumbling and grumbling about how no one would have thought that these youngsters would have found a way to deal with these insects so quickly. The father did not like this negative mood of his son, so he asked him to be quiet for a while and calm down. After that, he noted that in fact, they have everything thought out several steps ahead. It will not be easy for young people because they have special gifts ahead of them. Closing his eyes, Liu Tian said thoughtfully that it was the first time he had seen the Grand Elder feel ashamed, and it was a pleasant feeling. So the young man shouted that our hero had done a great job. As for the girl, while being embarrassed, she talked about how Xing Aofei was so amazing that she was still excited and couldn't calm down. But the young man explained to his companions that the bag contains ordinary herbs that are very effective at repelling insects, adding that he is fond of different herbs and therefore came up with something similar. Bowing her head, Chi Panning once again said that the young man had helped them a lot. She didn't know what they would have done without him. Liu Tian didn't want to see it, so he shouted that it was too early to celebrate the victory, so they had to move on to finish what they had started. And, grabbing the student by the hand, the guy continued to say that it was time to go again. The beauty wasn't offended, she just watched these guys carefully. After a while, the travelers covered several kilometers of the way, which was very inspiring for them. Realizing that he did not want to go in silence, our hero asked the witch why she decided to hold the ceremony at this time. Perhaps there was some specific reason? The girl explained that now was the time for the king of poisonous insects to pass on his title to a new heir. The young man didn't know much about such things, so he asked what it meant. Chi Panning added that the new king's birth period is currently taking place, so the old one is very weak at this time and relatively easy to catch. After that, the guy said that it was logical and therefore they should do what they planned. In the next instant, Liu Tian, who was standing a little further away from his companions, carefully looked in front of him, and then he shouted to the young people that they should not even think about moving from their seats. The young man didn't understand what had happened, so he couldn't explain anything, but he kept repeating that there was something wrong with this place. Pointing to the tree, the young man said that the cut marks on the tree indicate that someone did it on purpose. Moreover, there are always a lot of different sounds in the forest, but here it is so quiet that you know that there is definitely some kind of threat. Xing Aofei listened and confirmed this, deciding that they didn't really need to rush anyone. However, Chi Panning, who should have been standing still took a few steps. This was a fatal mistake, because the guys noticed how the witch flew down somewhere. Her fellow villager called out loudly to the witch, realizing that something very bad had happened, and he could not save her. The student himself was angry, and therefore thought to himself about where this incomprehensible funnel came from in the ground. While accelerating, the other young man was about to jump into the pit, shouting to his girlfriend not to worry, because he was already walking towards her. Our hero, who now stood alone, scratching his head, said that recently the young people had become too impulsive. The hole was quite deep, because Liu Tian kept falling down, while he still managed to shout to a friend that he would definitely save her. The teenager, realizing that the problem would not be solved without him, went after his new friends. At this time, the witch doctor slowly began to open her eyes to see what had happened to her. Sitting down on the floor, the beauty wondered how she came to be in this strange place. Looking around, the girl called out to her friends because she still hadn't come to her senses and couldn't remember that she had failed. Suddenly, someone's voices said that there were no guys in this place. Moreover, the beauty fell into the underground insect arena. As she backed away, Chi Panning recognized the people in front of them, so she said that they were the ones who had planned everything and trapped her. The elder explained that he didn't think he would have to use this place, but they underestimated her cronies. The girl turned to Mr. Chang and pointed out that he should know better than she did, that attacking clan members during the ceremony was forbidden. But the ill-wisher said that, unfortunately, the witch would not tell anyone about this anyway, because after all this, she and her abilities would pass to his disposal. The girl did not give up. She believed in her companions, and therefore declared that, despite everything that was happening to her now, the young people would definitely come, and if not, they would return to the clan. But Changyang was laughing and saying that these fools had jumped after her, so they had fallen into a nest of poisonous insects, and so they were probably already their prey. Chi Panning couldn't believe her ears, so she asked about what she had just heard. The beauty was angry, and she squeezed her hand as hard as she could, even though she didn't understand how she could stand up to these people. Suddenly, the witch accelerated and ran towards the opponents, calling them not the best words. The girl could do a lot, and therefore she was going to do something very interesting in this case. A minute later, the doctor released the bee that was next to Zhang Yang. My father, who was standing nearby, immediately hit this insect, realizing that danger was very close. After that, he simply crushed him, showing that he was absolutely not afraid of anything. Moreover, he was able to keep the situation under control. The man said that winning is the only way, and therefore they will do everything that is required of them. At the same time, our heroes were already in the cave. Xing Aofei wanted to know where they got to, but the colleagues said that it didn't matter at all. Now the most important thing is to find the girl. Looking around, the young people noticed that this place was literally teeming with poisonous worms. The student, thinking about it, announced his point of view. It was that they were deceived and now it is already obvious. But Liu Tian did not want to listen to this. The guy insisted that they should not stop, but they should find Chi Panning, because she might be afraid in this place alone. Our hero did not like this approach, so he shouted that we should not forget that they are also in danger. A moment later, the young man shouted to his companion to stop running immediately. The young man did not understand what was happening, because a huge funnel began to swirl next to him. The frightened guy nervously asked why Xing Aofei's pouches didn't work in this case. What had changed? The student explained that his herb only worked on wild poisonous insects, most likely they were tamed, and again added that it was a trap prepared for them by that elder. The teenager ordered Latian to go and find the girl, and he in turn would delay all these insects, buying time. But the young man did not want to leave, noting that he would not abandon his colleague. He wanted to save his friend, but could not save their guest. But it seemed that our hero did not hear any of this. so the guy turned to him again. Concentrating his energy, the student said that his friend should not worry, because it will all be over soon. Xing Aofei knew exactly what he was planning to do, because he had prepared for something like this. Moreover, he had studied insects quite well. Concentrating his energy into a ball, the young man said that what he was going to do would only take a few seconds. A moment later, something unusual but beautiful began to happen, and clumps of energy wrapped around the entire dungeon, lighting it up. Liu Tian didn't understand what it was, but our hero explained that he made a spiritual bomb. Not much time has passed, and the student has already declared that he has done everything that he planned. And, holding out his hand to a friend, he asked him to come as close to him as possible. The young man knew exactly what he was doing, telling the young man that they were about to see a miracle. Liu Tian felt the ground tremble beneath him, and then Xing Aofei and he could barely stand up. After that, thousands of small needles fell on the ground, which mixed with the earth and rocks so that nothing could be seen around. The new acquaintance of our hero watched with surprise all that was happening. He did not hide the fact that he had never seen anything like it, which in fact made him sincerely admire it. It wasn't difficult for the guy to do something like this, so he proudly declared that it was actually quite simple. The peculiarity of this ritual was that in one fell swoop, it was possible to defeat all the poisonous insects that were in this place. The young man, realizing that they actually managed to clear the cave, once again stated that one problem has become less. Liu Tian knew that they had done all they could here, so he said that now they could move on, since they had already lost a little time. But after a moment, the guy fell to the ground. He tried to take at least a step, but his legs were weak, so the young man immediately said that something was wrong with him. Our hero did not understand what could have happened, so he immediately went to his colleague to see what was wrong. Liu Tian said in a low voice that most likely, during the battle with the insects, he was accidentally bitten, which he didn't even notice. But the young man did not want to admit his weakness, saying that everything was fine with him, and therefore they needed to move on. The teenager immediately replied that he had brought an insect with him, which can cleanse the body of toxins, and therefore everything will be fine in a minute. As the student placed the maggot on the back of his friend's head, he heard him talk about how he had never imagined that so many poisonous insects could be found in these parts. And then he added why it all happened in such a difficult period of time. Xing Aofei didn't answer the question that was put to him. He just said that his friend was injured, so it was better not to strain himself. In a weak yet exasperated voice, the young man was saying that he couldn't stay idle because he had no idea where Qi Panning was, and also didn't know what was happening to her right now. But the teenager said in a confident tone that if the colleague now goes in such a state to search, then he will only be a burden. Suddenly, Liu Tian grabbed our hero's arm as hard as he could. The guy said that the stranger must keep his word. The student did not ask or specify anything. He simply calmly replied that he would definitely restrain him, otherwise it could not be. The young man saw that his companion was too weak to go anywhere, so he ordered him to stay in this place and rest, especially since it was absolutely safe. As for our hero, he was standing in front of huge boulders that seemed to be everywhere. Xing Aofei closed his eyes and told himself that first he had to understand where the girl was, so that he would know which way to go. The young man had already done something similar, and therefore he knew for sure that he would succeed. After a while, the guy understood exactly where the beauty who was not herself was located. Moreover, the young man knew that he should hurry before the situation escalated to the limit. At this time, the ill-wishers who had taken Qi Panning hostage had already gotten out and were about to head out. The elder told everyone present that the king must be here somewhere, and therefore ordered the travelers to get bait. The subordinates immediately took out some kind of container, collecting it to hand over to their head. A moment later, everyone in the room noticed a small insect that had been released from the jar. Mr. Chang told everyone that the insect king would be arriving very soon, so everyone should be prepared for it. After that, Junior Chang told his subordinates that while they were going to catch the king, they must follow the girl, who is very cunning and can escape at any time. In the next instant, everyone noticed the trembling of the ground, as well as the rocks that flew from different directions. The elder shouted that the insect king had arrived, and once again ordered his companions to remain vigilant. The father ordered his son to prepare for battle, and he happily said that he had always been waiting for this moment. Ezeng had seen something like this before, but he had never managed to catch this insect. Now he hoped that he would take revenge. After that, the man began to perform some manipulations, in the hope that they would help him win. Judging from the fact that a strong wind was blowing around, it could be said that the spell used was powerful. Zhang Yang wanted to show his best side, so he wasn't going to stand still and just watch. The young man saw the results of his work and was happy that he was doing so well. It wasn't really easy for the insect king to stand up to these two men who knew their stuff. Although after a moment the man said in a dissatisfied tone that the insect was trying to escape from them, which means that there may not be a second attempt. The people who watched it all said that they had helped Mr. Chang become the clan leader, and if that was the case, they would soon become elders themselves. The girl saw that the villains were carefully looking at everything that was happening in front of them and forgot about her, so she immediately took this chance. But suddenly one of the ill-wishers, pulling the rope as hard as possible, said that the beauty would still not be able to escape, and therefore you don't even need to dream about it. Panning didn't understand why she was being held, so she told the young man to let her go immediately. Suddenly, another voice appeared next to her, telling her to let the girl go, because now the main rival would be him. The men didn't believe that they believed Xing Aofei in front of them, because they hoped that he had already died long ago. The witch doctor was incredible to see her savior give her his word and keep it. And the young man asked a rhetorical question that the villains wanted to kill him, but only for this they still did not have enough strength. Releasing some kind of insect from the next container, the man shouted that the boy had neither the spirit nor the capabilities to overcome them. The young man had never encountered anything like this before, and therefore was confident that he would succeed. At the same time, the detractors did not understand what technique the young man was using, because it was something unusual. Xing Aofei concentrated his energy. He carefully observed the enemies and did not let them out of his sight. The old man, who had previously thought that the student would never be able to reach them because he would be interrupted by an insect, now looked in surprise at the teenager, who had done more in a couple of seconds than those in half a day. Therefore, one more movement and our hero was already standing a few centimeters away from the enemy, at whom he not only looked, but also smiled. The young man did not intend to cause this person physical harm. He planned something else, and for this he snatched the vessel from the man. Already on the move, the young man opened it because he had something interesting in mind. The old man didn't like it, moreover. When he came to his senses, Xing Aofei was already far enough away, but the man was shouting after him that no one dared to take his personal belongings. The teenager liked to joke, as well as he liked humor, and therefore told the villain that he first needed to put on pants so as not to embarrass himself. The villager had never seen anything like this before, so he stared uneasily at the piece of clothing that lay right in front of him. However, the guy did not come here for jokes, but because he sharply shouted that this would be enough. After that, the young man took the next vessel and began to swing it expertly. Xing Aofei knew that he wouldn't be let go so easily, so he asked who was next and who was ready to fight him. The girl carefully watched her friend, asking how he learned to use nunchucks. Our hero explained that when he mastered Ki, he had time to learn 18 weapons. The old man, who had already put on his pants, was asking the guy how he dared to show his tricks in this place at all. His partner pointed out that the best thing for them to do was not to talk, but to actually show this boy what they were capable of. That is why the ill-wisher took out a pot and opened it, carefully looking in front of him. Panning, who knew the local people's tricks very well, shouted at the teenager to be careful because this person was planning to cause a rain of insects. Xing Aofei hadn't heard of such a thing, so he asked a friend of his what the man was doing. The beauty explained that at one point a huge number of insects are released. It is so large that there is no place to hide from the creatures, and if you are bitten, you will remain in mortal danger. To the girl's surprise, the young man replied that it sounds easy, and therefore he would be happy to cope with this task. The villain was angry. He believed that he had some superpowers, but at that moment he realized that this was not the case at all. That is why the ill-wisher began to conduct his ritual, in the hope that when everyone sees what is happening, they will immediately understand that they are not being trifled with. Only Xing Aofei stood still. Moreover, he didn't show any emotion. Abruptly, he closed his eyes and concentrated, oblivious to what was happening around him. In the next second, the young man began to perform some manipulations. He could see the motes that were already circling around him, but he was confident that he could quickly fight them off. Luck and experience were really on the side of the teenager who asked the opponent if this was all he was capable of. The young man did not think to stand still and just wait, so he immediately accelerated and ran somewhere. The opponent, who himself bowed his head and closed his eyes, because there were many insects, did not understand what was happening, and when he finally decided to see what was going on around him, he realized with horror that his ritual container was broken. When it was over a minute later, Xing Aofei said in an indifferent tone, and with a certain mockery that he was not impressed by this trick. The villagers didn't understand who was standing in front of them, because the fact that he had managed to deal with the rain of insects was something supernatural. After that, our hero noted that he knows for sure that the opponent has no trumps left after that, and therefore now he will show what he is free to do. The enemy knew that they needed to get out of it somehow, so they decided that they should attack from two sides, in which case they would definitely be able to defeat the stranger. Xing Aofei didn't know about this, but he didn't care because he was ready to launch his attack. The young man was determined as never before and immediately headed in the direction where the opponents were. The men who had been planning to attack someone a few seconds ago were now thinking only of how to stand up. As for the teenager, he understood that these were all amateurs who didn't know anything about real magic. With just one movement, the teenager pushed the old man aside. He watched in horror, not understanding how this could have happened. But the guy did not hesitate, and then sent another villain in the other direction. And to get the best effect, I once again threw both of these people at the same time on different sides. Watching the results of his work, the young man said aloud that he had done something absolutely beautiful. Panning, who had been standing off to the side all this time, now walked over to the guy and held his hand. After a moment, the beauty said that she was glad that everything was fine with her friend and immediately asked where Liu Tian was. Xing Ofei didn't want to deceive, but he didn't want to frighten the girl either. So he explained that the guy was injured, but now his life is no longer in danger. He then pointed out in a threatening tone that they couldn't stay in this place, they should leave as soon as possible. But suddenly our hero with horror drew attention to something and was about to say something, but did not have time to do it. The ground shook so violently that the young men couldn't resist falling. The guy saw the tail of some kind of monster, but did not immediately understand what it was, and therefore told a friend to be careful. At this time, a smug Zhang Yang appeared in front of the guys, saying that no one would be able to get away from him for sure. Sitting astride some monster, the opponent shouted that he wanted to challenge his enemy to a duel. And while the girl explained that it was possible to control such an entity, but only if it caused irreparable harm, the elder Chang happily said that when he became the head, such a problem would no longer arise. Our hero did not hesitate in the choice of expressions, and therefore said that in front of him is a real madman. The man laughed at these words and said that he was offering the boy to surrender, in which case he would die with dignity. The young man knew his own strength, so he immediately replied that he doubted that he would die. Ian shouted and laughed, noting that he was invincible, and therefore it was better not to fight him, because it was very dangerous. The villain sarcastically asked who could save the student's life. But the joy was short-lived, because suddenly huge stones began to fall from the sky. The surprised heroes also didn't understand what was going on, but they could clearly feel the ground shaking, which was already a bad sign in these places. And then something indescribable happened, because a terrible and huge entity burst out of the ground. The terrified Ian was talking about how this king was even bigger than before. The eldest John, realizing that his son was sitting on a monster that could be destroyed with just one blow, shouted to the boy to get down immediately. For a while, the young man was hesitant to do so, as he was counting on him to fight Xing Aofei. But when he realized that the Insect King wasn't joking, and therefore immediately hit the opponent, he immediately jumped off his beast. Moreover, the ill-wisher shouted to his father that it seemed to him that this terrible monster that had crawled out of the ground was chasing them. The elder only had time to say that they needed to run as fast as possible, the only way they could escape. Standing in the ground, Chi Panning said that she wanted to gain full control. After that, the girl took a knife and started scratching something on her hand. Opening his hand, the young man found small insects on it, which the beauty ordered to go ahead. He hadn't seen such magic before, but he was interested in watching Chi Panning work. It seemed that the girl now knew perfectly well how she could act to gain victory. Looking in front of her, the witch doctor explained that this insect king was big, so it would take longer for her blood to work. The young man said in a calm tone that he would buy them time, but to do this, the female colleague would have to stand behind him. And then he added that, in any case, he can no longer restrain his inner energy. He wanted to help, but more than that, he wanted to know what he was capable of. Therefore, he began to transform his inner energy, which was very much there. The monster that wasn't going to give up was snarling and showing all its might, intending to drive the outsiders out of its territory. The terrified Chi Panning carefully observed this entity, thinking about what she should do next. Xing Aofei, who had already said what he wanted to say, now stood in front of the beauty, understanding what he would do next. The young man immediately said that the healer should not interfere with him, because he plans to stop this monster. After getting close to the Insect King, the young man performed some manipulations, realizing that he would be able to do what he had planned. Although it seemed that the predator had completely different plans not only for this person, but also for everyone who was nearby. After that, the young man said in a low voice that this entity is not all right in the head, but it can be easily corrected. The predator didn't understand the words, but it saw that it was being hindered, so it started doing everything it could to get rid of the people standing nearby. The guys moved aside for a moment. Our hero, who had a plan, now stood carefully and watched everything that was happening. The teenager was not going to rush, knowing that he had never encountered anything like this before. Inwardly, the student noted that he shouldn't have underestimated his opponent, who didn't even show half of his strength. The beauty herself understood everything, and therefore warned her companion that this monster was trying to wrap them around, so as not to leave any chance. The entity was so fast that it was moving much faster than the guys originally thought. At the same time, the predator was still shouting, indicating that no one would be able to compare with it anyway. Xing Aofei knew that the monster's body was getting closer and closer to them, but he couldn't let that happen, so he started using his energy again. Unfortunately, the guy honestly admitted that their affairs are bad. He made a little miscalculation. And while our hero was trying to think of something, the predator raised its head again and carefully looked at the young man. After which, Xing Aofei cursed loudly once more, because he knew that he had made an unacceptable mistake. The girl who had been nearby all this time began to use her own power, knowing that it was necessary to act together. The beauty had to tame this insect king, so she ordered him to sit still. Time passed, but other than the monster growling, nothing new happened. Although after a moment the healer managed to do something incredible, because somehow she managed to touch the predator's forehead. With a sigh of relief, Chi Panning explained that mastering the control was successful. The young man, lowering his eyes, said that his friend arrived just in time. because he no longer knew what else he could think of. As for the girl, she continued to tell the predator something, and the predator listened attentively. Realizing that it was necessary to move somewhere and do something, Xing Aofei asked about their future plans. The beauty smiled and said that the student needed to prepare for the next one, although he did not immediately understand what was being said. After that, the healer placed her hand on the king's body and gently asked him to call his companion. The beauty was in no hurry, and therefore did everything slowly but very confidently. However, the guy was a little afraid of this situation, so he decided to say something just in case. But the teenager wasn't going to say this to the girl, but to Xiaoxi, who immediately appeared in front of her master. In a nervous voice, our hero explained that he was very puzzled by the cliff in front of them, and therefore wanted the system to see what was there. As the rabbit ran away, she said that she would find out everything quickly and immediately come running back. At this time, another battle was taking place very close by, which was as difficult as possible. The elder Chang had told his son that he was holding back the monster's attacks, even though it was very difficult to do so. After that, the father said that the son should take advantage of the opportunity and definitely seize control of this entity. It was obvious that Zhang Yang wasn't doing much, but he was shouting that he was in the process of doing what they were planning. But the man had no time to wait, so he ordered the young man not to delay, but to do it right now. Rejoicing that victory was already close, Ian told his opponent to let him know that it was all over for him. But then something happened that the guy did not expect, because the monster hit him with all its strength with its huge tail. Senior Chang saw what was happening, so he immediately turned to the young man to find out how he was feeling. But the young man didn't hear anything, because he was flying towards the ground with great speed. The battle didn't end there, because the huge monster was planning to continue its attack. The man knew this very well, so he looked up cautiously, realizing that something had to be done. And at that moment, when the predator began to breathe something that looked like fire, but only a different color, the elder did not think of anything else but to cover the guy with himself. It wasn't a good idea, since this kind of fire had burned down almost all of the outer clothing that the older man was wearing. Realizing that time was very precious, the two villagers carefully looked at the monster that was in front of them. The father couldn't think of anything else to say but that they would probably die with their son in this place. But then they noticed how this huge entity turned its head and looked somewhere in the distance. Suddenly, the elder reported that they were hearing a strange sound. Then he told his son that they had nothing to worry about anymore because this monster was gone. The insect king was making the very sounds that had attracted his colleague. However, Chi Panning knew that this was enough and asked her charge not to do anything like this again. The young men realized that now they just had to wait for the second king to be able to tame him as well. Our hero understood that it would not be easy, and therefore, when he saw the monster, he said with fear that a great boss was coming. The beauty was confident in her own abilities and said that she would deal with that predator as well. But he wasn't so sure, seeing the monster that wasn't going to stop at anything coming at them. At the same time, the girl understood that she had tamed one and therefore hoped that it would help, so she told her ward to put up a block. Suddenly, a battle ensued, during which one monster tried its best to stop the other. It was obvious that these monsters seemed to be trying to agree on something among themselves, although they did not succeed. Xing Aofei immediately thought to himself, is this really the power of the quintessence? The only caveat was that it was planned that one predator would win the other over to its side, and a battle broke out between them again. It seemed that none of the kings were going to give up. Each wanted to show what he was capable of. Suddenly, the girl commanded her charge to stop because the opponent was too strong. The witch healer pointed out that she must use her blood again to tame the second predator, otherwise it would all be completely in vain. In just a moment, the small insects headed in the direction where the monsters were. The beauty was so carried away by her own occupation that she did not pay attention to how the enemy began to breathe a liquid that burned everything in its path. Moreover, looking at this king with horror, the girl said that he was ready for the trick that she had done, and therefore all her insects had already been destroyed. Carrying the girl away, the teenager honestly confessed to her that he was running out of internal energy, and therefore soon he would not be able to fight, although the healer tried to figure out what they could do. The youth didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to Xiaoxi, asking if she had completed the task he asked her to do. Swimming in the river, the rabbit indicated with her hand that everything was in perfect order. The student knew that he had come up with something interesting, so he asked his friend if she would believe him, no matter what, and received an affirmative answer. As he accelerated, the guy happily said that this was good, because he was going to do something interesting. Hugging his companion tighter, the young man didn't know what was waiting for them, but he believed that everything would go well. The predator, standing on the edge of the cliff, knew that something unpleasant was going to happen next. At the same time, our heroes were flying somewhere. For a moment, it seemed to them that they were rushing straight into the abyss. Xing Aofei cautiously thought that his remaining energy would be just enough to reduce the impact force by several times, which would save their lives. The water was only a few meters away, so he hoped that everything would work out for him. It was only a moment later, and the guys were already in the water, but they were still alive. Our hero helped his friend, and therefore in a few seconds the young people already emerged from the reservoir. They watched intently as the monster thundered into the water. The student knew that they were safe in this place, so he clambered ashore with Chi-Panning. Looking somewhere in the distance, the teenager noticed that everything happened exactly as he thought. Then he said out loud that this place is a completely different world. It's beautiful and bright. However, Xing Aofei was sorry that he was completely soaked and didn't have any spare clothes, even though the girl didn't need one. The boy stared intently at the beauty that was left only in the bottom dress, if it could be called that at all. Wet, but happy, the healer said that for convenience it is better to take off your outer clothing, and in the bottom to stay, which will dry quickly. The young man was silent. He doesn't know if he wants to undress or if he prefers to stay wet. Moving through the new terrain, the girl sincerely said that she did not even suspect that there could be such a place under the rock, even though she had lived in this area all her life. Xing Aofei admitted that before jumping, he smelled the smell of herbs coming from here, but he didn't think that this place would be a real paradise. But the most important thing was that in this place, valuable and very rare herbs grew in abundance, which the young man needed, which he had already forgotten about. Closing his eyes, the student thought that it looked like he would be able to complete his herb-gathering mission after all. A minute later, when the guy opened his eyes, he saw in front of him a plant that he hadn't even dreamed of. In front of him was a 1,000-year-old Ganoderma, which is described in the basics of herbal treatment. Breaking off a piece of it, our hero said that it can quickly restore physical strength and has a wonderful healing effect. And in order to make sure of this, the student put the piece that he tore off in his mouth and began to chew. After a moment, the young man felt as if his whole body was filled with healing energy, which flows with renewed vigor. Inwardly, he thought that this was a real elixir. Even such a small piece was able to restore his inner energy. Seeing that a girl was walking ahead, our hero immediately called out to her. The young man also suggested that the beauty eat a small piece, adding that she had just lost a lot of blood, and so it would be possible to quickly restore her strength. Chi-Panning trusted her companion completely, so she said that she would definitely try out what it was. In less than a couple of seconds, the beauty was already saying with surprise that she was feeling great. Moreover, her wound was healing very quickly. Pointing somewhere, the young man said that there was a light coming from the other side, and therefore it was necessary to check if there was an exit there. After that, the guys silently walked in the direction the teenager pointed out, hoping that they would soon be in a familiar place. After a while, Xing Aofei pushed the plants aside and asked a rhetorical question about whether there was a dead end ahead. But it was impossible to see anything, because the blinding light was so bright that it did not allow you to see at least something. But it wasn't just him, it was also the insect that the young people saw in front of them, although they didn't understand where it came from in this place. Suddenly, the girl said that it might be the real king of poisonous insects. Taking this shook in his hand, the guy asked how this little guy could be some kind of king. After all, they had already met kings. But the girl explained that the size does not reflect the real strength. It turns out that those big insects are most likely just his bodyguards. The young man only said that it seems to him that this bug is suffering. The healer again replied that the insect is giving birth. At this time, the king of poisonous insects is very weak. Now is the best time to catch it. Xing Aofei only lightly touched the beetle and immediately realized that it had some serious problems with childbirth. The girl never delved into such nuances and therefore asked what her companion meant. The guy immediately said that it seems to him that this insect is running out of strength. If everything continues like this, it will be fatal for the beetle, and therefore said that they should help him. Chi-Panning replied that her blood should help her gain strength, so she asked if it was possible to let the insect drink it. The beauty immediately took the knife, but the young man quickly intercepted her hand. The student said in a soft tone that the healer had just treated her wound, so he wanted to deal with it himself. The boy watched the beetle carefully, as if considering what he would do next. And then he said that he could help this bug with his internal energy. Blood would not be needed in this case at all. Then, putting his hands on the body, he immediately began to carry out some manipulations. With each passing minute, our hero invested more and more energy, hoping that all this would not be in vain. The guys were doing their job while the bright lights illuminated it all. However, suddenly something unusual happened. The beauty thought that someone wanted to interfere with them, and therefore immediately became wary. Xing Aofei didn't say anything. He just turned in the direction where the strange sound was coming from just now. Chi-Panning said in a frightened voice that the one they thought was the king had found them, although the young man reassured her by saying that it wasn't a big deal anymore. The young man saw that this huge predator was up to something, so he explained to him that if he did not want their king to die, it was best for him not to move. After that, the teenager continued to do what was almost over, calming the insects and saying that everything would be fine. Our hero told the girl to push her stomach as soon as possible, even though she was so terrified that she couldn't even move. In a moment, not only was the insect king lying on the ground, but there were also small insects. After that, the student said with joy in his voice that he was glad that this beetle did everything right. However, the children completely forgot that they were not alone, and therefore the young man shouted to the healer to be careful, realizing that the predator was active again. Although in the next moment, our heroes noticed how this huge giant bowed to them, expressing his gratitude, which looked a little scary. Seeing how the guard entwined the beetle, The guy said that even poisonous insects have values that relate to family and friendship. While stroking the monster, Chi Panning said that she had never encountered anything like this before, which was very unusual for her. The young man asked if the girl would take the king now, or wait a little longer. But she said that this insect is very weak, moreover, it should be carefully taken care of. Xing Aofei then offered to take not only the king, but also his children to Miao village. He immediately added that he needed to prove to the clan members that they were able to capture the insect king, and then they would bring them back to this place. Suddenly, the student got up from his seat and looked carefully in front of him. With a sly smile, he stated that there were still a few things that he would also take away from this place. The teenager carefully looked at the herbs that grew in front of him, realizing that everything was not in vain. Sitting astride the insect king's guard, Ji Panning didn't understand how her acquaintance managed to rein in this predator, something that even she couldn't do. But at that moment, our hero was thinking that he was going rich, because he had collected a lot of valuable medicinal herbs. Moreover, the trip to the village was definitely worth the time spent. As for the girl, she wanted to know about their future plans. Thinking that they should go in search of Liu Tian, the young man said that they would not abandon each other, but first they should see the elder. At this time, Zhang Yang was in a deplorable situation. He expected that his father would become an elder and heal him, but he did not calculate that everything could go wrong. The exhausted young man asked his father if it was true that they would die in this place. Realizing that they still had nowhere to wait for help, the man was crying and wailing, saying that it was all his fault because he shouldn't have brought his son here. Ian reached out to his parent with the last of his strength, whispering something under his breath. The representative of the Chang family steadfastly took the boy's hand, but he couldn't accept what was about to happen. Smiling, the young man said that he didn't blame his father for anything, because he wanted to tame the insect king himself, and therefore it was their joint responsibility. Bending over his son, the elder continued to beg for forgiveness, stating that it was still his idea that didn't work out at all. At that moment, a voice rang out behind him, which said that crying could be heard even in the forest. The man had no idea who might be there, but Liu Tian immediately stated that the elder should be ashamed of himself. He didn't believe that the person in front of him was a villager, so he looked at him in surprise. The guy only smiled slightly, saying that this, of course, is a big surprise. The monster on which our heroes rode was seen flying, but at the same time throwing stones, showing everyone what it is capable of. Xing Aofei said that the elder, as well as his companions, probably died because they would not be able to stand up to the guards. Their strength and capabilities are too small. The girl couldn't believe it, but after a moment she noticed something that interested her very much. At the bottom, covered in dust, was Liu Tian, who didn't know anything, couldn't understand what was going on, because a huge monster was coming at him, which was running with incredible strength. And while the boy was rejoicing, the elder did not understand why the huge insects had returned to these places again. The young man approached the man and told him not to move, but to let the guard stop where he wanted, so that he would not trample anyone. Stepping on the ground, the beauty asked how her fellow villager was feeling, and when she heard that everything was fine with him, she was very happy. The guy sincerely said that he was fully recovered, and therefore there is no point in worrying about him. Chi Panning was still worried. Moreover, she didn't understand why the young man would come here alone, when he could have gone to a safe place. Liu Tian explained that he wanted to go to the guys as soon as he was strong enough, but until then, he still wanted to understand how bad things were for the elder, so he went straight here. After that, the joyful young man winked at Xing Aofei, stating that he knew that the student could be completely relied on as he wouldn't let him down. Although after a moment the young man smiled maliciously and said that he still had some questions. And then, grabbing the teenager by the hand, he asked why the guys came back without clothes. Moreover, the local resident did not understand why the girl was holding a child in her arms. At that moment, the beauty looked at the elder, asking if everything would be fine with him, as well as with his son. Realizing that they looked very bad, Liu Tian pointed at the men and explained that Zhang Yang had broken many bones, so he was unable to repair them. And as for the elder, he had covered his son with himself, so he took the full brunt of the poison. And then he added that it can reduce pain, as well as extend life for a while. Our hero immediately stepped aside and asked his friend what she was going to do with these people who had stolen her. Literally distraught, Senior Zhang asked the young people to help his son and save him. In a low voice, Chi Panning turned to her friend, asking him to help these people, adding that they were still from the same clan, and therefore she did not want to leave them behind. Xing Aofei didn't know what condition these people were in, so as he passed the bag to his companions, he said that he would first examine the wounded. Approaching Ian, the young man stated that his ribs were broken, but the good news is that his internal organs were not even affected. Therefore, our hero had to put all the bones in place, and then fuse them together. Deciding not to waste any time, the student immediately connected his inner strength and began to carry out the procedure, which was not very pleasant, but effective. The young man did not understand why his patient was shouting so much and told Tom that everything was already over, and therefore he could relax a little. The boy said in a gentle tone that when the patient came home he would need to lie down for a few days, and then he would be as good as new again. Chi Panning said that these people can go home with them on the giant insects, because there are a lot of places. Xing Yaofei didn't mind, so he knew that they should probably be on their way by now. Suddenly, the young man turned to the guards, telling them to stop playing and come up to him. What was surprising was that the huge insect immediately reacted to the call and stopped. The teenager told the ward to take the Grand Elder and his son with him. As for the young man, he would show them where to run to. Smiling, the young man said that now was the time to return to Miao Village. It is interesting that at that time on the top of the mountain there were two men who fell behind their companions, but they did not understand where everyone was and where they were. One of the women turned to the clan leader and said that the madam was still too weak, so she should not go outside, but rather rest a little longer to fully recover her strength. But the woman said that she could not lie down. Her granddaughter was still not there, and therefore it evokes a variety of thoughts. Suddenly, the assistant shouted that she was seeing something unusual in the sky, which everyone immediately noticed. Huge shadows towered over the village, which looked scary on the one hand, but very exciting on the other. Kipanning took a closer look and saw her grandmother, so she happily called out to her. She, in turn, was also immensely happy that her little girl was not only alive and unharmed, but also riding on a huge insect. Stepping on the ground, the beauty proudly declared that not so much time had passed and they had already returned. Pointing to a small bundle, the witch doctor proudly announced that they had brought the king of poisonous insects with them. The clan leader was pleasantly surprised that the girl had succeeded, and therefore sincerely congratulated her. She immediately added that she didn't even think that her granddaughter would be able to tame such powerful insects, adding that Qi Panning exceeded all her expectations. However, the old woman suddenly turned her attention to the elder and his son, asking what had happened to them. Liu Tian said that these people tried to ambush them, but they were injured by insects, and they brought the villagers back here so that the clan leader could decide their fate on her own. Bowing her head, the old lady said that it was not necessary to ask her opinion in such situations, after which she stated that from now on, Qi Panning would become the head of the clan, and she would make decisions on how to punish these people. Xing Yaofei, who was standing nearby, asked in a whisper what the girl planned to do with them. Senior Chang bowed his head and said that he might be killed. He was ready to accept this punishment, but his son completely followed him and did what he was told, so he asked to spare the guy. Jiang Yang started crying again, realizing that they were both really responsible for what had happened. In a harsh tone, Qi Panning informed everyone that of course she had to execute these men, but for the sake of the clan, she would spare the men and forgive them this time. They were surprised to ask the girl if it was true that she did not want to execute them, if she was making the right decision. Pointing to the huge insects, the beauty said that even they are more intelligent than humans, and therefore how they can kill each other. And then he added that if it happened again, she wouldn't be so merciful. Senior Chang immediately shouted that he swore to the heavens that he would never harm good people again. And then he stopped, because he was choking on a violent coughing fit that he couldn't get rid of. Liu Tian turned to our hero and explained that he could not completely cure this man of the poison that is in his body, and therefore wants Xing Yaofei to see what can be done. The student thought to himself that he hadn't used the king's medicine vessel yet, so now was a unique opportunity to test it. A moment later, the young man turned his attention to his bag, in which he managed to collect a large number of different herbs. The young man opened the cloth to see what he was planning to make the elixir out of. Turning to Xiaoxi, the guy resolutely stated that it was time to work. Rabbit, who was perfectly ensconced in the grass, didn't understand why he was being woken up, and what was more, she didn't understand what use she was doing. Jing Yaofei didn't want to delay for long and immediately said that the system should quickly refine the elixir. In less than a few minutes, Xiaoxi was already throwing all the herbs in the bag into her mouth. The animal's cheeks were so full that it looked like it was about to burst. Xiaoxi knew that the master urgently needed his elixir, so he immediately connected a magic furnace to help himself. The beast focused, because this was not an easy task. Other than that, he had never encountered it before. Liu Tian saw that something strange was going on, so he asked if it was true that the rabbit had some intestinal problems and heard that the animal actually looked somewhat tense. After a while, our hero handed over the medicine to the elder Chazan, telling him to take it without fail. The man trusted the young man, and therefore immediately began to chew what he had just been given. The confused young man understood that the method of obtaining medicine was very strange, so he asked how it tasted. The elder shouted happily about how he could already feel how it worked. Moreover, he really liked the texture. Xing Yaofei wasn't going to tell the cooking method, but he said that he was pleased that it all worked. And while the men were exchanging compliments, the former clan leader was asking her granddaughter what was going on here, not understanding how enemies had become friends so quickly. The confused girl immediately asked her grandmother if she could change some of the clan's rules, although the woman wasn't quite sure why. Beauty explained how witch doctors can tame and control poisonous insects, even without the power of the king, who is, after all, a spiritual being, so she would like to take him home. The old woman looked at her granddaughter carefully, saying that Qi Panning probably didn't understand that this might break the rules of the ancestors. The girl was very embarrassed after these words, and therefore asked for forgiveness. After that, the woman gently said that all the rules of the ancestors could not be rules, and therefore there would be nothing wrong with it. The future belongs to the young, and therefore they must make up the rules themselves. The joyful Liu Tian carefully looked at the former head who had now changed so much. The girl noted that her grandmother should not worry, because she can be calm, she will not let her down. Stretching, Xing Aofei said that since everything had ended well, he could now return to his home. But the old woman carefully looked at the guy and said that he did not even think that she would let him go so easily. These words surprised and even frightened the young man a little, but he decided to remain silent. While concentrating, Xing Aofei would tell someone to concentrate and not get distracted. The reason was because the northern moth acupuncture technique was used. The young man did his job with all precision. Firstly, he liked it very much, and secondly, he liked to help people, and therefore there were no problems. The old man was pleased to say that the boy had a real talent for healing people. The young man remembered the moment when the old woman told him that she would not let our hero go just like that, and no matter what he did for the clan. And so it was, because the student felt that he was enslaved. Not only did the villagers not seem to be running out, but there were gradually more and more of them, which was very strange. The girl who caused all this to happen just laughed, because she understood that the guy was not having an easy time. After looking at her granddaughter, the old lady said that the beauty should look at herself because she was in love with this stranger, but the confused Chi Panning insisted that this was not the case at all. The former head of the clan did not let up, said that she knew that this had happened and therefore saved one of her tricks. The girl didn't understand what was wrong, but her grandmother explained that she didn't get the love poison insect out of this man. The surprised head of the clan looked at the relative and asked in surprise how this could happen, because the woman said that there was nothing else in the young man's body. But the witch explained that she lied. In any case, love poison insects do not harm him in any way. If they remain in his body, then he will be fine anyway. Bowing her head, the beauty sadly wanted to ask something else, but didn't dare to do so. However, the old woman beat her to it, adding that if the head of the clan doesn't agree with this, then she should study all the magic and pull out this insect herself. After which, she said that enough of this stupid talk, it was better for the girl to go and help Xing Aofei, because he can't handle all the patients anymore. The beauty herself understood that conversations would lead to nothing, and therefore immediately ran to the guy, shouting that she wanted to help him. Looking carefully at everything that was happening, the elderly lady took a deep breath and simply smiled. Patients who left the reception happily shared their impressions of our hero as a healer, saying that this is an incredible young man who works real miracles. After a while, the student said that he was glad that everything was over, because during this time he was very tired, hearing how the girl timidly thanked him for everything. But they didn't have time to finish, because at that moment, Chi Panning was called out by a man who had come right up to her. It was the elder who reported that he had carried the poison insect king back to the forest. The girl was genuinely happy that everything ended so well. Moreover, she sincerely thanked this person. Even though the man seemed to have said everything, he continued to stand still and carefully observed Xing Aofei, which surprised him very much. He didn't want to be rude, but he still wondered what was wrong, why people were looking at him like that. Senior Chang said that he and the other person had planned for him to take over the position of clan head, and neither of them expected that a certain student would be able to ruin their plans. Chi Panning didn't know who she was talking about, so she immediately asked about it as well. Suddenly, the elder began to talk about how about a year ago, he was contacted by a certain person. He sponsored him to become the leader of the clan. Our hero was interested in this story because he understood that if someone was behind this, then it was too early to celebrate the victory. The man again started talking about how he didn't know the person. He had different thoughts. Moreover, he had bewitched the stranger, but the spell didn't work on that person at all. The boys looked at each other, real concern in their eyes. Already in the evening, sitting in the room, the guy asked his friend what she thinks about what the elder said, whether it is possible to believe him at all. Chi Panning replied that she didn't see any reason for the man to come up with something now. Liu Tian also stated that according to Zhang's words, there is some mysterious group that interfered in the witch-doctor conflict. Slamming his fist on the table, the young man shouted that the strength might be much greater than they expected. The girl noted that even though the clan leader's election was over, they still needed to stay alert at all times. Liu Tian sternly stated that he would definitely tell the entire clan that they might be in danger, so if anything happened, they would know about it. At this time, Xing Aofei told his companions that there was something similar about the incident with the Grand Elder and the Witcher that he had met before. Chi Panning wanted to know as much as possible about it, so she asked what the young man remembered. Perhaps it was something important. But the student only said that it was nothing. Now they need to go to their rooms to sleep, because the time is late and they are very tired. Getting up from her seat, the beauty said that they actually needed to get up early to catch the train. As Chi Panning walked away, she shouted at our hero not to be late. The guy was already heading to his room when he heard his colleague call out to him. Hurrying after the young man, Liu Tian gave him his hand and said that he thanked him for his help. Xing Aofei just bowed his head and smiled because he didn't know what to say. In the next instant, he took his new friend's hand so tightly that the energy lit up with a bright light. After that, a local resident with embarrassment in his voice said that he would be calm if their clan leader stayed with our hero. It was strange for the student to hear this because he knew perfectly well that this man wanted to win the love of a beautiful woman, so he asked about it. However, instead of answering, Liu Tian was confused and immediately swore an ugly curse. Xing Aofei saw his companion running away, shouting that they would meet again. Left alone, the teenager told himself that this young man is too shy to admit what is already obvious. Realizing that it was necessary to relax, our hero lit herbs and incense in his room. Lying on the bed, the young man said that recently a lot of different problems had piled up. But only Xiaoxi wasn't going to hear it. She proudly stated that the biggest problem was Xing Aofei himself, although the system decided that she was not doing it very nicely, and therefore noted that now it was time for the young man to collect his reward. The guy honestly said that he had long forgotten about such a thing, and immediately asked what kind of reward awaits him this time. Perhaps this is another artifact, and heard that it is not harmful to dream. The rabbit happily shouted that this time there would be a skill as a reward. Namely, it was about the 4 sacred methods of diagnosis. The student wanted to ask something, but he didn't have time to do so, because Xiaoxi walked right up to him, after which a bright flash lit up the young man's face. Xing Aofei didn't understand what was happening to him. However, it was something unusual that made the guy scream. The young man at that moment felt that he was capable of more than he was now, something that he couldn't even describe in words. Although after only a minute, Xing Aofei bowed his head and fell silent, waiting for something. Raising his head, it was clear that there was perspiration on his face, and his eye was shining. Moreover, the teenager asked if there were any more awards. Xiaoxi explained that there are no awards yet, but they are not needed, explaining that from now on, all 5 senses of our hero are sharpened as much as possible. The joyful young man said that the 4 diagnostic methods are the basis of traditional Chinese medicine, and also the most difficult part of it. The guy was happy as a child, noting that at this rate he would soon become a very famous doctor in the country. After a while, after returning back to Huaxia, the student claimed that he could finally return to school. He Panning looked around and said that this was actually great news. The young man understood that to get to the hostel, they still need to overcome some distance, and therefore offered a friend a little snack and only then go. The boys were already heading toward a restaurant, looking at each other intently. At that moment, a stranger reported to someone that the target was in sight. The person, sipping his tea, declared that this was great news, and therefore it was possible to proceed with the operation. Suddenly, 2 huge male figures appeared in front of our hero, and without any preliminaries, they asked if it was true that Xing Aofei was in front of them. The young man could not understand anything, and the strangers at this time showed their IDs, which the guy was not particularly impressed. Understanding this, one of the men explained that they were working with the prosecutor's office. There was a case that needed the intervention of a teenager, and therefore they asked him to follow them. The young man saw something suspicious in this, and immediately asked if he had broken the law. If not, then what problems there might be. But the man insisted on his own, explaining that they just follow orders. If there are any more questions, the guy can ask them to his superiors. He Panning watched everything carefully, but she still couldn't figure out where these strangers were taking her friend. The stranger said unkindly that it was better for Kravika not to interfere at all, because it was none of her business. The girl did not like such an impudent attitude, and therefore she shouted that the case of this young man is her business too, and therefore does not understand why the guy is being taken away in an unknown direction, because he did not commit anything. It seemed that the stranger did not care who was in front of him, and therefore he again said that he should not interfere with law enforcement agencies. He immediately added whether Si Panning wanted her to go to jail. Xing Aofei didn't like scandals, so he reached out to the bully and said that he had had enough of bickering. The student said that there are no problems in going with them, just his friend is a little worried. And then he added that the beauty should not spoil her life. The young man was leaving, but he told his girlfriend to go back to the dorm. He would be fine, and she should be careful. Ki Panning didn't know what this meant or how to react, but she asked him to take care of himself as well. Realizing that these words hardly calmed the beauty, the teenager once again asked the girl not to worry about him. At this time, an unknown person was carefully reading a newspaper, from which he literally could not tear himself away. Sitting across from that person, an angry Xing Aofei was asking what he wanted to know, who was in front of him, and what was going on. The young man immediately said that the boy had excellent medical knowledge, but there were some problems with his memory, and immediately asked if the boy did not remember him. After these words, our hero's eyes widened like never before, because it was an amazing meeting. As for the stranger, he decided that the reading time was over, and now we can talk. The young man, who was looking at the youth intently, said that he was glad to meet him again. After a while, the car was moving at high speed on the highway. The driver was not supposed to talk to the passenger, so he drove in silence. As for our hero, he was sitting in the backseat blindfolded, saying that this is some kind of real madness. He folded his arms and asked Su Yan where they were going and why this was happening in complete secrecy. The young man said that he wanted to tell everything, but now he can only tell that he needs Xing Aofei in order to save one person. The young man said in an indifferent tone that if someone is sick, they should be taken to the hospital, where they will definitely help. He does not understand why they should immediately take him somewhere else. But Zhu Yan replied that the hospital would not be able to help the man. The guy, who didn't seem to be worried at all, said that if they didn't help in the hospital, then what would he do in such a situation? Once again, a stranger told our hero not to be modest, because he had heard from Yan Luo how the student had easily cured his illness. Xing Aofei didn't think that the two men knew each other, but Zhu Yan admitted that it just so happened that this person was his junior disciple, so it could be said that it was an interesting coincidence. Remembering that bully coach, the young man decided that calling the person who almost killed him a junior student was absolutely impossible. But they couldn't continue the conversation because the car stopped, and the young man explained that they would continue the conversation later, and now they could get out. While removing the blindfold, Xing Aofei said that he didn't understand what all this secrecy was for. But after a moment, the student's calmness was gone as he stared intently ahead. In front of the young man was a very beautiful house, and there were too many guards around, so the young man understood that this place had a high level of security. As for Xu Yan, he also said that they had no other choice, and the person they were going to see was very important. But there are also those who want to kill him, so they must always be on their guard. As he approached the door, the man immediately gave an order to the security guard to open the door immediately. Our hero looked around in surprise because he had never seen anything like it. When the young people entered the room, they saw a hospital bed and a nurse standing nearby. Zhu Yan said that this person is a witness in a case that they are currently investigating. He was injured. Although our hero immediately honestly said that he had not yet done an examination, but this does not look much like a wound. After that, the man ordered the girl to leave them for a while. Again, Zhu Yan said that he had taken this unfortunate person to all the hospitals, but no one could find the reason why the patient fell into a coma. All he could find out was that the patient was attacked by a doctor in the field of traditional medicine. Xing Aofei was shocked, and the man said that according to their investigation, there was a certain mysterious organization of doctors who specialized in such things. The organization is large and influential. There is a clear division of labor inside. In addition to a well-coordinated leadership, there are intelligence doctors among them. For the young man, everything he had just heard was new, so he asked about the doctors in more detail. And I learned that their job is to recruit doctors chosen by the organization, who may not have any medical skills, but they are all excellent negotiators. Thinking about it, our hero asked if the person the Grand Elder was talking about could have been a doctor scout. When the man heard about this, he asked if Xing Aofei had ever encountered anything like this before. The teenager explained that a few days ago he had been in contact with a witcher doctor who had once been sponsored by some mysterious person. Now the young man thinks that this man could be a scout. He even fought with such a doctor who, as he suspects, definitely has a connection with this organization. However, a moment later, Xing Aofei asked them to put the topic on hold because he wanted to examine the patient. The guy carefully looked at the person who was in front of him, and at first glance there was nothing strange. The student thought to himself that he still didn't know if he would be able to find out the cause of the coma or not, so he wanted to try his new skill. Suddenly, the young man began to fall into a trance-like state, calling for the help of the 4 sacred diagnostic methods. After looking carefully in front of him, Xing Aofei decided that it was necessary to start with his vision. However, other resources were automatically connected, and therefore the young man could see the full picture of what was happening. And again, the guy decided to himself that this is very similar to a puncture. But in order to understand this accurately, our hero needed to carefully study this patient. There was no hurry, no one was pushing, and therefore the young man could fully trust his instincts and methods of reading. At that moment, Xing Aofei felt as if he had never been so focused before. Moreover, the young man transferred all the sensations of this patient to himself in order to realize exactly what was wrong. And if at first the guy started with the body itself, then at the very end he moved on to the brain because he considered this part the most difficult. This was true, since it was in his head that the problem was hidden. Since Xing Aofei didn't understand how this person could have a silver needle in his cerebral cortex. Although our hero immediately stopped himself, realizing that this was not an ordinary needle, it was filled with qi energy, apparently. Because of this, it is not visible on the MRI. Xu Yan, who knew that quite a long time had passed, asked fearfully if the young man had managed to figure out anything for himself. Turning around, the young man said that the attacker used qi energy and passed a modified needle through the blood vessels directly into the brain, so the person cannot regain consciousness. Smiling, the law enforcement official asked if it was physically possible. The student immediately explained that it was certain that the person who did this was studying some special acupuncture skills. He could have killed, but decided to leave everything as it is. The young man understood everything, but he didn't understand if the guy could cure this poor guy. The teenager honestly admitted that this is a very unusual location of the needle, and any mistake can lead to the death of this person, and therefore it takes time to think about everything. And then he added that there is no need to worry about this person. Now he is not in any danger. He is just unconscious. Xing Aofei said that he needed to go back to the university to get any medicine he might need, so he could come here tomorrow. A few hours later, our hero was taken to his destination, but he asked to be stopped further away because he was afraid that he would be seen. Moving through the park, the guy reflected on the fact that he was waiting for busy days. However, at that moment, when our hero was walking along the road, there was also a minibus. This was strange because, firstly, it seemed that the car was driving at a person, and secondly, a moment ago there was no one around. The young man's eyes were carefully looking at the car. It was clear that the student was trying to do something, but the danger was over. The minibus passed by, following its own path. Xing Aofei wasn't in a hurry to go any further because he was carefully looking at this suspicious car. It seemed to the young man that the car could not stop. And he was absolutely right, because after a while a man got out of the car. Our hero did not understand who this person was, but carefully watched what would happen next. Turning towards the direction where the teenager was standing, a man asked about whether Xing Aofei was really standing in front of him. The young man wanted to know what they wanted from him, but the young man said that they only wanted to ask a few questions, and therefore the boy should go with them. The teenager did not like all this, and therefore he asked in an indifferent tone what they wanted from him. Laughing, the stranger said that he really wants to know who the guy saw and what they talked about. Xing Aofei said that this person was well informed, and that he must have some unusual source. At this time, other guys got out of the car. They said that the boy had better not contradict them and do what he was told. The young man, throwing his backpack on the floor, thought that it had been a long time since he had had a run-in with bandits. Closing his eyes, the student proudly announced that he was not going anywhere. Then he added that they would all have to stay where they were. Pointing at the stick, a young man who looked like the older one laughed at the boy, saying that he would be ashamed to threaten them. The ill-wisher wanted to finish it all as soon as possible, and therefore immediately went in the direction where our hero was. Waving his stick, the villain shouted that the young man had attacked the wrong people, because they would quickly show him where he belonged. And while the opponent was swinging his arms and legs, trying to say something at the same time, the teenager masterfully threw a beautiful blow with one hand. The assembled comrades in arms noted with horror how it could be that in the first minute of the battle, an iron bat had already caved in. But our hero was not going to stop there, and therefore asked the opponent if this was all that he could demonstrate. The young man couldn't speak, because one punch showed Tom what it was like to fight for real. But the young man wanted to make these people forget about him forever, so he struck another blow. Closing his eyes, Xing Aofei declared that it was now the turn of the guys who had been standing behind him all this time. Then, raising his hand, he assured the audience that he could deal with them with just one finger. But the guys didn't want to give up. They were sure that the boy was bluffing, because he was one, and there were several of them. In the next instant, our hero accelerated and ran somewhere. It was so fast that the villains didn't even understand how this guy could have run between them without them even noticing. Standing at the other end of the road, Xing Aofei declared that he had had enough for one day. Then, with a sly glance at his detractors, he noted that they had already lost anyway. They only looked around. They couldn't understand how the teenager who had just been in front of them was now standing behind them. This was new to them, so they shouted about what was going on in this place. But they could not come to their senses, because the teenager took down all his enemies with just one movement. Sitting in the car, the surprised and frightened driver shouted that there was a real monster in front of him. The young man wanted to deal with this man as well, but said that the man chose to just run away. The young man was sorry that this happened, because he had planned to leave someone alone to interrogate, but now nothing will work. At this time, there was a conversation going on in a certain room that, according to the informant, Zhu Yan had found some competent doctor who was even able to deal with their subordinates. The man was afraid that the witness would wake up, but the stranger said that there was no worry about this, because anyone who is under the influence of the yin needle will not be able to recover. Having lit a cigarette, the ill-wisher noted that he believes that he will not be let down, and then he added that this is done for a reason. He also pays very generously for it. Again, the shadowy stranger added that he could be trusted to believe that even a true immortal could not bring this witness back to life. Lying in his room, our hero heard Shuang trying to cheer him up, as did Xiaoxi, stating that the student should have long been used to running into bandits. The young man thoughtfully said that with these and so, everything is clear. But he still didn't know how he was going to save that unfortunate witness, whose condition was the most difficult thing he had ever encountered. Getting up from her seat, the rabbit said that nothing is impossible. You just need to try again. The young man explained that this acupuncture skill worked strangely, so he would only have one chance. If a mistake was made, it would affect the person's life. But Xiaoxi explained that she doesn't offer the host to train on a real patient. She offers a simulated practice. A guy can make something like a model of that patient and repeat the treatment process from start to finish. This will work if the student has a complete understanding of the anatomy and condition. Our hero screamed as loudly as he could, thanking the system for coming up with a great idea. And then he said that the sooner the better, so he was going to do it right now. The student knew that no one would interfere with him, so he immediately began to concentrate. First, the young man decided to visualize the patient's body. Surprisingly, it wasn't very difficult to do this because a bright beam of light immediately appeared in front of him. He was thinking that the patient's condition was gradually clearing up, and this affected the fact that Xing Aofei already had an image of this person in her mind. Only a few minutes had passed, and the teenager could see the patient so clearly in front of him, as if he really was there. The teammates who were sitting nearby immediately started praising the young man for doing incredible things. The guy happily talked about how he actually got a full-body model, and now it is necessary to test the methods of treatment. First, our hero decided to try to push out the needle with internal energy. Xing Aofei placed his hand on the layout and began to concentrate on his main task. However, suddenly the eyes of the unreal man widened in surprise, which greatly alerted our hero. After that, something completely indescribable and not the best begins to happen. The terrified teenager immediately took a step back, because he didn't understand what was happening, and also how he might react to it. In the next instant, the young man noticed that everything that he had just observed had somehow dissipated. Shuang immediately said how terrible it was that the assailant had enchanted the needle. If it wasn't a simulation, both the patient and the young man would have already died. The teenager thought to himself that pushing out the needle punctures the vessels of this unfortunate person, and therefore this approach cannot be used. It will not work. And then, bowing his head, he himself said that it was good that this was just an imitation, and therefore decided that we should try to come up with something else, and radically different. Concentrating, the young man decided that perhaps if he directed his inner energy at the needle and destroyed it inside his body, then something would change. The young man immediately placed his finger on the imaginary patient's forehead. Although I immediately decided that this would also not work, because the internal energy cannot concentrate on this one point, so the skull will also be split. After a while, but nothing came to mind, Xing Aofei was already starting to get angry at himself for not being able to find the right solution. It was a long night, so when Shuang opened her eyes in the morning, she couldn't believe that the sun had already risen. Propping herself up on the bed, she wanted to know if it was true that Teen NK had been sleeping all night, after which, she got up and said that Xing Aofei absolutely needed to get some sleep to make his head work better. But the young man didn't say anything. He just stood there and stared intently out of the window, as if there was something very important there. The reason was that the guy kept moving his hand and creating some energy patterns. The guy bowed his head and said something under his breath, his face sad. But suddenly, something changed because Xing Aofei heaved a sigh of relief and said that he was finally able to do what he had planned. Shuang, who was holding the rabbit, happily asked if it was true that the young man had managed to find the right solution. Smiling, the young man said that he actually succeeded. Now it remains to test it in practice. Standing at the patient's bedside, our hero heard Zhu Yan remark that it had only been a day since their last meeting, and the guy was already confident that this person could wake up. Folding his arms across his chest, Xing Aofei said with complete confidence that he had already tried this many times, and therefore now the treatment will not be a problem. The young man did not want to contradict, saying that if a teenager is really confident in his own abilities, then he can start manipulating. The student immediately began to concentrate, once again summoning his inner strength. But this time it was completely different, because the power was concentrated only in the hands. After that, a beam of energy was placed in the area of the carotid artery. And then, a bright beam of light illuminated this area so much that it was unclear what would follow next. The young man explained that with the help of ki energy, he would make a small hole. And then he began to do what he had just said, doing his work simply filigree. After that, Xing Aofei loudly informed the audience that the real treatment was already starting at this stage. Once again, a bright ray of light began to radiate from the point the young man had mentioned. Despite the fact that the work was done with the neck area, for some reason the effect was on the brain. The young man, standing nearby, thought that this teenager had sent a thread of chi energy into the patient's blood vessels, which was quite a strange and unusual treatment. However, this wasn't strange for the guy, since he knew that he had to neutralize the needle inside before it caused any trouble. Every movement of our hero was careful and thoughtful. Now this soap is not a mock-up, but a real person. Suddenly, the student happily said that he had managed to touch the malicious needle with his energy thread. The audience couldn't believe their eyes because you've never seen anything like it, but it was just amazing. Raising his hand, the young man said that now was the time to do something very important, and after a moment the guy swerved to the side because he saw the black energy fly past him. And then the needle not only flew into the wall with force, but also broke through it. At the same time, Xu Yan said in surprise that the student had succeeded. Holding a small pill-like pill in his hand, Xing Aofei explained that this elixir was meant to awaken the patient. Then I popped the pill I'd given Mr. Chazang earlier into Tom's mouth, and Mr. Chazang appreciated the taste. Having done everything they needed to do, the audience just stood there and carefully watched what would happen next. Time passed, but it seemed that almost nothing changed because the man, as he lay motionless, continued to do so. Suddenly, the patient opened his eyes and did it so abruptly that no one even expected. Jumping up on the bed, the man immediately began to spit, saying that he felt some terrible taste. But then, opening one eye slightly, he asked the crowd where he was and what had happened to him. Zhu Yan leaned over the witness and asked if he didn't remember what happened to him. The man, turning to the prosecutor, said that he remembers how he was attacked, and after that everything was a blur. Zhu Yan explained that he was attacked because the person had very important information that should not be revealed, because it would make a lot of bad people very bad. The startled witness couldn't believe his ears, so he asked again how this was even possible. Closing his eyes, the prosecutor said that he needed the man's testimony, then he could catch the right people as soon as possible and take them into custody. Then he added that the witness himself sees that it can be dangerous to participate in the trial, and therefore asked if the patient is ready for this. Without a shadow of hesitation, the unfortunate man said that he was completely ready, because the man was very dangerous. Therefore, something should be done immediately. The prosecutor said that this is great, they have no time to lose, and therefore he will order his people to arrest the bandits. Before leaving, the law enforcement official told the nurse that he was leaving this patient to her, which she should carefully monitor. Moving down the street, the chief was already telling his subordinates that they should first get an application for an arrest warrant. Looking carefully at the witness, the nurse said that he could have lived for a few more days, but the one who was not called came and ruined everything. After that, the girl said that she could not even think that it would be her. She would give the master the opportunity to make sure that the patient could never say anything more about the nurse, but it would be an honor for her to do so. At this point, Xing Aofei said that he was wondering how the bandits knew that the guy would be near his school at a specific time. The nurse was sure that there was no one in the room, but when she heard a voice behind her, she immediately turned around in fright. The young man said with some enthusiasm that it turns out that there are traitors in their ranks. With anger in her voice, the paramedic shouted that no one and nothing could save this man. But the young man, dispersing the energy, calmly said that the girl had already been exposed, and then, directing the energy in the form of a dense thread at the syringe, knocked it out of the girl's hands. The beauty hadn't expected this, so she immediately started grumbling to herself. Although after a moment, the traitor asked the young man who he even thinks he is, and immediately went to where he was standing. The beauty was proficient in martial arts, so she was confident that she could easily deal with this young man, who was unlikely to be able to resist. But the opponent did not know that our hero has lightning speed, so he just took a step back, continuing to closely monitor what will happen next. The nurse didn't understand what had happened, but she was going to throw another punch to make sure she defeated her opponent. However, the young man immediately tripped up, and therefore the beauty was about to fall to the floor. Xing Aofei didn't want anyone to get hurt, so he suggested that the traitor just surrender. She would still be taken into custody. The student knew about his charm and immediately added that he liked women, and therefore he was not in the habit of hitting them. The beauty looked at the guy with embarrassment, but she was confused and therefore did not know what else to say to her. But this was not necessary because, in the next minute, the young man leaned as close as possible over the opponent. Hitting the girl on the forehead, the guy said that apparently there was only one problem left, although he did not specify which one. At this time, the prosecutor and his assistants came to the suspect's apartment, saying that they had come again. Zhu Yan didn't like being rude, so he suggested that the stranger go with them, knowing that he was in such a situation that he simply couldn't refuse. Turning around, the man called the prosecutor a very persistent person. And then he added that he continues to constantly go to his house, but only he is very interested in what happened to the witness. Then he added that if that person did not wake up, then there is not enough evidence for his arrest, and therefore it is best to leave this place. However, a few minutes later, the arrogant gentleman was already standing on the street, next to the guards, who understood that they should not take their eyes off him. At this time, a stranger called someone, saying that he had just learned about the arrest of one of the clients. The man said that he wanted to explain something. The fact is that no one could imagine that his sharp yin needle would be broken by some unknown doctor. Another man shouted that he did not need any excuses. He was only interested in a positive result. If a person could not cope with the task, then the consequences were known to him. Realizing that the other end of the phone had gone completely silent, the man clenched his fist angrily. Then he slammed it against the wall as hard as he could. Aloud, the young man said that he really wants to see the unknown person who spoils everything for him. Our hero did his job to the fullest, and therefore he was sitting in the courtyard of the house and thinking about something. Xing Aofei was smiling because he was glad that he had managed to do something absolutely amazing and incredible. The young man was so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't even notice the person who was passing nearby. Looking in the direction where the teenager was sitting, the man told himself that the call to the police was cancelled, and therefore it can be considered that he was simply underestimated. The student only looked detached. In fact, he heard and saw everything, and therefore said that the stranger misunderstood them. A martial artist with extraordinary acupuncture skills will not be affected by ordinary pistols. So he added that in order to be fair, the opponent of this stranger would be him, Xing Aofei. As the young man walked towards the boy, he disdainfully declared that he now understood who had pulled out his sharp yin game, hearing the teenager say that he liked the needle, but it was still not used correctly. The villain, wearing a mask, said that it doesn't matter, because the young man will die soon anyway. The guy noted that the ill-wisher is confident in himself, and therefore we can say that he is a master of his craft, but there is only one thing. But then he added that he is also an excellent master, confident in himself. Heading towards our hero, The villain said that it is not surprising that the boy was able to pull out his sharp yin needle. He feels inner energy and strength, but it still won't change anything because the young man will still die. Looking at this man, the young man thought to himself that his energy was very strange. Moreover, it feels like she's too dominant, and so the guy still hasn't figured out how best to act. Xing Aofei knew that his trump card was speed, so he was going to use it. But the enemy was not going to stop. He immediately connected red energy threads to help himself. This was not in our hero's favor because they immediately began to braid him from all sides. Although the guy wasn't going to give up, he knew what he was capable of, so he was going to show it to the opponent so that he wouldn't get too conceited. The men took such a great pace that after a short time they literally bounced off each other to catch their breath a little. Xing Aofei carefully observed the opponent, realizing that this fight wasn't as simple as the others. After a while, it was difficult for each of the combatants because the forces of both were too great. Our hero was sitting on the ground, not knowing what to do next, so he said out loud that it was quite difficult for two doctors of traditional Chinese medicine to fight each other. The detractor said that this is true, because they both know where there are special points that need to be protected. Then he added that it was likely that only his sharp yin needle could deal with the boy. The young man was not afraid of this and said that in this case, he would fight with full strength. The man did not understand what this meant, but he immediately called for the help of those needles that he was talking about, and was about to attack the student. The young man saw what was coming at him, and it was so fast that the decision should have been made even faster. But it didn't work out as expected because the teenager sent oncoming needles and then jumped over the opponent in the other direction. Xing Aofei rejoiced, saying that the opponent's needles were too thin and therefore useless. The man did not like it. He immediately started skating but still did not plan to give up. Therefore, after a moment without giving our hero a chance to catch his breath, he ran in the direction where he was standing. The villain cut his own hand and immediately pointed it in the direction where the guy was standing, who knew that he had to leave immediately. Xing Aofei was prepared for these tricks, so he jumped back in the opposite direction again. Seeing what was happening, the ill-wisher rejoiced, thinking that he still managed to unbalance the boy. But as he was running away, he suddenly heard a voice saying that he didn't understand why killing people would be so bad for someone who had such a great acupuncture skill. Xing Aofei added, "Hasn't the detractor ever felt shame for covering his hands with blood instead of saving people's lives?" But the man said that he had never had such boring thoughts. As long as it brings him money, then it is useless to him what happens to other people. The villain honestly admitted that Xing Aofei was not bad, and therefore suggested that he join their team because he knew what the guy would get if he stayed in this place. If the guy follows him, he promises the young man a great income in a year. Our hero, turning his head, said that it sounds very tempting. Maybe on this occasion the man will take him to the headquarters. He will be happy to join the team. The ill-wisher said that in their time, young people are so impulsive, and therefore noted that the teenager likes him more and more, adding that it is impossible to disclose information that they are not allowed to tell where the headquarters is located. Moreover, even he does not know where it is. The young man replied that it would be very generous of the villain if he asked if there were any vacancies for the boss position. He added, "If he can't be the boss among these people who are losers, then what's the point?" The man understood that the guy was openly mocking him, and therefore began to shout and get angry. Xing Aofei admitted that he wanted to find out some information, but the enemy doesn't know anything, so it's best for them to continue the fight. The man was not going to give up, and began to frighten the teenager, saying that he was no match for him, and therefore by his decision, he signed a death sentence for himself. But not only was the young man not worried, he also said that it was stupid to think that he couldn't win, because the sharp yin needle was constantly squeezing the key energy, making it tougher than a normal needle. It's easy to break, and if the guy can squeeze the energy hard enough with his energy, then he will win. After which, he said in a low voice that he had long since understood how to defeat an opponent. The young man wasn't going to wait or delay any longer, so he immediately charged into the battle. Xing Aofei hit his opponent so hard that he was sent flying to the other side. Already through, the villain told the opponent that you should not underestimate people just because of their age. The man said that who would have thought that he would be defeated by such a teenager? It's true they say that the younger generation will always be better than the old one. Looking at this man, the guy said that despite the fact that the man has done a lot of bad things, he can change, he just needs to tell everything that he knows. But the opponent said that he should not be given a second chance because he lost it at the moment when he lost to the boy. And then, pointing to his temple, he said that either the guy or the organization he works for will kill him anyway. Moreover, he can do it himself. The young man did not want the man to do this, so he shouted that it was not necessary to make hasty decisions. But that couldn't be changed because the opponent's face immediately distorted, and it was clear that he had already done some damage to himself. Our hero tried to do something, but the person said that the student should not try to do it, because he still will not succeed. Adding that most likely the organization has already marked Xing Aofei as its next target, and therefore the boy should take care of himself. Bowing his head, the young man cursed, realizing that he hadn't learned anything, and there was no one else to ask. Sitting in the prosecutor's office, the guy confessed that it never even occurred to him that this man could commit suicide. But Zhu Yan asked the teenager not to blame himself because this man had decided to join a terrible organization and knew how it could end. Answering the manager's question about whether our hero managed to find out something, he said that he himself did not really know anything about the organization. Moreover, before his death, the villain said that they could take on Xin Aofei. The young man replied that it was true. This organization is too dangerous and therefore did not know if the guy can cope alone. Looking in front of him, the young man said that he was now trapped. However, the prosecutor reassured our hero, noting that he had already found a strong and good bodyguard for him. Then he added that he was sure that the strength of this man would not disappoint, although this was new for the guy. Moving down the street, our hero thanked Mr. Yang for showing him the way. But the coach said that once the teenager saved his life, and now he wants to thank him for everything he did. Xing Aofei said, in a somewhat frightened voice, that the day before, the prosecutor had said that Mr. C was injured due to inner energy cultivation, so he wanted to know if it was true. The man said that this was indeed the case, but that the accident was worse than his, because the unfortunate person could even walk, adding that Mr. Sai was once a famous master of inner energy. He never thought that something like this would happen to him. Inwardly, he thought that maybe Xu Yan wanted the student to meet him as well. After a while, Energy Master Zi Qingfeng and Elixir Master Sima Yun appeared in front of the men. The coach immediately introduced the guy to the older man, bragging that he had cured him of a serious illness. The man looked away in surprise, even though he said he didn't think the healer was that young. But the student innocently explained that even though he was young, he had a lot of experience dealing with serious illnesses, so he wanted to give it a try if Xie Qingfeng didn't mind. The old man immediately said that the boy was recommended by Xu Yan, and therefore he trusts the boy, although the Elixir Master said that there is no need to rush. And while the young man was explaining exactly why you shouldn't make people laugh, the old gentleman explained that Sima Yun was his doctor, who was one of the top 10 doctors in the country. Then he said that this man might look good, but in fact he was already 70 years old. Hearing about this, our hero's eyes widened so much that they almost fell out. The coach patted Xing Aofei's head and said that this healer was very capable. Sima Yun said again that Mr. Z's illness was caused by the long-term cultivation of inner energy. So how can a guy cure someone if he doesn't even know about it? But the teenager proudly stated that he knows a little about this topic. The healer didn't like it and said that they were doing serious things in this place. They weren't in the mood for jokes. But Xing Aofei happily declared that he was telling the truth, so he could show what he was capable of. The man said that if the young man was so confident in his own abilities, then they could have a small competition. Hearing the young man declare that he couldn't refuse the great doctor. After a while, the men were already standing in the courtyard of a large house and warming up. Mr. Yang walked up to the old man and asked in a frightened voice, "Isn't the old man going to stop these people?" But C said that there was no need to worry, because Sima Yun would never harm a weaker opponent. Concentrating, the healer noted that releasing ki energy was the foundation, so he wanted to know if the student could do what he did. Xing Aofei watched the man closely, though he didn't say anything specific. Concentrating, the teenager noted that he could try what would come of it. Everyone in the audience watched carefully as the young man dispersed his own energy, which looked amazing. This also surprised Sima Yun, who hadn't expected anything like this. And after a moment, the man's eyes widened because he was watching something incredible. The same was true for the other men who kept their eyes on the young man. But then something unusual happened, because a projection of his Shaoxai appeared behind the guy. Xing Aofei continued to concentrate his energy, realizing what effect he was going to have. At this time, Xie Qingfeng was thinking to himself that at such a young age, this guy had already brought his inner energy to such a level. Moreover, it is incredibly pure. Turning to his opponent, the student asked if his energy met the specified requirements. The frightened man said that the inner strength of the teenager is much stronger and immediately admitted the fact that he underestimated the guy in vain. The young man didn't want to waste time on compliments, so he asked if he could examine the elder now. After hearing that there wouldn't be any problems with that, approaching the patient, the young man asked to check the pulse of this person. As Xie Qingfeng held out his hand, he said that he trusted the guy, so he could do whatever he wanted. The teenager understood what he wanted to do, and therefore, putting his fingers to his hand, immediately began to concentrate on something. The student already knew how to work with projections, and therefore decided to use the same scheme this time. And while the teenager was sitting by the chair, he mentally saw the same person, but only as a simulation because this helped him better grasp the essence of the problem. Xing Aofei's eyes suddenly widened, but he didn't say anything. Moreover, the youth moved away from the old man for a while to think about something. Our hero understood that he should act, and therefore immediately closed his eyes and relaxed. Standing near the projection, the student thought to himself that Mr. Sai's meridians were blocked, and quite seriously. So he decided that first you need to try whether the method of acupuncture will work. Concentrating, the guy immediately began to perform some manipulations, realizing that it was still necessary to act. Looking at our hero, the coach did not understand what was going on with Xing Aofei. He was afraid that the guy had gone crazy because he did not know that the student was training in a simulation. Only Sima Yun was well aware that his colleague was just simulating the treatment process, which was a very clever move. The young man didn't care what anyone thought of him. He knew he had to help this elderly gentleman, so he worked as hard as he could. Not much time had passed, and Xing Aofei was already slowly opening his eyes, as if there was a solution. Upon approaching the teenager, Mr. Yang immediately inquired about the elderly gentleman's condition, after hearing that the two main meridian lines in Mr. C's legs were blocked, causing him to have leg paralysis. The man said that the young man could use needles, as in the case of him, but the student replied that this should not be done, because the disease is too severe. Ordinary acupuncture or tendon massage will not help. The man heard what was being said, so he asked if it was true that his legs were completely hopeless. But the guy happily stated that this is not the case. If you use pills together with other methods of traditional Chinese medicine, you may be able to cure your legs. At that moment, Sima Yun spoke up and said that if only the pills could help Mr. C, then there was no need to argue with him anymore. The teenager did not understand this, and therefore asked why it was so. The healer explained that Xing Aofei's technique was really powerful, but no matter how skilled he was, he wouldn't be able to create the right pills, so he asked what it would take to make one of the right quality. The student immediately stated that it required first-class ingredients and a good alchemy pot. Again, Sima Yun said that his Guisan cauldron was the best in the sky, and he had many of the best herbs, so there was no need to explain what would come of it. Scratching his head, the young man said that of course he couldn't question the power of the great healer and his cauldron. After a short pause, he added that he also had an alchemy pot, plus some rare herbs, so he would be able to make some good pills. Sima Yun again said that it turns out that the student is not going to stop and wants to continue the competition after hearing that the young man does not dare. Moreover, his goal is to cure a person. The elder, who had heard this argument, asked the healers to stop and listen carefully. Great Sima Yun wanted to say something, but the patient interrupted him. He said that the masters are both confident in their skills, so why not try to do something for both of them in this case? After some thought, the man decided that since the patient himself suggested such a thing, then there was really no point in quarreling. He immediately added that the medicine that Xing Aofei would have to check personally. If he decided that they were of poor quality, then the elder would not take them. After that, I asked the student if he was against such a condition. Our hero was not at all afraid of this, and therefore he gladly agreed to such conditions. Bowing to his new acquaintances, the young man explained to them that he had all the herbs and the cauldron at home, so he would go back there, prepare everything, and in the morning bring the finished goods. The coach who was guarding the youth told him to take his time, as they had to walk to the dorm together. Left alone, the elder asked his doctor what he thought of this interesting teenager. The man honestly admitted that the character of this boy is very similar to him in his youth. I even wonder what result he will show. Shuang, who was standing next to the table, told our hero that she had already sorted out all the herbs that the guy brought, and therefore was ready to help him further. After looking into the boxes, the teenager said that these several types should be suitable. The young man knew that he couldn't do without Xiaoxi, so he asked the system to be ready to do its part. While eating her carrots, the rabbit told the guy not to forget to buy her a fruit pizza as a reward for all her work. However, in the next moment, the assistant asked why the young man was going through the pills again. Would one really not be enough? But Ying Aofei thought about it because he knew that he wanted to improve his skills. And, taking out the mushroom, he said that he also wants to try another new method of treatment. Tossing a small bag, the young man happily said that he was sure that there would be no problems with the pills. The guy wasn't arrogant, he wasn't trying to show anything or prove anything. He just knew that he could make excellent medicine that actually saves lives. For a while, our hero still stood there, thinking about where to go next. But in the next moment, he saw the glow that came from the master's house, even though he didn't understand what could have happened there. The teenager carefully watched everything that was happening, because he could not make a decision so quickly. But at that moment, when he felt that for some reason he felt very hot, he ran to the house to check if something bad had happened. At this time, the return to source cauldron was running at full capacity, and this is taking into account the fact that it was rather big. Sima Yun stood next to his alchemy furnace, knowing that he would make a better medicine that would surprise absolutely everyone. While looking at what was going on, the student heard Mr. Sai's remarks, who said that the teenager came too early, but the guy didn't hear these words. He was asking his senior colleague if he was brewing pills. Sima Yun didn't say anything because he was too busy with his business. But the elder explained that the healer hadn't left this cauldron for almost a day. Xiaoxi, who was watching all this, called the man not a very good word, believing that he was doing something completely wrong. Looking at our hero, the healer finally announced to everyone present that the time had come. After that, the man began to do some complex manipulations. What was interesting was that when it started, the alchemy furnace was swaying so much that it looked like it was about to fall. So in the next minute, Sima Yun ran towards it and placed his hands on it while still giving it his energy. Not much time had passed, and everyone gathered had already seen a small pill that immediately appeared above the cauldron. The happy man carefully picked it up and looked at it carefully as if it was a special treasure. The young man liked this pill himself, so he was even a little envious of the healer for being able to do something like this. Approaching the old man, the man asked him if he was ready to try this great remedy. Our hero, who continued to look at the elder in surprise, noted that this medicine is made from at least 90% of the essence of herbs, and therefore it can be called excellent. After saying that, the healer complimented Xing Aofei, explaining that only the origin return cauldron in the world could extract the essence of herbs so deeply. Sima Yun didn't want to waste any time, so he once again told Mr. Z to take this magic medicine. The man explained that this pill wouldn't be able to completely heal his legs, but it should allow the old man to stand up with difficulty. Unexpectedly, the young man asked the man not to do anything. Holding a small pouch in his hands, the teenager happily reported that esteemed Mr. hadn't seen his pill yet. The healer somehow looked askance at the student and asked a rhetorical question about whether it was worth looking at all. Opening the bag, the guy said that the meaning is there, because the effect will be noticeable immediately. The healer, who had been skeptical of this until recently, now looked at what was in front of him in surprise. Holding the two pills in his hands, the youth happily said that he had decided to name them Taiyi Yin-Yang. Sima Yun didn't know where the young man got the unique herbs from, but the young man honestly admitted that he brought them from Miao Village, where he was recently. After that, the healer pointed out that the herbs from that village were actually the best. But to brew a pill of this level, the cauldron must be exceptional. Xing Aofei had nothing to hide, so he explained that his cauldron was called the Medicine King. It was also considered outstanding among alchemy furnaces. Sima Yun didn't want to appear impolite, so he said that to brew such a pill, it is already deservedly called becoming practically the king of medicine. The old man didn't understand what his doctor wanted to say, and the doctor only came over to take Xie Qingfeng's pill. After crushing his medicine, the man confessed that it was no longer of any use. He added that these two Taiyi Yin-Yang pills are much stronger than the one he personally brewed, and therefore believes that now the man has a chance to recover completely. With enthusiasm in his voice, the elder said, "Is this really possible at all, after all?" Everyone told him the opposite. Turning to our hero, the healer asked him to take his potion and give it to Mr. Z. Smiling, the guy said that the method of taking his pills is a little unusual, after which he said, before using this medicine, Xie Qingfeng should prepare something. After a while, the subordinates were already filling the bathroom with water, which was placed specially on the street, although they did not understand what would happen next. The young man decided to pull the intrigue a little, although he assured everyone that there was nothing wrong with it. The guys who were engaged in filling the tank after a while reported that they had already done everything. Taking the white pill in his hand, the student said that it was necessary to start with it. A minute later, the elder was already chewing the medicine that was given to him, but he didn't feel any changes. And then something indescribable happened, because some incredible vortex of energy captured the old man and was about to carry him very far away. The man could not understand what was happening to him. It seemed that he was just burning out. The guy was not going to stop, and passing the black pill explained that it should be used externally. Xing Aofei wasn't in a hurry, so he just tossed his unique potion in his hands. Unexpectedly, the young man picked up his pill and immediately threw it into the tub of water. Observing everything that was happening, the healer assumed that there was some kind of special medicinal bathroom in front of them. The young man immediately confirmed that this was indeed the case and added that he was going to combine water and a pill to maximize the effect of the medicine. The man, who had a lot of experience, was surprised and amazed because it was hard to believe that an ordinary student would come up with something like this. After a while, the elder was placed in the bathroom and waited to see what would happen next. At first, Xie Qingfeng thought that he felt exactly the same way, because nothing out of the ordinary was happening. However, after seeing the yin and yang patterns on the water, the healer declared that these two signs are in complete harmony. The elder didn't say anything, he just closed his eyes and was lost in some thoughts of his own. And then, something indescribable happened, because I heard a splash of water. As for Xing Aofei, he thought to himself that he had succeeded. The two men watched as the old man, who had struggled to sit in a wheelchair, now towered over the bathroom. After that, standing on the ground, an astonished Xie Qingfeng nervously talked about how he actually managed to heal. But this was not enough for the young man. He wanted to know how the old man was feeling, who said that he was completely fine, felt very cheerful, and there were no problems with his legs at all. The student said that this is great. He will later prescribe a strengthening medicine to the patient. After drinking the course, he will fully recover. As Xie Qingfeng shook the boy's hand, he repeatedly said that he was immensely grateful for such a good boy. The young man said that there was no need for this and advised Mr. Z to change his clothes first so that they could talk a little later. Left alone, the healer admitted that, despite his vast experience, he did not believe that such a problem could be cured, but the teenager succeeded. Xing Aofei said that the cauldron helped him, but Sima Yun didn't want to hear it, explaining that if the student didn't study pharmacology, then nothing would help him at all, because knowledge of herbs and their actions is the foundation. After that, he sincerely said that even now, the young man has the strength worthy of entering the top 10 holy healers of the Celestial Empire. And then he went on to say that if he was no longer needed, then he would go and do his own thing. Leaving, the man added that they will soon meet. Our hero was happy that everything turned out so well, and therefore said out loud that the disease was cured. It was time to get paid for treatment. Not much time passed, and the old man was already happily practicing in the hall. trying to hit the pair as hard as possible. Watching this, Xing Aofei said that the person had only recently recovered, so it would not be superfluous to save a little of their own strength. But Mr. Zai said that he had had enough of it, that he enjoyed the sport, and that it had been so long since he had enjoyed it. And then he added that the student showed him great power, and therefore can say what kind of gratitude he wants to receive. Xing Aofei admitted that he was experiencing difficulties and would need the help of someone like Xie Qingfeng. The man was aware of many cases, so he assumed that it was about the secret organization of healers that Xiao Yan had told him about. The teenager admitted that this is actually true. The danger lies in the fact that the company includes people with almost unlimited power. Alone, he cannot cope, so he turned to the great master of martial arts for help. Closing his eyes, Mr. C said that the guy's abilities as a healer were amazing, and now he wanted to see how strong the guy was in battle. Clenching his fist, the young man carefully looked at the opponent, declaring that he was begging for mercy. Xing Aofei's eyes glittered, and he knew that he was facing a very strong opponent that he was about to attack. The old man wanted to do something, but he was surprised by the fact that the student runs very fast. Our hero was not going to give in, because he understood that it would not be a fair fight, and therefore fought with all his might. The teenager wanted to show his best. Moreover, he also wanted to learn something from the great master. After intercepting our hero's fist, Xie Qingfeng smiled and said that he saw a good foundation. The young man was pleased to hear this, so he noticed that the elder made him blush. A minute later, the young people's hands reached out to each other as a sign that they were not just competitors on the field, but also great friends. Xing Aofei was genuinely happy that he was able to meet a great person who had now become his teammate. Mr. Z said that it was not profitable for him to oppose such an organization, and therefore the guy's request puts him in a difficult position. The student didn't want to insist, so he talked that the old man can do as he sees fit. You shouldn't feel awkward just because he helped. Laughing, the master said that he liked this teenager because he has a character, and this is very important in life. After which he said in a serious tone, Chou Tak Gang is already seriously impudent. Even if the young man didn't say, he still wouldn't let this matter go unpunished. The guy looked at the man in surprise, realizing that the hint was already there. Mr. Z proudly said that they would combine the forces of the martial path and the healing path and destroy these bad people at once. Shaking hands with his friend, our hero happily said that this is a great idea. You can't even think of a better one. After a moment, the elder pondered something seriously, but remained silent. Unexpectedly, the master took something out of his pocket, saying that it was the highest quality and rank token in the martial world. With it, Xing Aofei would be able to give orders to all martial artists. Taking this amazing item, the student sincerely thanked his friend for such an amazing gift. Once again, Old Z said that there were quite a few people like him with injuries in the martial world, so he was afraid that the young man would have to train a little more. Bowing, the teenager sincerely said that for him it was all a mere trifle. At this time, I thought to myself that now everything is under control. Bad people should wash their necks and know that soon they will come for them. When Xing Aofei left the university, he had thought that this token could be used to command martial artists, but it was hard to believe that it had such power. And then he decided that he had time, and if so, then he could try it out in practice. The young man carefully looked around, hoping that there was no one there. After that, he raised the token to the sky and immediately chanted a spell. Although after a moment the guy began to feel embarrassed, because he thought that he looked stupid, but the result was never seen. Running home, the young man told himself that it was a good thing that no one saw this performance, because it looked very shameful. Although Xing Aofei suddenly looked back, he was startled by a strange sound. At that moment, the young man turned his attention to the girl who was running into his arms, shouting that he was her husband. It was Yuan, who was shouting that she had missed him very much, although our hero did not understand how she knew where he was and how she was able to find him. But what was even more surprising was that there was a girl at the back who turned to Yuan and sternly said that she had asked her not to run away anywhere, calling her a naughty girl. The brunette apologized for the unfortunate, saying that her sister is not all right with her head and therefore you cannot pay attention to her. Hearing Xing Aofei say that it wasn't a big deal because they knew each other, the girl immediately asked if this was the guy her sister referred to as her husband. The confused young man said that this was just a misunderstanding, and therefore it should not be taken seriously. However, the teenager did not understand how the girl ended up in this city, and heard that she had previously been treated in one of the city's clinics, but her condition worsened, and therefore she was brought here. The stranger explained that she had heard that the University of Chinese Medicine has a strong department of traditional medicine, and then she brought her sister here, and heard that it was true. Our hero liked to help other people, and therefore said that he would be happy to take the girls there. Once at the doctor's examination, the girl behaved as strangely as possible. It seemed that she actually suffered from some kind of mental illness. Liu Zhengjong, who was conducting the inspection, looked at the beauty carefully, although he didn't say anything immediately. Moreover, the man noted that it all looks very strange. The young man, who had a blonde sitting on his shoulders, asked about her condition, but the professor said that he did not see any visible abnormalities in her condition. The frightened sister asked if that was the case. Why did her younger sister suddenly become stupid? The man honestly admitted that he himself does not know, adding that his acupuncture methods can treat brain diseases, but if there is no cause, then there is nothing to treat. In fact, at that moment the blonde wanted to kiss our hero, but he offered his hand in time to prevent her from doing so. Liu Zhengjong said that he would like the student to take another look and decide what might be wrong. Xing Aofei gently asked his acquaintance to reach out so that he could feel her pulse. The girl smiled and replied that she didn't dare refuse her husband. The young man did not explain to the professor that this was just a misunderstanding, but decided to get straight to the point. Thanks to his new skill, the guy could completely scan the entire body and do it quickly enough. The student knew that most likely the reason lies in the head, and therefore stopped on it longer. Xing Aofei privately decided that his pulse was fine. Moreover, like the professor, he couldn't see anything wrong with his head. After carefully looking at the beauty, the young man thought about it, but there was something not good in his eyes. Then I decided that she was probably really stupid, since she was acting like this, and her health was fine. However, the young man couldn't believe that there might not be a reason, so he carefully looked at Yuan, trying to figure out what could be wrong. At this point, the older sister turned to our hero, asking if the guy could at least understand something. The teenager honestly admitted that he had not been able to determine the cause of the disease, and therefore asked if it was true that Yuan constantly behaves in this way. The girl explained that some time ago the blonde disappeared for a couple of days, but when she returned, she became so strange. Xing Aofei thought to himself in horror that perhaps this was when he found her in the forest. The nurse went on to say that they started asking what was wrong with Yuan, and it turned out that someone had given her an unknown pill, which she happily accepted. Liu Zhengjong, who had heard all this, said that if a single pill caused such a disaster, then someone very powerful had a hand in it. Once again, the teenager thought that a powerful doctor who uses his powers for evil, it can only be a doctor from that secret organization. Crying, the stranger said that if even the great doctor could not cure her sister, then it turns out that she will always remain so crazy. But the guy hastened to reassure the brunette, saying that the fact that they can't do anything now does not mean that it will always be so. Hearing that Xing Aofei promised to find some solution, and some variant solution, the beauty immediately perked up. After that, she gave her hand to Yuan, saying that they needed to go back. But the girl screamed that she didn't want to go anywhere, because she wanted to stay with her husband. The girl said that there was no need to give anyone a hard time, explaining that they would live nearby, and therefore she would be able to see this teenager at least every day if she wanted. When Yuan heard about this, she started acting up again, shouting that she didn't want to live in a hotel because she had a husband. Liu Zhengjong immediately chimed in, saying that he would ask people from the household department to put the girls in the dorm where our hero also lives, especially since there are a lot of free rooms. The guy liked this idea because this girl tortured him in his hometown. However, the old man said in a low voice that the young man should not abandon this girl and take care of her. Holding his head, the young man decided that he should come up with a treatment method as soon as possible, otherwise this Yuan would drive him crazy. After a while, when the student came to the dorm, he showed his friends a room, saying that he would live in the next one. And while the brunette wished the guy a good night, the blonde continued to reach out to the young man and shouted something after him. Xing Aofei stared at the door of his room, thinking about getting inside as soon as possible. Not only was the day full, but there are also enough problems of their own. In addition, another one has arrived, which also needs help. And so the teenager said under his breath that he had some troubles followed by others. His head just split. Trying to find the key to the room, our hero again began to look forward to his return to his favorite room. Once inside, sparkles flew at the guy, and his assistants shouted that they had given him a real surprise. But Xing Aofei wasn't happy, moreover. He didn't understand what all this was for. After all, he almost died of fright. Looking at Shuang, who was dressed a little provocatively, the young man asked why she was wearing something like this. The brunette said that this is necessary because this is the essence of the reward from the system. Putting his hands in his pockets, our hero noted that he was a decent person, and therefore he did not need any awards. But the rabbit said that she has no idea what her owner is thinking, because she wants the guy to use the girl as an educational live example with acupuncture points. After hearing that the teenager already knew about them, Xiaoxi said that he was talking about those that are known to medicine, but those that have not been discovered will have to be studied. Scratching his head, the young man was surprised. He did not think that there were still those, which science knows nothing about. After that, the system shouted that this would be the next reward that the guy deserved. The teenager looked at Shuang carefully, even though he didn't understand what was going to happen next. And then it happened that the right points began to glow on the girl's body, thanks to which it was possible to clearly understand which ones the student did not know about yet. The surprised young man said that he sees a map of thousands of points in front of him, which is something incredible and amazing at the same time. Xiaoxi peeked out from behind the girl and asked if he was going to continue being surprised or if he was going to start learning. Xing Aofei knew that this would help him greatly in his work, so he happily shouted that he would immediately start learning something new for himself. Hearing about the assistant saying that our hero didn't suspect anything, Yuan explained that he was currently having problems with a secret organization, so he definitely connected the problem with those people. At the same time, the brunette said that it would not be possible to hide the truth for too long anyway. The blonde happily said that since this was the case, then they needed to win this person over to their side as quickly as possible. Then their position in the organization would definitely be strengthened. The girls decided that since they had nothing better to do, then it was time to eavesdrop on what the young man was doing at that time. The two beauties took their glasses and listened intently, hoping to hear something. Suddenly, they heard someone calling out to Xiaofei's brother and asking him not to touch that place because it was very ticklish. When Yuan heard about the change of location, she was very confused because she didn't understand what was going on there. Then there were even more interesting expressions that caused the blonde to lose consciousness. The beauty called her assistant, who began to worry because this had never happened before. And, having carefully looked at the girl, she said that in the future it will be she who will be responsible for wiretapping.